of Hasan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, and I will tell you all of it. I will tell you all of it. Hi, Hasanabi. It is with great pleasure that after almost 2 years of an uphill battle, my workers has finalized the finer details of joining a province-wide labor union. It's been a wild fucking ride, and we've had some casualties along the way. With thanks to your inspiration and information, us workers are now in a 100% better position to fight. Thank you, Hasan. Your work is never fruitless. Hell yes, Higsby. Congratulations. Did you meet Lady Gaga? I did not meet Lady Gaga, but let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because right now I'm going to tell you about my personal news and about the fantastic time that I had yesterday. That's right, folks. Time for personal news. For the personal news for the parasocialists out there. It's the parasocialist update. Woo! Did you use all the drink tickets, lol? I gave it to the boys. I gave it to the freaking boys. Imagine being 36 minutes late to your work because you went to Coachella. You'd get fired. Yet this grifter keeps doing it day after day with no regards to his audience, his subscribers, his employers technically, and all while he has the gall to call himself a socialist. Leftists are so easily deceived. That's right. How schwasted did you get? Nowhere near as schwasted as I should have gotten. Anyway, as you guys know, I live streamed yesterday. It was a super secret, super special mini live stream for Kneecap. Drove all the way up to Coachella for that. And I already had a full tank on the EV. And it said I had like 230 to 260 miles on that bad boy. By the time I got down to Coachella, which is like 140 miles away, I had 90 left in the tank. So I was like, damn, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I made my way, did the Coachella experience for a little bit. Obviously, as you guys saw, went on stage. That shit was awesome. I hope the bass boosted stream wasn't too much of a nuisance for all of the for all of the audio files in general. But yeah, hung out with the boys after. That's all I did, really. I ended the stream. I went in and I just chilled super freaking hard. That's all I did. I chilled my freaking face off, drank with the boys, hung out. Hung out with the boys. What is this? Wildflex Tanner bragging in the Twitch chat of the guy you bullied midstream? Yeah, okay, stop with the copy pasta for a second, please. DJ Mustard, I did not go to. I did not go to the DJ Mustard the DJ Mustard stage because after listening to Lady Gaga a little bit, because I'm Google for Gaga, a little monster. It would have been homophobic for me not to listen to Lady Gaga, I think. But after listening to Lady Gaga set, we left, and I went back to the Airbnb. That forehead looks Somali. It's crazy. Yeah, after Lady Gaga set, I went back to the Airbnb and I passed out. I passed the frick out. Will and I shared a bed. We made sweet, sweet love. We had some sweet gay sex, and that's it. Yeah. Woke up early in the morning at 7 a.m. and ran over to a charging station to charge the whip. Like I said, I had 90 miles on it, and it's a 140-mile trip, right? So I went there. And I got my freaking thing charged. I was lucky that it was like one of the chargers was about to be done. I did see Prodigy, yeah. Oh, that's the other thing I was gonna say. Okay, I'm a little bit all over the place, so I apologize. yeah, after the stream, hung out with the boys, went around, hung out with the boys, went around. They wanted to see Missy Elliott, went with them for a little bit. Had to go back and lug my stuff because they had until 11 p.m. They had until 11 p.m. to they had until 11 p.m. to like clear out their stuff from their trailer, and I had put all my stuff in their trailer as well. The boys being Kneecap, yes. And so I just basically lugged all the streaming equipment around, both of the bags, everywhere I went, which definitely I would not recommend. This moment's gonna live rent free for a while. Yeah, was this aura, chat? Was this an aura moment? Like, was I farming aura here? I feel like I was farming aura. Did you do any fun drugs? No, I didn't do any drugs. And I would tell you, like, not even. Not even edibles, not even shiitake. I thought you were gonna say something that Bernie did. No. You could tell it you were awkward, but it was pretty sick without that context. Okay, shut up. It was, so you look back awkwardly. Okay, let me tell you. I will say one thing. Are you BFFs with Kneecap now? Yes. That's number one. Number two, they are fucking awesome. Okay? I have forever love for the Irish. It's not every day where you link up with some new people and they get it. You know what I mean? Because as I always tell you, my expectation is that most people are not going to get it. You know, most people are not going to automatically have anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist perspectives. These boys, on the other hand, they get it. Fantastic. Their whole team is fantastic. Everyone has some experience with radical revolutionary politics. It was amazing. Hasan is a terrorist sympathizer. Hasan, you're such a soy boy. Hasan hates anyone who's not a terrorist. Hasan fans are all terrorists. Chuck Simps. Bunch of bot, low IQ, low life terrorists up in here. Hasan, Dirty Sanchez. Hasan is a terrorist sympathizer. Okay, man. Anyway, but Elgato has a prompter you can attach to a front-facing camera so you can read chat and other things without having to look away from the camera. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But I'm definitely going. I'm definitely going to Ireland. Gaming streams for everyone. Okay, calm down. Bro's been following since 2019. I know. So, it was amazing. It was actually amazing. They were amazing, and that's all I can say, honestly. That's all there is to say. Love those guys. They were so much cooler than I thought that they would be. I thought, like, you know, they kind of get it, right? I thought originally they would be like people that kind of get it, you know? No, they get it all the way, if that makes sense. They get it all the way. They're sick. But other than that, like I said, woke up early, 7 a.m. Got in the car, Luckily, a dude at the first thing I went to, at the first EV station I went to, the dude was done filling up. He had like 5 minutes left, and I charged my shit, and I got it to 90% in like 30 minutes. Okay, I got it to 90% in 30 minutes. Now I'm thinking 90%, that's 200 miles, is a 140-mile trip. I should be fine. That was a lie. Okay, them shits, them batteries, and what they say in those batteries is just fake. What they say in those batteries is totally fake. Okay, the computer lies. Electric cars lie, dude. I mean, it made me so, it definitely worried me a lot. It definitely worried me a lot. Because like I said, I woke up at 7 a.m., charged the car to 90% battery, showing 200 miles on the range for a 140-mile trip. Thought I'd be fine. Barely made it back with 9% battery remaining. First longer distance trip where the EV was scary, not gonna lie. Live soon. Also, Megaphonic said, 9% is plenty. Bro has never road tripped in an EV. Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. If I go over 55, my EV will drain quick. Yeah. There was a point where I realized on the highway, because I was flooring it and going over like 100, 110 for an extended period of time, unironically just eats the battery life. Like it just sucks it up. Bro, I literally had like 4 miles left in the battery and I was like 4 miles away. You know what I mean? It was terrifying. But Shadows never drove on an American highway. Yeah, and it shows. Anyway. That's it. I mean, I'm here. I'm ready to rip. I'm ready to go. I have so much to say. I have so many news to cover. You know? Dave Weigel has entered the fray. Listening to this at 0.5 speed so I don't miss anything. Reacting to the entire iDubbbz content cop. I said, I hope you don't stop coming on the show when you find out about my radical extremism. Your glasses are fake. How did he know? David Weigel of formerly Washington Post and Semaphore fame is now... What? I desperately need you to see the fan art my 11-year-old daughter made of you. My 11-year-old is constantly asking me to draw references, so I asked her to draw Hasan. Aw. That's amazing. Politics, blah, blah, blah. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Fave Gaga song live? I don't know. I don't know what my favorite is. You can't pick one. It's crazy. Kneecap, Coachella, recap. I guess I'm done with that already. I already recapped it, but there's literally nothing else to say other than so many W's. Any Chad Vice plan? Any Chad Vice plan in the near future? Just re-listen to the last one. Is top tier. Yeah. Are you still sloshed? Yeah, dude. I drove drunk. What are you, crazy? No, of course I'm not sloshed. Looking extra good yesterday, King. Thank you. Playlist for later. Hell yeah. I just hope that like there was a professional photographer or someone that caught me on stage so I could have like an aura farming photo somewhere. You know what I mean? Because like I didn't realize that it wasn't live streamed at all from the Coachella side. So it's just, you know, or else it's just a shared experience with everyone that was in that tent, and that's it. Great prick to replace your armpit PFP. Yeah, it's a more respectable armpit photo, because it has to be an armpit photo still, obviously. Your career's going wild this year. Yeah. Russia Ukraine ceasefire. Goat cough. How's your finger? It's coming off. Not my finger is coming off, but like the glue is coming off. It didn't stick like at all. If you want aura, take one of your ass cheeks, kind of full homo, no armpits. What the fuck? Okay, calm down. Okay. Kilmar Garcia. Wrongfully deported. The glue coming off is normal? Oh, really? Still lied about by the state. White House COVID posting. SCOTUS stops deportations. Get in now. I have a labubu like Will has. I'm bougie too. I wish I had a labubu. I don't have a labubu. They would not give me a labubu. Okay. Yeah, you're doing a lot of cool things, but do you think that that's due to the popularity, or partly because them establishment outlets are trying to platform you due to the Trump presidency? I don't think Kneecap is a part of the Democratic Party establishment network. The crowd view of the Palestine shout out. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me blast off real quick and then. Time for a Hong Kong trip for the Labubu. Yeah, Kneecap is firmly a part of the Republican establishment, the Irish Republican establishment. AFP breaking: Zelensky proposed extending Ukraine's ceasefire beyond Easter, but says Russian assault operations and artillery fire ongoing. Hey, they released a 911 call on the Shapiro arson. The guy talked about Palestine on the call. Oh shit. All right, we'll take a look at it. These screenshots from the stream were pretty. Okay, thank you. I did not take any photos, by the way. I straight up did not. At the Coachella Festival, the Irish band Kneecap displayed slogans highlighting Palestine, emphasizing that Israel is committing an ongoing genocide against civilians in Gaza. This was sick, dude. These boys are crazy. They're real ones, like straight up.
Persecuted at the hands of the Brits, but we were never bombed from the fucking skies with nowhere to go. The Palestinians have nowhere to go. It's their fucking home, and they're bombing them from the skies. If you're not calling it a genocide, what the fuck are you calling it? Free, 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 free. The Irish not so long ago were persecuted at the hands of the Brits, but we were never bombed from the fucking skies with nowhere to go.
Yeah. Crowd went wild. Libya sent IRA RPGs to fight against British helicopters. And don't forget who supported them. Oh, I know. I know. You had an internet exclusive concert on stream. You gotta flex that forever. Yeah, it was dope. I mean, it was worth it for sure. DJ Prove, actually a teacher before. I asked him. Yeah, he's an Irish teacher. He was a Irish teacher. So that is real. I asked them how much they embellished, and they were like 90% real. How did the DJ Mustard thing come about? The DJ Mustard thing, I didn't participate in because like I just didn't think that it was like I didn't think I had the time to do it, because I wasn't gonna stream the entire time all the way up until DJ Mustard, and I think they wanted me to like shoot stuff with them, but I just made the executive decision not to go through with it. I felt like it'd be too hard to. I felt like it'd be ridiculous to just like stream until 11. That's insane. I don't want to hear from you guys on this, okay? I just know what works, okay? I know what works, and I knew that there was no way to like effectively stream Coachella when March wanted to go party, Will wanted to go party. I wasn't gonna just like how do you think I would have done with all the gear on me by myself, running around and ducking like security that'll tell me I'm not allowed to fucking film? Like, it's just, you don't even think about these things. You're in your mind, you're like, dude, I don't get it. Just like lug all the equipment by yourself, film yourself, and then we can complain chess stream to 5,000 people until you go on stage with DJ Mustard at the end of the night at 12. You know? Didn't you do that once? Do you feel safe in environments like this where there's so many people? Yeah. Of course I do. Don't enable our parasocialist tendencies. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not. Okay, so we're blasting off. Dude, look at the fucking bot. Aren't you there like terrorist propaganda videos? Aren't there like terrorist propaganda videos your chair should be showing your audience instead? They are very musical people. They are very musical people. I think these are like this gotta be a bot, right? Like there is something going on with like pro-Israeli accounts where they just, even if someone is like a full human being, the moment that they become a pro-Israeli account, they turn into a fucking NPC. They turn into a goddamn bot. Very strange. No, she's real. She's a conservative goth I've argued with before. No, I know. Your last video was kind of blowing up. Oh my God. The conservative awakening has begun. Oh my God. This is 500,000 in fucking 21 hours. I didn't even realize. How are you conservative and goth? I don't know. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, that's it. That's the. What else did you and Kneecap talk about? What did they think of America? I assume they hate it here. Dude, Kneecap and I almost exclusively talked about politics and foreign policy in general, and you know, anti-imperialism. That's literally all we talked about for 3 hours. It was amazing. Those guys are amazing. They are huge nerds as well. Like they are dialed in. They are straight up dialed the fuck in, dude. It was awesome. But cool, unlike you, yeah. But it was cool because like even before the stream, one of the things that we discussed was they saw me shitting on a chatter that was like, are these guys the EDL? And I was like, that is the worst thing you can say about these guys. Like, they are not the EDL. They're the opposite of the EDL or whatever. And they saw that and they loved that. So that's where that's what their like initial interaction was. And then they started watching the stream as well. So they watch the streams. That's a huge percentage of Belfast people, to be fair. That's why I moved here. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It is. They're so sick. They are literally the #1 white people like on the planet. Irish people from Ireland, not Irish Americans, okay? Because Irish Americans, we even talked about that as well. Irish Americans sometimes have a tendency to be very conservative, and I think like Irish people from Ireland look at that and they're shocked by how conservative Irish Americans get. But the reality of the matter is, like, we even talked about that, where they're like, yeah, it's because like it's whiteness, where within American politics, like once Irish people were accepted as white because they had white skin, even though they like were initially oppressed, it became like they became a part of the in-group. It's just cool. It's cool to watch. It's cool to have a conversation with people that just get it, you know? But yeah, they kept saying, you gotta come, and I'm going. Okay? I'm going to the north of Ireland. Not Northern Ireland, but to the north of Ireland. But yeah, they're dope. Asmin hating on you right now. What else is new, man? Oh my god, the sky is blue. Asmin is hating on me. Maybe he should stop hating on me and start loving on me, okay? Oh no. Oh no. I can't believe Asmin Gold is hating on me. What will I do? Brother. Oh, brother. You literally go anywhere with China? Yeah, a Trump supporting content creator hates me? What? This is so new to me. This is a new thing. All right. We're going to get to the news now because there's a lot to talk about. Okay? There's a lot to talk about. Obviously, we're going to start off with the Supreme Court of the United States, which once again came out with a decision, this time 7-2, not unanimous, because, you know, that's also concerning in and of itself, demanding the halting of deportations of Venezuelan migrants in Texas. Now, will the Trump administration follow through on this order? What the language looks like within the order. These are things that matter. Now, the reason why I say that is because the previous unanimous decision, the Trump administration used as an opportunity to test the waters of I guess legalese, saying, well, these guys did not want effectuation, they want facilitation. And if the demand from the Supreme Court is facilitation, we can kind of start the process of facilitation without actually facilitating the return of anyone that is falsely deported. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, but let's take a look for this new decision, and I'll talk about the old decisions as well.
Overnight in the immigration battle, the Supreme Court acting on an emergency appeal from the ACLU involving potential new deportation efforts. Our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, is live for us in Washington with the latest now. Good morning, Selena.
Hey, good morning, Gio. The Trump administration's battle with the courts is rapidly escalating. The Supreme Court is again weighing in on their deportation plans as Senator Chris Van Hollen fights for the release of a man who was mistakenly deported to that notorious prison in El Salvador.
Overnight, in a temporary move, the Supreme Court blocking the deportation of Venezuelan migrants held in Texas under the Alien Enemies Act, a centuries-old law that provides little to no due process. The court ruling on an emergency appeal from the ACLU directing the administration to pause the deportations until further order of this court. The ACLU saying they're relieved and that these men were in imminent danger of spending their lives in a horrific foreign prison without ever having had the chance to go to court. This comes amid the showdown over Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a migrant who is mistakenly deported to the infamous Secot prison in El Salvador. Senator Chris Van Hollen arriving back in the U.S., recounting their face-to-face meeting.
He was traumatized by being at Secot and fearful of many of the prisoners in other cell blocks.
Van Hollen says Salvadoran officials gave it.
Dude, the stuff that the right wing, the stuff that the right wing administration and right wing influencers have been doing surrounding this story unironically resembles like the shit stirring and the smear, the smear campaigns that like online lolcows engage in. It is kind of wild experiencing that as someone who both covers the news and has a more professional understanding of critical media analysis, and as someone who also routinely is the target of this like bottom of the barrel type like smear campaigns that initially were focused on, I don't know, random dark corners of the internet, like anonymous forums like on 4chan or the doxing forum, which I will not name. And now, because of Twitter, because of the Twitter purchase by Elon Musk and the 4chanification of Twitter, that has totally made the American government behave in the exact same way. There are photoshopped images, for example. It's kind of crazy that the Nayib Bukele administration in El Salvador and the MAGA movement across the board is engaging in some of the craziest ways to just lie actively. This is the hand of the man that the Democrats should feel should be brought back to the United States because he's such a fine and innocent person. They said he's not a member of MS-13, even though he's got MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. And two highly respected courts found that he was a member of MS-13, beat up his wife, etc. I was elected to take bad people out of the United States, among other things. I must be allowed to do my job, make America great again. This right here is so insane because, like, this is the worst, the fakest, most ridiculous Photoshop I have ever seen. I think they're trying to not say his fingers have MS-13 on it. They're trying to say that these images correspond to MS-13. Okay, but what's interesting about this is I don't even know if he has these finger tattoos. That's number one. And number two, they were so not MS-13 that not a single one of these tattoos were dinged initially. Not a single one of these tattoos was initially brought up in the first police report or the subsequent deportation reports. Because ICE fills a report to be like, these are the tattoos that we found on them to consider to be MS-13. And it's also wild because, yeah, this is New York Post runs an article suggesting the tattoos of Abrigo's hands are a sign of MS-13 affiliation, using a tweet from Captive Dreamer, an actual Nazi, as a source. This is Jesse Singal criticizing it. Libs are even freaking the fuck out about this. Right-wing liberals are freaking the fuck out about this. Bill Kristol is writing about how insane this is. Like, in the previous Trump administration, you had liberals be like, we got to abolish ICE. Second Trump administration, you have liberals writing articles about assassinating high-profile politicians, and you have Bill Kristol talking about the abolition of ICE. I don't know where we go from here, but I am at least a little bit glad that, like, even the most right-wing neocon reactionary freaks that still have some semblance of like institutions and the defense of institutions are recognizing that there is a need for change. This doesn't mean that all of these guys are genuine. This does not mean that these people are your allies right now, or they will remain your allies. But the reality of the matter is, I think there is a change in the overall vibes and the overall attitudes from the American public. I'm hearing like the very fact that, you know, I can't wait till it happens, or someone should do it. Like statements like that, vague statements like that are being pushed out openly on the fucking timeline by liberals. Okay. These are not like radical extremists. These are not radical extremist leftists saying this kind of stuff. It's actually your moms and your dads. It's like accountants, nurses, teachers, people that are people that you would never expect to say things like this. It is truly a wild time, and I think that the Democratic Party, of course, is not seizing on the moment and the anger and resentment, but I will say this has been my greatest moment of vindication, for the record. As Waifu Jenner Brent Mao says, you were saying a few weeks ago that normies don't know about the deportation regime. Has the Kilmar case changed that? Yes. What did I tell you? This is not even just like my moment of vindication for the past year. This is my moment of vindication for the past decade. I always have stressed the importance of Democratic politicians actively making a bigger deal about some of the awful things that the Trump administration or any administration is doing about migrants will inevitably cause media coverage around the atrocities, and that will inevitably cause the American public to very quickly turn around and go, this is unacceptable. I've been saying this. I've been saying this for years. I said this in the Biden administration, in the beginning of the Biden administration, where I openly stated early on, April or February of 2021, when the Biden administration was using Customs and Border Patrol to, you know, whip Haitian asylum seekers at the border, I was saying they cannot do this. They have to abide by the campaign promises that they made the first 100 days of immigration, like actively trying to create pathways towards amnesty. And if they don't do that, and if they cave and capitulate the right-wing framing on this issue, which I expected they were going to do, which they of course did, that the entire conversation would flip to the right and Americans would become incredibly reactionary on the issue of immigration, which happened. And in that time, in that exact time frame, I kept repeating over and over again, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous, both because this administration, the Trump administration, if they come into power, will actively seize on the right-wing white nativist sentiment and will do a cruel deportations regime. And if the liberals don't actually push back and don't counter message around this issue, Americans will be asleep. And for the first couple of months, Americans were indeed asleep. But the Kilmar Abrego situation changed that discourse. Why? Because the admin, due to one immigration attorney of the federal government and his moment of honesty, his brief moment of recognition and honesty, which he was subsequently fired over, okay, where they admitted that they had made a mistake in deporting Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland resident, to El Salvador, despite previous court orders not to deport this man to El Salvador. They made a mistake and they admitted that mistake, and that all of a sudden was a pivotal moment where people started focusing on this issue. And then Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, as I said, as I supported over and over again, actively pushed the issue and put his body on the line, flew directly down to El Salvador, and this became an even larger issue of note. It became an even more worthwhile issue. More media coverage around it, more attention being put on the Trump administration's erosion of due process, more focus around deportations and unjustifiable deportations in general. And this, in and of itself, is the reason as to why the El Salvador the El Salvador admin had to back away and get Chris Van Hollen, the Maryland senator, to visit Kilmar. I'm telling you right now, no, they didn't admit they were wrong. One of their lawyers did and was promptly fired for doing so. No, that's, what do you mean? That's what I said. The administration's attorney accidentally, in a moment of honesty, admitted to a mistake. That was enough. That was the pivotal point. Do you understand? For years and years, I have been screaming from the mountaintops about Democrats doing exactly what Van Hollen should have been doing, okay? Or what Van Hollen has done. Make this an issue that people have to pay attention to. And the first moment that they seized on that opportunity, we are seeing changes occur. Do you understand? This is why I always stress the importance. This is why I always stress the importance of working with the allies we have that are in positions of power, because Senator Chris Van Hollen is not, you know, one of my favorite senators at all. He is not close to me ideologically at all, but he did the right thing in the right moment. He actually moved beyond platitudes. Okay. He moved beyond platitudes, and he forced people to pay attention, because when you're a senator, you have this power. You have a bully pulpit, maybe not as vast and as large and as influential as the presidential one, but you still have a soapbox that you can utilize like this, especially if you personally go out there. Now, this doesn't mean that magically the situation will improve overnight. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay? This is not going to magically change the deportation regime. And as I have said, they are actively, the Trump administration is actively moving to disparage Manuel Kilmar, or Kilmar Garcia, sorry, in more dramatic ways, in more ridiculous ways. But this is a pivotal moment. This is a attitude shift. Trust me when I say this. Okay? Trust me when I say this. It's just beginning. And more people within the margins are going to, more and more people within the margins are going to change their perspective on this issue. They're going to come out and speak out against this. I promise. Especially since, where is it? This very moment right here is a pivotal one, because it shows everyone that has been protesting that your anger and your protests do matter, that Democrats taking a principled stance matters. As I've said, they want to make COACHELLA the place where dissidents disappear without due process. We cannot let this happen. This is the first small battle in a much larger fight. Okay? Asman already falling for the tattoos hard. Dude, brother, when will you understand? He is a right-wing fascism mouthpiece, okay? The fact that he doesn't personally care about right-wing bullshit does not change that dynamic. He's not falling for anything. He's just spitting out and regurgitating right-wing propaganda. That's all it is. His goal here, for his personal goals, his personal ambition is clout and relevance. Not money, but just simply relevance. Okay? And he's getting quite a bit of that. He's getting a lot of love and he's getting a lot of relevance right now. But the way to achieve that is by just repeating whatever the right-wing dumb fucks want to hear. Okay? It's not about being correct. It's never about being correct. It's not about like avoiding coming across as hypocritical or anything like that. Very few people that are that invested in the right-wing project care about that. Okay? He simply cares about regurgitating right-wing propaganda because that offers him clicks, relevance, and a lot of love from an audience that wants this bottom of the barrel right-wing propaganda, while also demonstrating himself as an apolitical centrist who seemingly almost always finds himself suspiciously on the reactionary side of every issue. He's genuinely trying to capture what he thinks is some kind of reasonable... Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? There is no reasonable centrist opinion on a false deportation like this. He thinks that this is he thinks that he can present himself as a centrist who is approaching this within the boundaries of reason and claiming that he's apolitical because that's what right-wingers do. What are you talking about? Tim Pool for years claimed to be a fucking liberal. What are we talking about? Even after Tim Pool straight up said Donald Trump was going to win every state in the 2020 election, he still maintained this idea, this ideal, this optics, the optics of like being apolitical or a centrist or even a liberal, as a matter of fact. I'm just a liberal. I just seemingly agree with everything that Trump is doing. Please stop. It's just marketing. Some of you fall for the marketing pretty aggressively, I think.
Abrego Garcia, no information about why he was sent to the prison.
I asked the vice president exactly that question. You know, why is he here? Is he violating any laws in El Salvador? Do you have any proof that he's committed a crime? No. Why is he here? Because the Trump administration is paying us to keep him here.
President Trump lashing out at Van Hollen's trip.
I think you're talking about Dave Rubin and not Tim Pool. No, I'm talking about Tim Pool, but Dave Rubin is another example of this. When the I'm a centrist thing, when the I'm a centrist that's simply looking at this from a reasonable position shtick dries up, when that position dries up, they inevitably swing actively to the right. They will openly recognize that they're right wing. To the surprise of nobody, okay? But it's the same fucking grift. I've been doing this for 10 years. Do you know how many fucking centrists I've seen? Jordan B. Peterson. Jordan Peterson was supposed to be a centrist, a liberal, Canadian, right? What happened? Look at where he's at now. Bill Maher, supposedly the centrist liberal. These guys have always done the same thing, and people keep falling for it over and over again. It's so shocking to me.
No, look, he's a fake. I know him. I know them all. They're all fake. And they have no interest in that prisoner. That prisoner's record is unbelievably bad.
The Trump administration insists Abrego Garcia is a violent gang member.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you some of the most insane things that these guys have done, both Nayib Bukele and also the Trump administration has done so far to lie about this dude, okay? He's a first-year smart apprentice, okay? Sheet metal and transportation worker apprentice, okay? Like, this dude is a union member. He's a union brother. He has an American citizen wife and an American citizen son with special needs. And the way that they are disparaging him in an effort to justify this deportation is instructive, because they want to be able to get away with swaying the public opinion at a time when there is finally some pushback. They also don't want to show that they will cave and capitulate to any kind of pushback, no matter what. Has the union made a statement on this? Yes, the union has made plenty of statements on this, of course. His union was one of the first organizations that came out with a public statement. This is the opportunity not to celebrate, but instead to push even harder, as a matter of fact, to extend the conversation to the Mahmoud Khalil situation, to extend the conversation to Mosin, to extend the conversation to Rumeysa Öztürk. There are so many that are also being detained right now falsely, illegally, for a violation that the government is engaging in, an egregious violation that the government is engaging in, that is a direct violation of the First Amendment, the most important one. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. And the government knows that these guys are simply being detained and possibly deported because of what they have done, what kind of exercising of the First Amendment they've engaged in, because they want this to be a way to open the conversation, a way to erode the First Amendment protections, first for non-citizens that are legal permanent residents, like, you know, documented immigrants that are on a pathway towards naturalization to begin with. Then they will move to recently naturalized citizens. Then they will inevitably move to natural born citizens. Donald Trump is actively working on a deportation scheme for homegrown American natural born U.S. citizens. I'm telling you right now, this is where it is headed. I have not been wrong so far, so heed my warnings. Okay, a lot of people are still kind of oblivious to the grand scheme here, the larger goals of this administration.
Which his family denies. He has no criminal convictions and they've provided no evidence. Van Hollen says the administration is blatantly defying the Supreme Court, which has ordered them to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release.
Senator Van Hollen says that Abrego Garcia's case is about more than just one person. He says it's about protecting the constitutional rights and due process of every person who lives in America. Janae?
All right, Selena Wang there in Washington. Thank you.
I do need you to understand something here, okay? So Chris Van Hollen did this thing and it saw some success, and as is the case, I will give you an analog from like petty grievances that online influencers that love drama and the smear campaigns that they engage in to help you develop a better understanding of how devolved the current administration actually is, because they're doing similar 4chan tactics here. Okay, one thing that you always see is whenever someone like myself does something cool or whatever, the usual suspects will come out and immediately start a campaign to fucking smear me. One of those was this one, ironically enough, when the Content Cop came out with iDubbbz. What did these guys do? They fucking found like a tweet that I don't even remember tweeting about Diddy and deleted, I don't even know when, okay, to claim that I had purchased the Redactive software and you know, deleted this like Diddy tweet or something. It was a major self-own in general, and obviously a lot of people dunked on them. It's also additionally funny because the guy who owns the fucking Zionist, who owns the software, this privacy software, is quite literally gotten $1.5 million from P. Diddy. Ethan even shared it too. Yeah, they're fucking insane. Nobody cares about this, okay? Now, the point I'm trying to make here is not what happened here. The point I'm trying to make is that like this kind of low-hanging fruit, like this kind of like ridiculous smear, okay? This kind of fucking ridiculous smear in and of itself is something that you normally wouldn't expect from any sort of serious administration. It reeks of desperation, okay? It reeks of desperation. When you recognize that you're losing the battle, you're just looking for anything you can to disparage the people involved. Okay, even if you're, I mean, you behave like a fucking online degenerate stalker, and that's what the administration is doing. with the tattoo thing, or that's what Nayib Bukele did. Okay, with this, hold on. This right here was the Bukele administration's attempt where they placed these fucking glasses with salt on the brim and a cherry to make it seem like he was sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen. Okay? Like, that is such low effort, such bottom of the barrel clown shit. Okay? Like, that was the first attempt. That was the first attempt to be like, see, he's having a great time. And you can see in his fake fucking face, he's not having a great time. Like, look at him. Does this look like the face of a man who's having a fucking great time? I mean, they bring up an old tweet. I don't think they want to go ban for ban on past controversies law. No, that's, don't focus on the shit that Dan Saltman is doing, even though he is like, you know, infinitely closer to P. Diddy than I ever have been. I don't know why he even brought that angle of attack personally, but like, the real point is, I'm using that as an analog. I'm saying that these guys are behaving like fucking 4chan trolls. That's the point. The administration is behaving like a rabid sociopathic 4chan troll who never leaves the fucking basement. We are literally devolving as a society. Then they moved on. They moved on from the drinks to his tattoos, or they turned around and showed a point from this conversation where Chris Van Hollen looks behind, thinking that Kilmar's wife is to his right instead of his left. They literally fucking zoomed in on it. They zoomed in on it to be like, oh, he doesn't even know who Kilmar's wife is. Like, that was insane. Like, the shit that these guys are doing right now, is so fucking deranged. They're trying to belittle Chris Van Hollen for the attempts and his achievement in this regard, and they're reaching for some of the most desperate shit they possibly can. Most of it is irrelevant to the point of contention, of course, but it's a way to basically engage in a war of attrition. It's very effective. No, it's not. It's only effective if you find yourself duped by any number of different things and you don't focus up on the main problem. And the media luckily has not caved into this. Okay, the media hasn't thus far given into this. One thing that they also did was bring up the domestic civil, the domestic issues that Kilmar and his wife had, right? Immediately they were like, see, he's a wife beater. He's a wife beater. It's like, bro, his wife is literally prominently on stage every day demanding his return. That doesn't make you question the things that you're going along. That doesn't make you question the things that you're presenting as like a reason to keep him in fucking El Salvador. Not only did she file for a temporary restraining order, she never actually fulfilled the restraining order in any way. She never actually fulfilled the restraining order at all. She also had to give quotes to Newsweek about this, where she had to be like, listen, wait, I was really worried and you know, I guess quote unquote jumped the gun when I filed for this out of caution because of my previous relationship that was abusive, and we worked through our problems. And I never actually fucking filed I never actually went along with the restraining order in general. We went to marriage counseling and we're in a fucking loving relationship where I want my husband to come back to the United States of America. So the idea that this is enough for enough justification for deportation is silly on its face, but it doesn't fucking matter, right? It doesn't matter at all. They're just desperately grabbing onto anything and everything they can do. I'll give you another analog. It's like when the ADL recognizes that they have lost the battle, the propaganda battle. The ADL does not have any power here, any influence here in swaying public opinion because of Israel's atrocities, what do? They turn around and focus their attention and their priorities on increasingly smaller targets. After October 7, Bill Ackman was doxing Harvard students for writing fucking in the Harvard newspaper identical pieces to the Haaretz editorial board that said October 7 is still directly the responsibility of Israel, which is true. It's a correct statement. And a bunch of Harvard students got doxxed for that. And Bill A. Ackman was running around demanding flesh, okay? A year into Israel's genocide, the public opinion has changed dramatically against Israel. And what are they doing now? They're going after like the Weather Channel for having a fucking advertisement where one of the models is wearing a keffiyeh. So like the targets change and they get increasingly pettier, increasingly more petty, and increasingly less consequential targets overall. But it's an act of desperation. Okay, that's it. This comes from the desperation that they recognize because they're losing. They're losing on the public front. People are starting to recognize what the fuck's going on. Do you understand? They're just grasping at straws. They're just trying to grab onto anything and everything they can.
So here's what happened. When I first sat down with Kilmar, we just had glasses of water on the table. I think maybe some coffee. And as we were talking, one of the government people came over and deposited 2 other glasses on the table with ice, and I don't know if it was salt or sugar around the top, but they look like margaritas. And if you look at the one they put in front of Kilmar, it actually had a little less liquid than the one in front of me, to try to make it look, I assume, like he drank out of it. Let me just be very clear. Neither of us touched the drinks that were in front of us. And if you want to play a little Sherlock Holmes, I'll tell you how you can know that. So if you look at the video or the picture I sent out from the beginning of our meeting, you'll see there are no glasses on the table. So you'll see in later videos they are on the table. But they made a little mistake. For some people are very careful, right?
This is bad Hasbara, exactly. They're doing Israel shit. That's what they're doing. It reminds me of a desperate but violent state that is actively trying to do anything and everything they can to disparage the people that they are torturing, okay? And those who demand an end to said torture.
If you sip out of one of those glasses, some of whatever it was, salt or sugar.
Additionally ironic because Nayib Bukele is Palestinian, by the way. I hate to recognize that and I hate to admit that, but he is, I mean, he is probably the worst Palestinian on the fucking planet, but...
would disappear. You would see a gap.
Yeah, people don't know that Nayib Bukele is literally Palestinian.
Nobody drank any margaritas or sugar water or whatever it is. But this is a lesson into the lengths that President Bukele will do to deceive people about what's going on. And it's also shows the lengths that the Trump administration and the president will go to, because when he was asked about a reporter about this, he just went along for the ride. So the White House and the president have been lying about this case from the beginning, from the Supreme Court to the...
Yeah, look at this. Hey, Chris Van Hollen, I went ahead and changed your office plaque for you. Chris Van Hollen, senator from El Salvador. Oh my God, they're so fucking stupid. That's the other thing. They're doing like a bunch of AI art to be like, oh, he wants to kiss and make out. He wants to make out with the MS-13 gang member. He wants to have gay sex with the MS-13 gang member. Lol. And these are like 65-year-old, 75-year-old adults, okay? No self-respect, no decency whatsoever. Oh, we're epically owning these people.
Sí se puede. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
It's good to be home. Now we need to end the illegal abduction of Kilmar Arbego Garcia and bring him home too. We're joined by his wife, Jennifer, by his mother, Cecilia, by his brother, Cesar, and thank all of the rest of you who are joining us in solidarity with the Constitution and Kilmar. Look, I'm a little sleep deprived, and I want to be as clear as possible about what this is about and what it's not about. So I'm going to read the remarks that I wrote on the plane ride home. As the federal courts have said, we need to bring Mr. Abrego Garcia home to protect his constitutional rights to due process. And it's also important that people understand this case is not just about one man. It's about protecting the constitutional rights of everybody who resides in the United States.
Yes, yes.
If you deny the constitutional rights of one man, you threaten the constitutional rights and due process for everyone else in America.
Yes, thank
The
you.
Fourth Circuit put it very clearly in its strong opinion yesterday, and I quote, "It is difficult in some cases to get to the very heart of the matter, but in this case, it is not hard at all. The government, in this case the Trump administration, is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. Further, it claims, in essence, that because it has rid itself of custody, that there is nothing that can be done. This should be shocking not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense.
Yeah, I will talk about the liberals going crazy too.
Far removed from the courthouses still hold dear."
No, Kilmar is not back on U.S. soil, but Senator Chris Van Hollen's efforts, at the very least, move the needle in the direction of inevitably bringing him back to U.S. soil, to his family, to his friends, to his co-workers, to his brothers in the union. Okay? He has MS-13 knuckle tattoo. I know. Every fucking knucklehead on the planet is coming in and going, he has a MS-13 knuckle tattoo. It's like, who? No. What the fuck are you talking about? He's outside COACHELLA now. He's in another prison that's less insane. You want to know something that is hilarious about the knuckle tattoo situation? The fucking ICE agents, if he truly had knuckle tattoos initially that suggested MS-13 gang affiliation, would have put that in the report. That's it. They wouldn't have run around for the past week or so. The defenders of this deportation regime wouldn't have been running around being like, well, he's wearing a Chicago Bulls hat, even though he lived in Maryland. Clearly, he's MS-13. They would have started off with that, don't you think? It was never even on any of the fucking, it was never even presented as evidence. MS-13 is super tatted up. Okay? If you're MS-13, you're tatted up. People don't necessarily hide that they're MS-13 affiliated. Okay? The idea that like the Department of Homeland Security failed the precursory analysis of his tattoos for multiple years at this point, only to recognize them after the administration openly admitted that they wrongfully deported this man to El Salvador, after a previous immigration court judge said that he specifically is not MS-13 and is in threat. He is under threat by MS-13. If he were to be deported to El Salvador, he would most likely get killed. The idea that like All of those things happen, but magically now he has MS-13 knuckle tattoos. It's fucking ridiculous. Also, guess what, dude? Due process. This is why due process is a necessity. I know it has 300,000 likes on Twitter. It does not matter. The president can just lie about whatever the fuck he wants to, and people will just eat it up.
They summed up the issue at stake perfectly. And that's why the Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, ordered the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Mr. Abrego Garcia. Now, the Trump administration wants to flat out lie about what this case is about. They want to change the subject. They want to make it about something else. And they are flouting the orders from the Federal District Court, the Fourth Circuit Court, and the Supreme Court to facilitate his return. That's why I traveled to El Salvador, leaving here on Wednesday. And I want to express my gratitude to members of my family and members of my staff who agree that we all must be prepared to take risks because of the current risk to our Constitution itself. In addition to having a variety of discussions on bilateral issues between the United States and El Salvador, I had two main goals. One was to urge the government of El Salvador not to be complicit in the illegal abduction and detention of Mr.
Serious question. Since when has it been illegal to just be in a gang? That's actually a really good question. And it also shows that we have completely lost sight of how these things are supposed to be. You're not wrong. It is technically, and I know people will lose their minds when I say this, it's not illegal to be gang affiliated. Okay? It's entirely dependent on what your affiliation is. It's entirely dependent on what kind of investigation has been conducted and what kind of facilitation of gang activity that you've participated in. So yes, it is technically not even illegal to be in a gang, which is so crazy to say because when those words even come out of my mouth, okay? When those words even come out of my mouth, it's like it comes across like I'm living in a separate planet here. Like people will hear that and go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Of course it is. No, it's not. It's illegal to do a crime. It's kind of a goofy point, to be fair. It's not. It's not even a goofy point. It's actually a very serious point. And the larger consideration here is how far we've moved the needle away from like what due process used to look like and what the criminal justice system used to look like. Now, this is just for the United States of America, okay? And considering that there is now a vague terrorism designation for the MS-13 gang and Tren de Aragua, it doesn't even fucking matter, obviously, especially because these are deportation proceedings. So there is a lower bar to clear. But the government has even lowered that bar further by claiming everyone is a fucking terrorist without any due process whatsoever. So, you know, we've... If initially the argument was like, well, hold up, you could just say anyone and everyone is a gang member if you think that that's appropriate for any kind of criminal proceeding, you're wrong. To the government can say whoever they want is a terrorist and there's no investigation in that process, there's no due process whatsoever, and they can just deport you. It is insane.
Abrego Garcia, and to release him. I made that request directly to the Vice President of El Salvador. The President was out of country at the time, and I previously reported on that conversation. My principal mission was to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife.
Yes, Hell's Angels would be a great example of this, except the Trump administration likes Hell's Angels. They consider them to be a white gang. That's why the Trump movement in general will always be like, Hell's Angels are going to go to battle. They fantasize about the Hell's Angels like protecting America, not realizing that half the fucking Hell's Angels are also Latino. But that's besides the point. And they're not white at all. And they consider Hell's Angels to be an American gang, an honorable gang, a gang that's going to fight against Tren de Aragua. That's the fantasy. Remember when they were hallucinating about, aldım gönderdim orduru. When they were hallucinating about the fucking the Aurora, Colorado apartment complex situation, claiming that Tren de Aragua had overtaken a apartment complex. They were fantasizing about gelir gelmez yapmaya başlarsan iyi olur. They were fantasizing about how Hell's Angels are moving into Aurora, Colorado to fight the fucking Tren de Aragua gangs.
Wife Jennifer and his family that I would do everything in my power to make that happen.
Yeah, look.
And last night,
fact check, video does not show Hell's Angels riding to Colorado in August 2024.
8:45 p.m. here on the East Coast. I called
Hell's Angels on their way to Aurora, Colorado to help clean up the apartments being invaded by illegals from Valenzuela. Valenzuela, baby. Raise hell. Praise Dale. The difference is that they're white. No, they're not even. They're not even white. They're not even fucking white.
Called Jennifer to tell her that I had met with Kilmar. And I told her what he said to me, which was first and foremost that he missed her and his family. And as he said that, you could see a tear go down his.
He looks back here and she's on the other side, and the Republicans literally zoomed in on this to be like, he doesn't even know Kilmar Brega Garcia's wife. He doesn't even know what she looks like. This is all a sham. And they cut it before he actually found her in the background. Like, I saw so many clips, dude. God damn, the timeline is so fucking polluted with like the dumbest shit. I swear to God. Oh, it's so stupid.
Now, getting a meeting with Kilmar was not easy. On Wednesday, I met with the Vice President of El Salvador and asked if I could meet with him. The answer was no. I asked if I returned the following week whether I could meet with him. The answer was no. I asked if I could call him on the phone. The answer was no. I asked if his wife Jennifer could call him on the phone. The answer was no. No to his wife, no to his mother, no to his lawyer.
Please let this go. He is a gang member, not a U.S. citizen. Move on to better things like Free Luigi the American. Wait, what? Why did the inner city press say he moved to Santa Ana? Please let this go. He is not a citizen. There are bigger things to fight for. For example, fight for justice for Luigi, not an illegal gang member. Shit like this makes me want to quit on the spot. I swear to God, dude. Land back, land back, land back. Land back though. Land back. I swear to God. I don't even know what's going on here. What about Native American people? This citizenship talk is so juvenile. Native Americans are only birthright citizens. His ancestors walked into this land and got citizenship that way. What a clown. Chatter. I feel like you need to go back to the bot farm that you came from. What the fuck? Hey guys, not a federal agent here. Definitely just a liberal. I love screaming land back and then turning around and being like, immigrants should be falsely smeared as terrorists, and I will believe them, and simultaneously demand, like, how can you be like pro Native American rights and then and demand land back while simultaneously being like, and Kilmar Abrego Garcia should be executed in COACHELLA? Like, do you think we couldn't see your previous takes in the chat? What's going on here? What bot farm? I am a Cali, that was speaking about Native American land back. I'm a Cali Native American. A Native American that's pro Luigi Mangione, but also pro white nativist immigration is hilarious. Okay, well then you are perhaps the dumbest person. If you're not, me assuming that you're a federal agent here was actually in your favor. I thought that you had, you know, something going on up here, and it wasn't just like a bunch of quarters, nickels, and dimes just rattling off in there in a tin can. White nativist, Native American is hilarious. It feels like a bit. Lol, bro, you are so confused. I am real. You will not call me dumb to my face, bro. No, I will. I promise you I will. I am right now. I'm telling you right now, you are very dumb. On the one hand, you're saying land back to Native Americans. On the other hand, you're saying America's white nativist policies and reactionary propaganda is totally valid and effective on me, a Native American who wants land back. How the fuck? Have you never heard from anyone? You know, no one is illegal on stolen land. You know, basic concepts. Hashtag Native Americans for genocide. Hashtag Native Americans for white nativism. This has to be a bit. No, there are people like this. Yes, there are reactionary Native Americans as well. It's just funny that it exists. It's very stupid. Hey, you the one who fucked prostitutes from a brothel which was raided for human trafficking? No. I hope this helps. The answer is no, but I'm pretty sure you knew that already. But thank you. Thank you for asking. I assume now that you know the truth, you will go, oh, my bad. Perhaps. Hasan, why do you refuse to have or engage with Ukrainians on your streams? Because you talk about the importance of hearing opinions of people and receiving their end of the war, and yet you continue to ignore them? That's not true. The fuck? One, I have had Ukrainians on the stream before, and secondly, I have there was a dude who was a part of the Ukrainian Defense Forces that wanted to come on, but he never followed up. I was actually excited. We made sure that he was like he was the real deal, but yeah, of course I would have I would have Ukrainians on the stream. Why wouldn't I? The fuck? Stop wasting your time on disingenuous chatter trying to distract you from the subject matter. I know. Yeah. I had the #1. I wanted to have the #1 lover of Ukraine on the stream. His name is Ryan Ruth. Free Ryan Ruth, the political prisoner.
So the following day, which was yesterday, I decided to give it another try by driving to COACHELLA. COACHELLA is the notorious prison where Kilmar was taken when he was abducted. I was accompanied by a lawyer for Kilmar's wife Jennifer and mother Cecilia, Chris Newsom.
You can find me on Twitter, dude. I barely discovered you, lol. Okay, well, you're still stupid. I'm sorry. If you literally are eating away, if you are personally a Native American with multiple fucking degrees, you're failing to comprehend why I'm calling you stupid. I'm saying your position is stupid, okay? if you are Native American, as you claim, you know better than anybody else what white supremacy and white nativist policies look like, since your ancestors were fucking ethnically cleansed by the Anglo-Saxon settlers. Okay? How can you not follow that logical through line to its inevitable conclusion of a random Salvadoran man who has come to U.S. soil to work an honest job and marry an American citizen, have a child here? How can you fucking turn around and be like, nah, this guy's actually a MS-13 gang member? No, it's not. He is an illegal, point blank, period. He did not get sent there for no reason. Yes, he did. He did get sent there for no reason. You are so fucking stupid. Oh my God. Would you ever collab with a Mexican? Or do you just eat our food al pastor? I collab with a Mexican every day. His name is Mauricio, also known as March. I think some chatters think he's actually Asian now because we meme about that all the time. Authentico. Yeah, anyway, I will respect his race change to Asian. Anyway, stop giving your Twitter out. You're, oh my God, you're too stupid to understand how the internet works, I think. Listen, chatter. When the Anglo-Saxon hordes of settlers came on to your ancestral homeland, the justification for wiping out your great-great-great-great-grandparents were identical to the justifications that you are recirculating in this chat. That this person has no right to be here. This person is violent. This person has done violence. He's a gang member. It is a modernized version of the manifest destiny white nativist arguments made. This is the tragic irony that you fail to comprehend. This is why I'm calling you stupid. If you're actually a Native American who is eating the white nativist anti-immigrant propaganda, you're a little dumb. I'm sorry. Please reconsider your stance. Okay? The very same people, the very same groups, and the very same ideology that called your ancestors savages that must be purged from this land that will belong to the Anglo-Saxon Protestants are the very same fucking groups now saying the exact same thing. It's the same ideology. If you cannot comprehend this, I don't know what to tell you. This is the point, okay? Whether I assume that you're a federal agent or not is irrelevant, okay? That's more so just a meme.
About 3 kilometers outside of COACHELLA, we were pulled over by soldiers.
And it is not just Kilmar Abrego Garcia that is falsely deported. The reason why we are talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia is because out of the 90% of all people that have been deported to COACHELLA thus far that have no criminal record whatsoever, he was the only one that the federal government accidentally admitted a mistaken deportation on. He literally said, or the federal government's immigration attorney accidentally revealed in a moment of honesty that they had fucked up. That's it. That is why this is a story. The reason why this is a story, despite the fact that it is simply the tip of the iceberg, okay? The reason why this is a story, in spite of the fact that it's only the tip of the iceberg, is because of that reason. Because it's such an obvious error, and it's so cruel and so uniquely unjustifiable that even Democrats are basically fucking running on with this and actively campaigning against it. No, lol, teach me. I don't know the internet like that. My bad. I'm a regular person, and I do not think you can comprehend that gang life in Mexico and El Salvador is really bad. I'm against human trafficking, etc. How did he get here? I did not see this was an accident. Where is that? I mean, I've been covering it nonstop. Maybe if you stop chirping in the chat and just listen to what I was saying, you would understand that this person not only was mistakenly sent to El Salvador, the federal government openly admitted that that was a mistake that they sent to El Salvador, which is precisely the reason why this is actually an active conversation that's taking place right now with Senator Chris Van Hollen going all the way down to El Salvador to try to at least get proof of life, which he successfully did. Stop believing the lies that the government tells you. Oh my God. Every single person that's like, I'm the biggest skeptic, I think all politicians lie to you, eat up the fucking anti-immigrant propaganda, hook, line, and sinker. It is shocking, okay? It is shocking how little healthy skepticism they demonstrate against certain narratives that correspond to the ideology that's baked into their minds. White supremacy, white nativism, despite being a Native American, apparently.
You could see the rest of the traffic was allowed to go by. We were pulled over by soldiers and told that we were not allowed to proceed any farther. When I asked why, I was told that they had orders not to allow us to go any further.
Yeah, add insult to injury, him being originally from El Salvador means that he also has indigenous roots. This is part of the reason why the government is like actively fucking using him part of the reason why the government nabbed him from the streets, okay? His indigenous roots come in the form of his brown skin, which ironically is part of the reason why the ICE Gestapo agents fucking nabbed him off the street, okay? Not because he was a threat to anybody, but simply for that reason. So being a native yourself, you should probably understand that better than anybody else. Holy fuck.
When I asked them if they knew anything about the condition of Mr. Abrego Garcia, they said no. And so much later in the afternoon, I was actually getting ready to catch a plane out of San Salvador back here later yesterday evening. And all of a sudden, I got word that I would be allowed to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And they
I don't have much knowledge about Bukele, but he seems to be quite popular within El Salvador. Why do we have a problem with him? Genuinely curious. I'm not very knowledgeable about the issue. He is very popular in El Salvador, at least for now. Okay. But you know who's very popular despite being a belligerent right-wing monster? Donald Trump. His popularity has only seemingly started to wane as of the last month or so, even though he's done like horrible things, and that's barely put a dent in his popularity, his approval ratings, as opposed to his first term. That's it. Popularity in this case does not necessarily mean it's right. I mean, yeah, Hitler was popular with the Germans. Franco was popular. Donald Trump is popular. Vladimir Putin is popular. This doesn't mean that they're correct.
Hotel where I was staying. And after that meeting, as I said, I called his wife, Jennifer, to report on some of the news of that meeting. And now I'm going to report to all of you about our discussion. When I told him that his wife and family sent their love and were fighting for Kilmar to return home every day, he said that he was worried about all of you. That was his response. How are you dealing with this horrible ordeal and nightmare for the family? He said that thinking of you, members of his family, is what gave him the strength to persevere, to keep going day to day, even under these awful circumstances. He spoke several times about your 5-year-old son who has autism. 5-year-old son who was in the car in Maryland when Kilmar was pulled over by U.S. government agents and handcuffed. His 5-year-old son was in the car at that time. He told me that he was taken to Baltimore first. I assume that was the Baltimore Detention Center. He asked to make a phone call from there to let people know what had happened to him. but he was denied that opportunity. He said he was later taken with some others from Baltimore to a detention center in Texas. And some point thereafter, I don't know whether it was a period of hours or days, he was handcuffed, shackled, and put on a plane along with some others where they couldn't see out of the windows. There was no way to see where they were going in the plane. They didn't know for sure where they were going. They landed in El Salvador, and he was taken to COACHELLA prison. He was placed in a cell with, if I recall correctly, and don't hold me to it, of about 25 other prisoners at COACHELLA. He said he was not afraid of the other prisoners in his immediate cell, but that he was traumatized by being at COACHELLA and fearful of many of the prisoners in other cell blocks who called out to him and taunted him in various ways. He told me, and this was yesterday, that 8 days ago, so I guess 9 days ago from today, he was moved to another detention center in Santa Ana, where the conditions are better. But he said despite the better conditions, he still has no access to any news from the outside world and no ability to communicate with anybody in the outside. His conversation with me was the first communication he'd had with anybody outside of prison since he was abducted. He said he felt very sad about being in a prison because he had not committed any crimes.
Yeah, the COACHELLA facility is such a horrible facility that even the American government acknowledges its atrocities, the atrocious conditions. I would go so far as to say that the Trump administration is using COACHELLA specifically for that purpose as well, because it is a horrible, like it's a prison that has worse conditions than the American prisons. It is a concentration camp. And I have long detailed the exact reasons as to why this administration is using COACHELLA and this deportation regime to inevitably ship away anyone and everyone they claim to be a terrorist for exercising dissent, their First Amendment rights, and tackling all of those issues. They're using multiple different court battles at the same time and trying to see how far they can take this, basically stress testing the system and what remains of the institutional control, what remains of the separation of powers, in an effort to write new rules, create new precedents so they can legally, in air quotes, create this deportation regime. It's on the one hand, with the likes of Mahmoud Khalil, they're looking at basically taking away people's green card and legal permanent residency for the crime of their free speech. They want to criminalize free speech to the best of their ability for non-citizens first, documented legal permanent residents first, and then they will inevitably move to recently naturalized citizens. Then they'll inevitably move to naturalized citizens across the board. Then they'll inevitably move to natural born US citizens. These are things that the Trump administration has actively talked about. Okay. They also simultaneously need to erode due process. And if the courts respond to that, they need to violate court orders. They want to destroy the persuasive power that the highest court in the United States of America has, completely eviscerating the separation of powers so that no one can stand in their way. Part of that also means you have to eliminate dissent and any sort of legal battles that you might see. And a way to do that is to go to all of the largest law firms in the country and actively target them to make sure that they play ball, so that any law firm that has federal that you know works in the federal court system cannot go into federal property. That's a thing that the Trump administration did. And I don't want to say quietly did that. They openly did it, right? With an executive order. But the problem was, Bud, you literally read like a Fed courting a 15-year-old boy on a 4chan board? What are you talking about? I don't know who you're referencing in the chat. I will watch it later, but dude, it was real. Why are reports saying he's a gang member? I'm not a Fed or a racist. What the fuck? Why do people think I'm a Fed? That's crazy. It's because you're saying such unimaginably stupid things while also maintaining your native background that people see that juxtaposition and assume that you must be cynically saying these sorts of things because you're being paid by the federal government to actively agitate in the chat, like COINTELPRO style. Okay, that's why. It's because they're trying to ascribe some semblance of intellect to your brain, because what you're saying is so stupid and is so nonsensical with someone of your background, if you're being honest, that people are like, oh, this must be someone who is actively trying to sow dissent. Initially, it was a joke, and I don't think you're a federal agent at all. I think you were just kind of silly. But the reason why people think you're a Fed is because you're so goddamn clueless that people are like, this must be someone who hasn't had their brain erased and smoothened out by Fox News, but instead is like, there's a sign of life in there, you know? This is not like a vegetable. There's a sign of life in there, so there must be a secondary reason as to why they're behaving this way, you know? That's why people are calling you a Fed. Baba, geldi. Anyway, I'm done responding to this person. In chat, you should also stop responding to this person, please. They should just kick back and listen to my words. All right?
When I asked him what was the one thing he would ask for in addition to his freedom, he said he wanted to talk to his wife, Joe. I told him I would work very hard to make that happen. I told him that in addition to his family, that all of you who are here today were fighting to bring him home. I told him that his brothers and sisters in his union, the sheet metal workers union, were fighting to bring him home. That brought a smile to his face. I told him that millions of Americans understand that what is happening to him is a threat to their own constitutional rights. I told him about the decisions of the federal courts, the district court, the Fourth Circuit Court, the Supreme Court. And I think that in addition to knowing that his family was fighting for him, all of that gave him strength. The fact that all of you here were fighting for him. I want to say something about the Trump administration's efforts to change the conversation about what this case is about. This case is about upholding constitutional rights for Abrego Garcia and for every American. The President Trump and the Trump administration wants to say that those who are fighting to stand up for our Constitution don't want to fight gang violence. That is an outright lie. That is a big, big lie. I, for one, have been fighting against transnational gang violence, especially MS-13, for over 20 years. Probably for longer than Donald Trump ever uttered those words, MS-13. Over 20 years ago.
Yeah. Okay, look, I'm gonna move on from these statements, but like, if you want to understand how incompetent this goddamn government is, here's an American doctor that received an email from immigration officials telling her to leave the country immediately, and she's not the only one. If you recall, a couple days ago, an immigration attorney stated on the timeline that her wife had gotten this exact notice of termination of parole on the same date, April 11th. Initially, I was like, I don't know if there is validity to this, or I don't know if what happened here, right? Because it seemed so ridiculous that the federal government would actively do an email mass blast out to random people who are American citizens on accident of a notice of termination of parole. Except that is real. That is what happened. The government is basically doing like scam phishing emails at this point.
Time for you to leave the United States. That's the first sentence Lisa Anderson saw in an email she got from the Department of Homeland Security Friday.
The language seems pretty threatening to whoever it might actually apply to.
She thought it was spam at first, but the email was very real after Anderson had it vetted. What created confusion is that Anderson, who's a physician and lives in Cromwell, was born in Pennsylvania and is a U.S. citizen.
I really have no idea how my email ended up on that list unless someone else was using that as a false email.
She now carries her passport on the advice of attorneys and is looking for representation from an actual immigration attorney worried about legal repercussions, something she never thought she would ever need.
I don't have anything to do with immigration, and I never thought that I would be needed the services of an immigration attorney either, and that's where I find myself.
This comes just days after 2 Boston immigration attorneys got the same email.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the Boston
from
email.
DHS, despite being U.S. citizens themselves. A senior DHS official telling our sister station, NBC Boston, that Customs and Border Protection has been sending these emails to people who do not have lawful status in the U.S., saying, quote, if a non-personal email, such as an American citizen contact, was provided by the alien, notices may have been sent to unintended recipients. CBP is monitoring communications and will address any issues on a case-by-case basis. Anderson is warning anyone who may have gotten the emails to take them seriously and get legal help.
It does make me concerned there's a lot more people out there like me who probably also thought this was spam, who probably don't realize that they might have a problem.
Yeah. They're sending mass blast emails because we are run by the most incompetent charlatans of all time. They're sending mass blast emails to American citizens saying like you're gonna get deported. Okay. They're fucking doing the shittiest slop job of Photoshop here, which I guess you could say is simply to suggest that these tattoos are MS-13 tattoos, but it doesn't even matter because the audience is so goddamn stupid that they now believe that he has tattoos that say MS1 and 3 on his fucking knuckles. And the initial meme, I guess, of this being MS-13 originally came from a New York Post article that basically just took a neo-Nazi statement as facts. From this original photo, obviously this is a fucking stupid version of this, but like they saw this, okay? They saw his knuckles, and then they started claiming that these were MS-13 tattoos. Some white supremacist account said this was MS-13 tattoos, okay? And now that white supremacists' baseless speculation, that white supremacist baseless speculation is now in the hands of the bully pulpit and being used as a justification. That's how insane this situation is.
Our ABC News exclusive. Joining us now is Jennifer Vasquez-Sierra, wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man who was wrongfully deported to El Salvador and is at the center of a legal battle playing out in the courts. And Jennifer, we want to thank you for joining us this morning on GMA.
Yeah, they said the marijuana leaf is an M, the smiley face is the S, the cross is a 1, and the skull is a 3. That's what they're saying.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we really appreciate you joining us. And we saw that Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, he flew to see your husband Wednesday. He released a photo of the two of them last night. What was it like for you to see that photo?
It was very overwhelming. The most important thing for—
How would a skull be a 3 and a cross a 1? Dude, it doesn't matter. It's not chatters. It's all bullshit. That's my point. It's not, there is no logic behind it beyond I said so. And now the president is also saying so. It's kind of similar to Israel claiming Hamas-run health ministry. Their numbers are fucking fake in the aftermath of the El Ahly hospital courtyard bombing that Israel also claimed initially was Hamas, and then they said it was Palestinian Islamic Jihad. No evidence that they presented was actually real in the process. And then the fucking Biden administration came out and said the exact same things. And then lo and behold, once Biden said it, the media ran with it aggressively. It's just the same thing happening right now. The exact same thing happening right now. They're just grabbing onto whatever they can to disparage victims in this process.
For me, my children, his mom, his brother, his sibling, was to see him alive, and we saw him alive.
Yeah.
It was very, very overwhelming.
Yeah, I think for all of us, we were all happy to.
Yeah, by the way, this already happened against Haitian immigrants. Documented temporary protected status recipient Haitian migrants living in Ohio were falsely smeared as stealing cats and dogs and eating them, remember? And then what did they do? They just kept doubling down over and over again. JD Vance literally said, JD Vance literally straight up openly admitted, yeah, you know, even if we are embellishing a little bit, it's good because it's getting people to focus on the stories that we want to tell. Those guys won the election. That's where we're at. So the expectation was going to be different once they're in office is silly, you know? Anne yine bir şey mi aldın? Ne? Ne alıyorsun? Okay. Dur, hayır, text attım kodu. My mom is buying stuff on my debit card.
To see him alive. And what were you told your husband said in that meeting?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
What were you told your husband said in that meeting?
It was just a message of love.
So tell me a little bit about your husband. How long have you two been together, and what has your life been like with him?
We've been together over 7 years. It's been amazing. He's very a loving husband, an amazing father.
No.
And we were just young parents trying to live the American dream.
And we know you were living that dream until March 12th. That's when your husband was detained and sent back to El Salvador. Can you tell us what happened as you
I find a recent smear of Jill Stein using the lib talking point. Where is she reprehensible? It's not a lib talking point. It's my talking point, and I'm not a fucking liberal. She has been organizing many pro-Palestine protests, and you linked her Twitter activity as some gotcha when it's more radically pro-Palestine than yours is, let alone AOC. Yeah, you're right. Jill Stein is more pro-Palestine than me. You're totally correct.
Understand it, and how did you learn about his detainment?
It's just crazy because I was on April 5th. On April 5th, I was at the march. I didn't see her there. Maybe she was. I'm serious. Maybe she was there. Maybe she was busy setting up the next protest or something.
As it's been 37 days since March 12th, since my husband was abducted. It's been an emotional roller coaster, honestly. But just knowing right now that he's alive, you know, that day he was with our 5-year-old child, and we've continued, our faith has grown, and I keep him in my prayers to bring him back home.
And how did you learn that he was detained?
He made a phone call to me, and what we thought was a regular traffic stop was not a regular traffic stop.
And we know that the administration, they're resisting a court order to bring your husband back to the U.S. They say your husband's a member of the MS-13 gang. Is he a member of the MS-13 gang or any other gang?
No, he's not.
And I know this is a sensitive question, but I have to ask it. You did take out a temporary order of protection against your husband in 2021. Were you in fear of your husband?
My husband is alive. That's all I can say.
Okay, and you know, I'm not going to push on that apparently. But how much hope do you have that you...
What the fuck?
Fear of your husband? Okay.
Yeah. Also, because of the delay that they had in this interview, look at these guys. When I say they're grasping at any straw they can, this is what I mean. Look at this. 57,000 likes, bro.
You did take out a temporary order of protection against your husband in 2021. Were you in fear of your husband?
My husband is alive. That's all I can say.
Okay, and you know, I'm not going to push on that apparently.
There's massive delay, and she's barely fucking picking up what he's putting down the entire time from the start of the interview. But if you cut it for the in a beautifully cut 24-second clip, if you clip it out of context without ever considering why she would literally fucking demand the return, like the question in and of itself is you might think the question in and of itself is stupid, right? Sean the Black, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. You might think the question in and of itself is stupid. It's not. The reason why he's asking that question is because he wants her to respond to it to counter the narrative that's out there. Okay? That's the reason why he's asking that question. Because everyone is claiming that this is this guy's a wife beater, whatever. And it's ridiculous because she has already given numerous quotes on this. In a Newsweek exclusive, she talked about it a couple days ago when Newsweek reached out to her originally about the administration releasing this restraining order that she had filed. And so her having this back and forth here and not really understanding what he's saying because of, I assume, audio issues and the fucking delay, as you can see in all of her answers, was enough for the End Wokeness account to fucking blast this and to make it seem like this woman, who is for the past couple of weeks actively and prominently demanding the return of her husband, actually is secretly excited that her husband was deported because he is a wife beater, a domestic abuser. This does not make any fucking sense. If she was excited that he was deported, don't you fucking think that she would at least not say anything about it? Why would she be even entertaining these interviews? Why would she even go out? If she was like, yeah, this is a bad guy and a fucking gang member and a wife beater to put the cherry on top, why the fuck is she like, yeah, this bad guy who's a gang member who's also beating me all the time, I want him to come back?
And you know, I'm not going to push on that apparently. But how much hope do you have that you're going to be reunited with your husband? And what keeps you and your family going?
A lot of hope. And
like, she misunderstood the question. I think he was like, are you in fear of your husband's conditions? Because it doesn't make sense how she responded to it.
And this fight still continues for Kilmar, for all the other Kilmars out there. whose voice haven't been heard yet. I won't stop fighting until he returns home, until I know that he's safe.
And if you could get your husband a message, what would you like to tell him right now?
I will tell him that I love him, and I'm gonna still keep praying for him until he returns, and I will continue fighting the community.
And she can't say she wasn't afraid because that would make her perjuring herself from back when she applied the protective order. No, she already has said that. And no, she wouldn't be perjuring herself at all. Here, I'll give you the Newsweek quote. Does anyone have it, chatter? Does any chatter have the Newsweek quote that she gave? No, that's not how it works. Conditions change, chatters. You're wrong. And ABC News itself, I guess, added context to her answers here, but here, this is it. This is what I was talking about. Exclusive. Abrego Garcia's wife responds after a restraining order revealed. In an exclusive statement in Newsweek, Vasquez Sura responded to the DHS release of court filings. Okay, the documents included her 2021 request for a protective order in which she accused her husband of punching and scratching her, ripping her shirt, and leaving her bruised. Temporary order barred Abrego Garcia from contacting her and directed him not to harass or abuse her, according to the filings. This was in 2021. So why is she in 2025 demanding the return of this supposedly abusive person? Well, here's what the reasoning was. After surviving domestic abuse violence in a previous relationship, I acted out of caution following a disagreement with Kilmar by seeking a civil protective order in case things escalated. Things did not escalate, and I decided not to follow through with the civil court process. We were able to work through the situation privately as a family, including by going to counseling. Our marriage only grew stronger in the years that followed. No one is perfect and no marriage is perfect, but that is not a justification for ICE's action of abducting him and deporting him to a country where he was supposed to be protected from removal. Kilmar has always been a loving partner and a father, and I will continue to stand by him and demand justice for him, the statement adds. So why is it that nobody cares about this and they're grasping at fucking straws? It's because they want to create propaganda surrounding the issue. Okay, they want to create propaganda. They want to basically fucking fight on numerous fronts, flood the market with as much misinformation as possible so that they can justify the administration's actions after the fact.
The U.S. Supreme Court says it will.
The tattoos, the hand tattoos, knuckle tattoos play the exact same role. The knuckle tattoos were so insignificant, so inconsequential that they were never once revealed in any of the numerous times that Abrego Garcia has gone through the court process, through the immigration court process. Do you understand? And it's the same as the rolls of money. Remember, Pam Bondi, the attorney general, and the administration came out and said that they found him with rolls of money when they actually detained him. It turns out he did not have rolls of money on him at all, as a matter of fact, but instead they misread the fucking detention report that stated that he was wearing a hoodie that had rolls of money with wings on it. They're so fucking stupid and so goddamn desperate. And if you believe them, you are a stupid, desperate person too.
Hear the case on birthright citizenship.
Hey, first time chatter here. Have you donated to nonprofits and such with your billions of dollars? Yes. My multiple billions of dollars. Yes, all the time. And I will continue to do so.
May. This is about President Trump's efforts to overturn what has been a right, or seen as a right, for well over 100 years. This is the 14th Amendment. How it has been interpreted in the courts and elsewhere has been that if you are born in the United States, you are an American citizen, regardless of whether your parents are here legally or not. Again, this goes to the court in May. The president says he's excited. He sees this as a chance to get rid of it. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is here. So, this effort to end birthright citizenship.
Yes.
How do Americans feel about it?
Yeah, okay, so a lot of scholars, legal scholars, will say this is a fringy idea, and I think the American public agrees it is a fringy idea. take a look here, ending birthright citizenship. And keep in mind, this polling specifically asked about for children born to immigrants illegally here. Look at this. Just 41% support, 56% oppose. You rarely get 56% of the country to agree on anything, but on this one, they do agree that ending birthright citizenship, even for children who are here to parents who were born or who are here illegally, they oppose that idea. And keep in mind, I've looked at every single poll on the subject, different question wording. In every single one, the majority oppose. Oftentimes, the opposition number is actually higher than this 56. If anything, this is the low level, at least at this point in time.
Okay, again, to be clear, this is a majority against the president's position on this.
Correct.
How has this changed over time?
Okay, so I want you to take a look right here, right? This is this 41% who support that idea currently. Only about 4 in 10 Americans. Take a look here. This was a stat that I think surprised Mr. Berman. He was surprised by this one. Look, he's shaking his head off on the side. Support ending birthright citizenship. We get 41% now. Look where it was in 2010 during the Tea Party craze, right? 47%. How about in the early 90s? It was a majority who supported it. The number has been going down, down, down on this particular subject, which I think is quite surprising to a lot of folks because there's obviously the anti-immigration fervor in this country seems higher. But on this particular question, support ending birthright citizenship, in fact, we're near record lows on this number, at least over the last 30 years.
To be clear, support for deportation is rising.
Correct.
So this is running in the exact opposite direction of what you might think. Support for ending birthright citizenship is actually going down.
It's exactly right. And when this was one of those things
Yeah. Once again, check back in a couple months on where the support for deportations is. If the Democrats actually put up a strong front here and continue hitting this issue over and over again, okay, you will see a dramatic shift in attitude. People need to recognize the cruelty of the deportation regime for them to change their minds on the deportation regime. But they will not recognize the cruelty until Democrats put up a strong front in the way that they did with Abrego Garcia's situation. He is just the tip of the iceberg, however. Okay? This is why I always maintain the importance of counter messaging and maintain the importance of the Democratic Party, the tools that we have at our disposal. Do you understand?
Kept looking at the polling data. You know, sometimes you get one piece of polling data, then you look at another, and you average it. It's just very clear. It just used to be considerably higher than that 41% right now, which again is at the higher level of the polling that we've actually been looking at.
In a million years, this is never what I would have predicted on this, which is why it's so important to see what the polls are telling us here. How about this issue in terms of being a motivator to get to the polls?
Yeah, okay. So it's not just that only about 4 in 10 Americans support President Trump's position on.
By the way, another thing that is important to consider here is the obvious reality for anyone that has paid attention to any number of Supreme Court decisions, including the one on Roe v. Wade. A super precedent or a very obviously popular constitutional protection like Roe v. Wade does not necessarily stop this Supreme Court from moving against it, even when they actively say that they will never overturn Roe v. Wade. As the 3 Supreme Court justices that were appointed under the Trump administration openly stated in Senate committee hearings, their appointment hearings. Now, I wouldn't say that there is the same level of appetite within the Federalist Society circles to end birthright citizenship as there was for abortion. So I don't know if this Supreme Court will overturn and declare birthright citizenship to be unconstitutional in this unprecedented move.
This. You might also say, okay, but what if it motivates Republicans to go out and vote? Again, this to me was so surprising. Makes you very motivated to vote. Ending birthright citizenship. Just 31% of Republicans. This issue actually motivates Democrats more. 51% say it makes them very motivated to vote. This is just from top to bottom a political loser for Donald Trump and Republicans. They may like his stance on immigration overall, but on this particular question of ending birthright citizenship, even the children.
Bro, this is meaningless. Roe v. Wade literally proved that this is meaningless. I'm sorry. Especially when paired up with the Democratic Party's incompetence on other key issues and their refusal to read the room and address some of the glaringly obvious needs that people have. Like in the aftermath of the Roe v. Wade decision that directly was in the hands of Donald Trump, that was deeply unpopular. People went out, they voted for ballot measures that protected the constitutionality or protected abortions in their state constitutions, and then gladly voted for the guy who even made it so they had to go out and vote in these ballot measures. That's it. So all of this about all of the unpopularity of decisions like this are only as important as what the Supreme Court's motivations are. The only saving grace here, I think, is that I just don't think that there's enough motivation from there's enough like institutional backing and motivation to undermine the Constitution in this severe of a fashion. It's the only thing that I think is the reason why the Supreme Court might not decide in the direction of the Trump administration here in revoking or ending birthright citizenship.
Who are here from parents who are here illegally, it is a political loser. The majority oppose it, and Democrats become quite motivated to vote, considerably more so than Republicans.
Again, so interesting given that the White House thinks it is winning the political battle right now in issues involving deportations about Abrego Garcia and others. This I know is a separate issue, but again, this is a political battle they're not winning.
This is exactly right. This is a political battle they're not winning. Democrats are winning this political battle, and if I were advising the Donald Trump White House, I'd say stick to other issues on immigration, not this one, because this one, as I said, is a political loser.
Harry Enton, an education. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In our Law and Justice lead, more on that move by the U.S. Supreme Court, which agreed to hear oral arguments next month, May, on whether the Trump administration can take steps to try to enforce its executive order to end what's called birthright citizenship. While the legal fight over the plan continues, the U.S. Supreme Court will consider whether lower court judges had the authority to put that executive order on hold across the entire country. So let's talk about this with CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent Paula Reed and CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. And Paul, the Supreme Court did not agree to Trump's request that would have allowed him to start enforcing his birthright citizenship plan right now. But it does seem significant that they're hearing this argument on whether or not the lower court even has the authority to pause his executive order.
This is huge because we've seen this tension between the White House and the judiciary building. And
oh God, are they gonna find a fucking procedural middle ground again, like they did with Kilmar Abrego Garcia? I'm going to fucking die. Remember me? I am the donkey man. You're welcome. I ran this through playthrough. 2 fighter jets flew over my head twice today, clearly targeting me. My birthday's on the 22nd of... Dude, please.
Nothing vexes President Trump more than the fact that lower court judges a single judge can block his policy for the entire country. Now, he's not the only one this happens to. All modern presidents have faced this. It frustrates all of them. But look, no one has had more policies blocked than Trump because he's issued a record number of executive orders and he plays at the edges of constitutional power. Now, the argument in favor of allowing judges to do this is that you have one policy governing the entire country. And the policies can be paused while they are vetted for whether they're constitutionally valid. And I think it's so interesting that what brings this issue to the Supreme Court is birthright citizenship, because for all the bravado the Trump legal team has about how their policies are going to be upheld by the Supreme Court, this is the one where they sort of tell me, we're not sure we're going to win. So it's interesting. It's become like a Trojan horse to get this bigger issue of the power of judges before the high court.
Yeah, and as you note, this is an issue that has that Biden had to grapple with, that Obama had to grapple with, but like you say, Trump's had to grapple with it more than others, the power of one judge to block something all over the country. Ellie, what would happen if the U.S. Supreme Court actually said district court judges don't have the ability to make this type of sweeping decision, blocking an individual law all over the country, not just there in their district?
Well, Jake, I think it's quite possible that the Supreme Court could say just that. As you've said, this is an issue that's come up over the last several presidencies, and I think there's a perfectly valid legal question there about how can a single district court judge, unelected, dictate policy for the entire country. If that were to play out here, though, we might see the downside of that, which is a lack of uniformity. Let's take birthright citizenship. How can it be the case, hypothetically, that a person...
Okay, well, yeah, it's over at that point. I mean, just throw away the courts in its entirety.
Born in the Western District of Pennsylvania, perhaps is not a citizen, but a person born under the same circumstances in the District of New Jersey would be a citizen. And I think the ultimate solution there has to fall to Congress, where they'd have to look at laws that would expedite these types of cases, get them up to the Supreme Court as quickly as possible. And it's worth noting, the House actually just passed a resolution along these lines just a couple weeks ago. It was a straight party line. Republicans were for it, Democrats were against it, but as a rule, whichever party is in the White House hates these injunctions, whichever party is on the other side tends to favor them.
The justices just agreeing to hear arguments over President Trump's plan to end birthright citizenship.
CNN's chief Supreme Court analyst Joan Biskupic is joining us now with the details. So they're going to hear this. I guess the question then will be, when will we learn what they feel about that after the hearing?
Good to see you, Erica and Boris. This is very big news. This is the first time that the Supreme Court is taking up anything related to Donald Trump's new initiative since he became president on January 20th. And on January 20th, one of his executive orders was the one lifting birthright citizenship for certain temporary residents, people who are here unlawfully, all countering what is in the 14th Amendment that says that anyone born or naturalized here in the U.S. essentially is a citizen. Now, I should tell you that immediately after
revoking birthright citizenship is not only unconstitutional, but also terrifying, which means that no American is safe from being made into a non-citizen. I hope you understand that. That's the goal. And at first they'll say it's not retroactive, but it absolutely will be retroactive. It would also set a precedent that, yeah, a presidential executive order can overturn a constitutional amendment. Or rather, that a lower court does not have to strike down, has the power to strike down a presidential executive order, no matter how unconstitutional it is. Think about that.
After Donald Trump signed that, immigration rights groups, civil libertarians, and states sued to try to block his new order. And they won in lower courts. Judges immediately blocked Donald Trump's attempt to enforce this limit on birthright citizenship. One judge even calling it blatantly unconstitutional. And as the Trump administration has come to the Supreme Court, it's not saying rule immediately on the constitutionality of what Donald Trump has done. Rather, it's saying rule on whether these judges can outright block it. So it's come up here on what the Trump administration has said is a, quote, modest request. But at the core of all this is this whole question of birthright citizenship. But the justices might instead just go narrowly on the procedural question of whether judges can so immediately block it nationwide. If they rule for the Trump administration, it would allow him to start putting into place this new plan. But if they block the Trump administration, then everything will stay the same. That the 14th Amendment, which says that anyone born or naturalized here essentially becomes a citizen, that will stay in place. As you can see.
You guys understand? This is terrifying because I think the Trump administration knows this Supreme Court very well. And given the language that they used surrounding the unanimous decision of returning the COACHELLA, the kidnapped COACHELLA returning the unanimous decision that wanted to facilitate the return of Manuel Kilmar, I don't know why I keep saying Manuel, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Given how they used a narrow scope, or at least like I can't even talk. Bro, you're having a fucking stroke? I am a little bit. Jesus Christ, my brain is so doo-doo right now. I apologize. Let me take a breath and then repeat the point I was going to make. The Supreme Court, when looking at the immediate return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who had been falsely and unjustifiably deported to the COACHELLA facility in El Salvador, wrote a decision that was deliberately and intentionally vague. So vague, rather, that the administration could easily say, easily challenge the effectuate statement made by the lower court and refuse to cooperate with the lower court decision, because the Supreme Court decision demanded the facilitation of the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They used the facilitate statement to basically say we don't have to follow through on the Supreme Court orders, or rather we are following on the Supreme Court orders, but we're not actually following through on the spirit of the Supreme Court order, which is to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia. A lot of legal scholars were very frustrated by the Supreme Court decision. And I think the reason why they did this is because they're terrified, the Supreme Court is terrified of the Trump administration simply not playing ball with a direct order. So that's the reason why they used that language deliberately, to give the Trump administration an out, and more importantly, to give the Supreme Court an out. That, like, we will make a narrowly defined, we will give a narrowly defined directive to the administration, but we'll write it in a way where they can still violate it, but then we can still turn around and claim, well, the institutions are not broken, the Supreme Court still has the persuasive power, and not create a constitutional crisis. Given the fears that they have about a constitutional crisis and their interest in protecting this legitimacy of this institution, I worry a little bit that they will also look to this situation in a similar vein. And they will write a narrow decision that basically allows the Trump administration to undermine lower court orders, to take away the power that lower courts have in blocking the decision of the Trump administration, given that the Trump administration or any executive order is actually a national order across the board. It's a federal order. And therefore, a state court is not capable of striking down or stopping a court order. That's what, an executive order, no matter how unconstitutional it is. Again, it plays a major role in the unitary executive theory because it just simply consolidates more power in the hands of the executive. This is not about states' rights at all. This is the exact opposite. This is about consolidating power in the hands of the federal government.
See, the central interest here goes to, one of American equality and identity, but we've kind of got a little bit of a chance for the justices possibly to take an off-ramp. But it's still big news that they even agreed to hear this case in any form on May 15th, scheduling rare May arguments. They normally finish their session for oral arguments at the end of April. And to go to Erica's question about when would we get an answer on this, it would likely be at the end of June or early July when they finish their this annual session. But as I say, the initial question that they will be hearing from the Trump administration is just the power of these lower court judges to block his effort to enforce this rather than the pure constitutionality of whether Donald Trump can roll back more than a century of understanding about the protections of the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship here in America.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Well, I don't really have an emergency. I would like to apologize. Governor Josh Shapiro needs to know that Cody Balmer will not take part in his plans for what he wants to do to the Palestinian people. He needs to leave my family alone. He needs to get his eyes off of my daughters.
Wow, this guy seems to be an ideologically minded person and definitely not experiencing a bout of paranoia born out of them taking not taking their medication. You know? This is the 911 call of the arson suspect that is basically confessing in this 911 call that he firebombed Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence, the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. When this initially happened, when this initially took place, I thought it was a strange act, considering that, like, there's definitely amongst people who are following closely American politics, like I'm sure, especially in Pennsylvania, there's like Josh Shapiro has fallen out of favor, but he is far from, like, I would say he's far from the biggest villain, especially for someone who is pro-Palestine, right? Like John Fetterman, I think, is seen as a figure that draws infinitely more ire due to the way he talks about Palestinians, due to like his ridiculous display of fealty to Israel. So Josh Shapiro, on the other hand, despite, you know, writing an article when he was in high school about fucking how Arabs are genetically predispositioned to be barbaric or whatever, and that's why Israel has to wipe them out, like, that came out when he ran, when he was a contender for the vice presidential nod. He is far from the most infamous figure amongst the Free Palestine movement in general. So I thought the target was weird. which is part of the reason why I suspected that this could have been an anti-Semitic attack, given the timing of it as well during Passover, and because Josh Shapiro is Jewish. Now we find out that he's just, I mean, this corresponds to the things that his, was it his mother or his wife, I think, or his ex-wife, that had revealed to the authorities. I think it might have been his mom. I agree, but Shapiro did bomb that signing that went viral. No. Dude. Put yourself in the mind of a fucking normie. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because, especially paired up with all the other stuff that has come out, including this 911 call, the reasoning for why Josh Shapiro became the target of his ire or the reasoning for why he took action like this is because he was off his medication. I mean, I don't want to reveal too much, but let me tell you something. I'm quite familiar with people who talk like this. As a matter of fact, many Twitch streamers would probably tell you that they're familiar with people who talk like this. Unironically, I banned someone earlier who was talking just like this. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist, but given my own personal experience with people that believe that they know that they're being gang stalked or think that they know the person, a person that is, that they've seen on television only, it comes across as like a schizophrenic person experiencing hallucinations, like paranoid delusions. Considering that he thinks Josh Shapiro is coming after and has eyes on his daughters and things of that nature, it feels as though he thought Josh Shapiro was personally targeting him. It has the hallmark of a psychotic attack. So much so that I am very personally familiar with this kind of statement, these kinds of statements, unfortunately.
And he needs to stop having my friends killed like he had Manny killed 2 weeks ago or last week on Saturday. Our people have been put through too much by that monster. All he has is a banquet hall to clean.
Yeah, he's not talking about, like, this is not him being figurative. Like, he's not making, he, in his mind, he's being literal. He's not, this isn't him being like, oh, I meant like, get your eyes off my daughters, as in like, you're taking actions in the state of Pennsylvania that end up harming my daughters. He means like literally, in his mind, he thinks Josh Shapiro is personally coming after him and his friends. Do you understand?
Enough. I'm tired of offering extensions of peace. I only want to be able to provide for my children. I should not be taken to these extremes. It's not fair. I wish no harm onto anyone. But that man, he is doing serious harm to probably yourself included. And I do wish you the best, sir. You all know where to find me. I'm not hiding, and I will confess to everything that I had done.
Now to the chilling 911 call authorities say was made shortly after the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's residence. ABC's Morgan Norwood joins us now. In Morgan, police say that the call came from the man accused in that firebombing.
Yeah, that's right, Janae. And less than an hour after flames tore through the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, the suspect made that chilling move, calling 911 to confess. He was calm, almost detached, and then ranted about the war in Gaza. And this morning, that 911 call is now a key part of that massive investigation.
You all know where to find me. I'm not hiding, and I will confess to everything that I had done.
This morning, the chilling confession police say is from the man who allegedly firebombed Governor Josh Shapiro's Pennsylvania home.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Well, I don't really have an emergency. I would like to apologize.
In less than an hour after the attack, authorities say 38-year-old Cody Balmer calmly called 911, heard in this newly obtained audio,
My favorite is this community specifically and their tendency to hear someone very clearly experiencing a mental health episode and to try and fucking find logic in it. Like, this happens all the time. A gray name will come in here and be like, you've kidnapped me 55 times, Hasan Piker. The people will know your crimes. Everyone will know how you kidnapped me and how you stalk me every day. And there will be like 8 other chatters that'll be like, what? I can't believe you've done that to that other person. How could you do such a thing? And they're not joking when they say that. They literally, they're being sincere. I like that it's happening in this instance as well. No matter who is very clearly experiencing a fucking breakdown, people will just go, hold up, here's the logic behind it.
Apologizing and describing his motive for the attack as related to the war in Gaza, calling Shapiro, who favors a 2-state solution, a monster.
Governor Josh Shapiro needs to know that Cody Balmer will not take part in his plans for what he...
Dude. The Palestinian part of this is literally the only part that the media is focusing on. Like, fuck you mean, dude? You think this guy literally was like, I'm doing this to free Palestine? You think that was going on? What about all the other shit that he said about how Josh Shapiro is personally stalking my daughters and trying to kill them or some shit? You think he had mental clarity during the Free Palestine part of this conversation and then just completely collapsed on the rest of it? Or do you think legitimately Josh Shapiro also is not only, you know, in his mind, genuinely, his mind is clear. He's not experiencing a fucking episode. And he thinks Josh Shapiro sincerely is like anti-Palestine, and that's why he's taking action, just like he just like Josh Shapiro may or may not have kidnapped his daughters. Like, what do you think
he wants to do to the Palestinian people? All he has is a banquet hall to clean up.
The brazen attack happened just hours after the Shapiro family hosted more than 24 people for the first night of Passover, when police say the suspect hopped a fence at the governor's mansion, broke windows, and threw Molotov cocktails made from beer bottles and gasoline. No one was injured in the attack. In an exclusive interview, ABC's George Stephanopoulos asking the governor whether this was a hate crime.
I recognize when you're in these positions of power, there are people out there that want to do you harm. I try not to be captive to the fear, and I try not to worry or think about why people want to do that harm.
And this morning, that suspect is facing arson, attempted murder, and terrorism charges. He is yet to enter a plea, but we know he's due back in court next week.
All right, Morgan Norwood, thank you.
Tensions deepening between 2 Texas families, torn apart by a deadly high school track meet stabbing, now playing out in public view. Jeff Metcalf, the father.
Oh my God, I fucking hate this story so much. This is the most like, this is the most Twitter bot story.
Willing.
By the way, I will say something, but as far as I've seen, like Austin Metcalf, the white student that got stabbed to death by Carmelo Anthony, no relation to the Carmelo Anthony. His father seems like, as far as I've seen, his father seems like a nice guy. He quite literally came out and was like, hey, I don't think people should make this a race issue, which immediately drew ire from like white supremacists. And there's been a lot, there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of misinformation surrounding the story. They immediately started calling him a cuck when he said, I don't want my son's tragic death to be used as a way to stoke racial fear. Okay, that's what he said. And every right winger on Twitter was like, dude, you're so cucked. You're the most cucked person on the planet. Why won't you let me use this as a way? I'm still gonna use this as a way to fucking stoke racial fear. Yeah, and apparently he showed up unannounced at the Anthony family press conference, so they kicked him out, which I thought was odd. I don't know what's going on there either. I mean, if he was uninvited, it's one thing, but even then, so far what I've seen has not made me feel, maybe I'm wrong, but so far what I've seen is a grieving father who is ironically a lot more open-minded about the situation than the way people are desperately trying to present it as. Now there's also obviously the court process here on whether or not Carmelo Anthony was initially attacked and used at first they said it was a fucking knife, but apparently it wasn't even a knife. It was like for your track cleats, from what I understand. I need to look into more of the details, but like it was at first the story was angry black teenager racistly stabs a beautiful white boy to death. How could this have happened? Then more information comes out, and there is at least like eyewitnesses that see that like initially it was Austin Metcalf that actually went up to this kid, up to Carmelo Anthony, and was being a nuisance. And we don't know the details of how much of a nuisance he was being, but like the incident ended with Austin Metcalf getting stabbed by Carmelo Anthony, and then Carmelo Anthony going to the authorities, going to the cops and being like, I was engaging in self-defense. And there are, from what I understand, there are also witnesses to suggest that that was the case as well. Now, you might say it's a ridiculous escalation of violence, and depending on the actual details of the story, I'm inclined to agree. At the end of the day, I'm not an advocate for stand your ground laws in general, and it's not something that this is not my conclusion only when it's a black person exercising stand your ground. I say this about white people standing their ground as well, and I say this about violence in general. Having said that, the father has come across as not a horrible monster. Very different than, for example, that other lady that the administration has been parading around in the aftermath of the Abrego Garcia situation, whose daughter was raped and killed by an undocumented migrant. They've been parading her ass around to fucking talk about how Abrego Garcia should be kept in prison in COD. Also, remember when I called her a fucking monster? Yeah, I was right. I know how to clock them, baby. Just found out this lady stole all the money that was raised for her murdered daughter's children, and they're suing her. A real sociopath, dude. Anyone saying this self-defense is low functioning? No, you don't know that. Yeah, here's the article. Anyway, we'll talk about this in a second. Don't worry. Going back to this story, however, it absolutely could be seen as self-defense in a court of law. That's number one. And number two, even if it's escalation, and it certainly is, okay? Unless there's a detail that we don't know, like he had a gun, right? And then he stabbed him before he could, when he was brandishing his weapon. Like, it's an escalation in most other circumstances, right? It's a direct escalation, going from physical confrontation to using any kind of object to, like, stab and kill a person. Having said that, however, escalation doesn't necessarily mean that you are in the wrong. Depending on the additional circumstances, depending on all of the externalities, depending on how credibly, how credibly he could have felt like he was under attack. Okay? Straight up. Also, the Dersh.
Anthony was being held on $1 million bond, which was crazy. Today, they reduced it to 250 grand, which is, you know, still sizable, but he wound up getting out. All right, so Mark, first of all, the idea of race, I mean, you lived it with Zimmerman in a big way. There's so many people who believe that that's why Zimmerman wound up beating that case. But what do you see here? What are your questions? What will matter?
Oh, no, it's definitely a consideration. It always is, whether it's a sort of obvious what we're doing or the implicit one, because we all carry these implicit biases with us that perceive or impact how we perceive an event. Now, what's really it's going to come down to, and I disagree with the guy who said this is not a self-defense case yesterday, I think he said it. This is definitely a self-defense case, because it always is one until you look at the facts of the case and compare the two. You have to compare who was the initial aggressor. Was it an aggressive act for him to go up and say, get away from the tent? Did he do more than that? My understanding was maybe he touched him and put hands on him. Granted, that makes the decedent in this case maybe the initial aggressor. But you really still then have to look at whether or not Carmelo Anthony responded with appropriate force.
Yeah.
He used a deadly weapon.
That's it. That's the major point of contention here. This is already given what the defense is going to go with. This is already a self-defense case. And if we're going to cover whether or not it is, whether or not this still causes Carmelo Anthony to get a manslaughter charge or a murder charge or something like that, all of that is entirely dependent on whether or not this was a reasonable use of force, given the circumstances, like given what Austin Metcalf did. How is this self-defense? No, dude. That's the defense, okay? That is what the defense attorney is saying. So yes, it is a self-defense case. You don't have to agree with it. It doesn't matter. Hello. Why is this so difficult for you to comprehend? The fucking lawyer just said as much, okay? Even if there was no back and forth whatsoever, and Carmelo Anthony just walked up to Austin Metcalf and fucking stabbed him and then claimed self-defense, that would still be a self-defense case, okay? Calling something a self-defense case does not mean that self-defense actually took place. In this instance, at least according to the initial reporting from eyewitness testimony, there is at least enough evidence to suggest that it is self-defense. However, self-defense does not always mean you can get away with murdering someone, especially when you're black and the victim is white. But beyond that, it depends entirely on what this lawyer was talking about, which is whether or not this was an appropriate use of force or it was an inappropriate use of force. If they consider this to be an inappropriate use of force, an escalation, because it doesn't meet the standard that he genuinely was in fear of his life, in fear for his life, okay, then he will most likely get hit with a charge. I think another major point of contention is someone referred to as cooling off period, because if I recall correctly, Anthony went to his backpack to get his knife after Metcalf put hands on him. This differs from a traditional self-defense case where the person who killed the other had the weapon on their person and initial aggression occurred. Yeah, but I think there are definitely instances where you can, like, one, we don't know what happened afterwards. Like, I'm totally making this up right now. In a hypothetical situation, there's an initial confrontation. He goes to his bag and he gets this, I don't even know if it's a knife, but it's a object that you can clearly stab someone to death with. Whatever, the sharp object. Okay. And then he comes back and he sees him again, and the interaction basically restarts. In that process, there is still self-defense, an argument you can make for self-defense. It was a cleat sharpener for sports cleats. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Anyway, let's continue.
And whether or not he was in imminent fear of great bodily injury, that's the standard in Texas and most every state, to determine whether or not his actions, the way...
Why are you mad? I'm not. Why you are mad? I'm not mad.
He perceived him, the way Carmelo Anthony perceived him when he took out that knife and stabbed him. The good part is if the decedent was the aggressor initially. The bad part for Carmelo, if in fact it's true that he sort of said, touch me and you'll see, because that's that aggression, that's that predisposition towards violence that doesn't have a place in a true self-defense case.
What's the most important question for you in this, Mark? And then I want the same from you, Professor, if you have one. Go ahead, Mark.
Sure. Who truly was the initial aggressor? How did this unfold such that if in fact he had a reason to believe great bodily injury was imminent, was it reasonable? Was he pushed? Was he shoved? Was he hit? Because don't forget, it's the moment, but you are allowed to respond to great deadly force with your own great deadly force, or at least your perception of great deadly force. So it's really going to be fact-based. I do think that race, it's going to be played out on social media. It also is going to be played out in a courtroom if you ever get there, because it...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he goes back to his backpack, comes back to protect himself, the Metcalf has started shit again, then you have a self-defense case. However, the use of force must be proportional to the aggressor's use of force. That determination is up to the jury. But it doesn't seem like stabbing someone to death is proportionate to someone shoving you or yelling profanities at you. Yes, that part is also correct. Two things that are correct here. There's also that side of it. Yes, you have to convince a jury that you truly were in fear for your life. That you truly were in fear for your life, you were physically harmed, and that you were trying to defend yourself. That makes it quite difficult, given that he's a black student in a overwhelmingly white neighborhood, and most likely will have a overwhelmingly white jury. So there's that aspect of it as well. We do not need kids pulling knives at track meets. Why was he carrying a rifle? He was ready. Seems like something a hog would do. Wait, what? Or maybe he had cleat sharpeners or something. Or, see, okay, let me explain to you why someone might have a knife on him, okay? What if he's been fucking bullied relentlessly, black teenager in an overwhelmingly white school? I'm not saying this is what happened, but there are a million different reasons as to why this could be the case. It could be a cleat sharpener. It could be a person who has previously been bullied by Austin Metcalf, for example, and like this is an ongoing incident, and then all of a sudden this is the final escalation that leads this person who's truly in fear of this, truly fearing for his life, to, in an act of desperation, try to protect himself and then run away. You know, there could be a million different reasons. We do not know. I have no idea. I'm not telling you that this is the case, but I'm simply saying don't immediately drop that there's no reason for this. This is not my argument, for the record. I'm not saying that this is my argument. I'm not saying I know that this is what happened. I'm simply giving you an alternative where things might not be as open and shut as you think they are. Having said that, however, it is truly a horrible situation. I mean, it's really fucked up. Guns are fine, but we draw the line at knives. Yeah, the most unique part about it is a knife crime situation, like we're fucking London.
In today's day and age,
And not a gun.
I would argue that someone like Carmelo Anthony now has a heightened concern over the past few years and the way we've sort of degraded some of the progress we may have thought we made over the past decade, as far as how we're treating young black males in the system, such that maybe he would have felt more preyed upon than he otherwise would. Interesting, you're right, we're going to be talking about this for a long time.
Professor, what do you got?
Hello? Oh, I'm
Professor?
sorry.
Yeah, Professor.
This is all about who the jury is. This will all be determined by the jury. If the racial factors were reversed, if a white man had killed an unarmed black man, everybody would be on the reverse side of this. We live in a society where everything is judged by...
Dude, what are you saying? There are many famous incidents where the exact opposite has taken place. They literally brought it up. George Zimmerman, they brought it up in the introduction to the story. What are you talking about? The first half of my decade-long professional media career is me almost weekly covering yet another instance of a white guy doing stand your ground to a black person. Okay? Straight up. The idea that this is not a common thing that takes place is so fucking insane. It's also hilarious that Alan Dershowitz is saying this because he's surrounded by, well, I guess the only liberal, quote unquote, that he was surrounded by was Jeffrey Epstein, and he's dead now. So he has no excuse. He's only surrounded by right-wing reactionaries, and they definitely know plenty of instances where a white guy's killed a black dude and they celebrated it. Okay? I mean, it just happened with Daniel Penny. Normally, I'd give a little bit of grace. I'd give a little bit of grace to the Dersh, Professor Emeritus at Harvard University. Mr. Constitutionally speaking, we should lower the age of consent. Mr. Steal Your Girl. Mr. I always had my underpants on in Jeffrey Epstein's sex mansion. Because, you know, his bestie died. He's probably sad. You know what I mean? Still, it's been a couple of years, but, you know, you can't let go of a lifelong friendship like that. And, of course, when I say his bestie, I'm talking about Jeffrey Epstein. So, you know. He knows not what he says. He is emotional. After all, a loved one gone so soon, you know, far before his time, is going to have an emotional impact for the Dersh.
Race, you know, the Bible says to judges and prosecutors, don't recognize people, just do abstract justice. We're way, way, way beyond that. If the racial elements were reversed there, virtually all the people who are calling for him to be acquitted would be calling for him to be convicted, and vice versa. Let's not kid ourselves. We live in a race-conscious society, and jury selection, which, of course, your other guest is so brilliant at and did so well in the Zimmerman case, is determining the outcome of this case, without a doubt.
For me, it's as simple as, how do they feel about this proposition? Bringing a knife to a fist fight.
Right.
Mark O'Mara, we'll see what happens. Alan Dershowitz, thank you very much. Hey, thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget, click the red subscribe button below.
You're literally such a fucking grifter. How dare you speak about this academic titan like that? He literally kept his underwear on. He's a shining pillar of morality. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, at least I reminded everybody that he, as a matter of fact, did keep his underwear on inside of the Jeffrey Epstein mansion at all times, according to his own statements, by the way. That is something that he said. He never took his underwear off. Very odd. why would you say that? You know? What a strange thing to say. I'll have you know, I always kept my underwear on at the Jeffrey Epstein mansion at all times. It's like, you might as well not say anything at that point. Like, plead the fucking fifth, dog. What do you mean you always kept your fucking underwear on? It sounds so incriminating, you know? Nobody hears that and goes, oh, you kept your underwear on at all times? Okay, then. Nothing to see here. No, they go, why the fuck? It's now making me think you were naked with, you know, with just your underwear on, and maybe not even your underwear, you know? That's what is making people think. Holy Toledo, he kept his undies on, Jessica. That is no bueno. Harry Enton here. 68% of Americans think that Jeffrey Epstein was besties with Alan Dershowitz. Holy Toledo, that's a lot of Americans. It is always... Anyway, let's continue.
17-year-old Austin Metcalf, who was killed earlier this month, crashing a news conference on Thursday, held with the family of his alleged killer, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony. Metcalf, wearing dark sunglasses, escorted away by police. He has not commented since his appearance, but spoke to NBC's Dallas-Fort Worth station KXAS earlier this month.
You know what? I already forgive this person.
Yeah, see, this is why I'm saying, like, there's something crazy going on here. It's a little weird. No, I just, he's like too nice. I don't know what the fuck is, I'm too cynical for this shit, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about it like what anyone else would do in this situation, and immediately offering grace while you're still fucking mourning the death of your son. Immediately offering grace to the person who killed him is crazy. Okay, I ain't never seen shit like that. That is wild. I mean, this dude seems like this dude's woke as fuck, or there's something else going on there and I just truly don't understand it. He might be legit a good Christian. Look at his call with the leader of Justice for Austin. They call him weak. No, I know. Spoken like a father who knew his son was a piece of shit. Dude, you guys have to calm down, man. Jesus Christ. He's a dad, brother. What are you talking about? It's his son. Even if he is a piece of shit, or sorry, was a piece of shit, he's not gonna fucking feel that way. What are you talking about? No, this is something different. He's from God's country, bro, not LA. People are pissed that Anthony's parents are fundraising, is what I heard last. Racist people, that is. Not sure what other options are out there. I know they are. I'm going to get into it in a second. I'm going to get into all the other extra misinfo that's surrounding this case as well. But all I'm saying is he is shockingly nice, like unexpectedly gracious. Truly, he has every right to be fucking upset, every right to be mad. Okay. Regardless of the details. Like I'm saying, even if it's a valid self-defense situation, the dad has still every right to be upset. Do you know what I mean? And the very fact that he's not, I mean, he is upset, but he's not like shitting on the perpetrator in this case is crazy.
Already?
Already. God takes care of things.
After Metcalf was let out on Thursday, Anthony's parents addressed the cameras.
To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you.
Kayla Hayes, Anthony's mother, offering her sympathies, but also detailing the public backlash against her own family in her first comments since the stabbing.
We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her.
Her son was charged with murder after police say he stabbed Metcalf following a verbal altercation at a track meet on April 2nd. They say Anthony admitted to the killing, saying he acted in self-defense. Dominique Alexander, president of the Next Generation Action Network and a spokesman for the Anthony family, spoke to Top Story earlier this week about those claims.
I think that Black America as a general right, is saying, how is it absurd that a Black child is claiming self-defense? But we all...
I saw this. Hold up. I know. I'm telling you, man, Austin Metcalf's fucking dad is a wild one. So much so that every right-winger that doesn't give a fuck about the death at all and simply wants to use it as a point to do like racial tension, racial animosity, like white nationalists are mad at the fucking dad. They keep calling him a pussy. Literally every single person I've seen on the timeline has been shitting on the dad. Perhaps the greatest indication that these people don't care about any of the victims, but instead care only about stoking racial tension. They're mad at the fucking dad, bro. They're like, why won't you let us do racial agitprop? How dare you? How dare you show humility, and how dare you show a grace for a person that has committed a wrong towards you? Such a horrible thing that has happened to you. You're saying the perpetrator itself, I do not I forgive him.
Always see repetitively white children being able to say self-defense and there's no problem.
On Monday, a judge lowering Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000, releasing him on strict conditions of house arrest, ankle monitoring, and weekly check-ins with the bailiff. A grand jury still has to decide whether to move forward with an indictment.
I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to.
And Kathy Park joins us now. Kathy, not long after the Anthony family press conference, police were called out to the Metcalf family home. Do we know what happened there?
You said the same thing to Chatters about hypotheticals like your mother dying from gunmen? No, I often say that there is a good reason why it is not up to the fucking victim to adjudicate, and instead a third party, because if that was the case, everyone would be insanely vindictive. It is yet again another, like, the fact that I'm shocked about his reaction is completely logically consistent with my assessment over what role the criminal justice system is supposed to play in this process. That's why I say it needs to be an independent third party that is adjudicating, and a jury of your peers that are supposed to go through it. It's like some of the best parts about our justice system. Because the expectation that everyone's going to be like the dad is crazy. No one is like the dad. Okay?
Yeah, Ellison, so Frisco police say they responded to what was initially reported as a gunshot call to an address linked to Austin Metcalf's family, but officials are now saying it was a case of swatting. You might have heard of it. It's a fake threat intended to get a large law enforcement response. So right now, it is still unclear who made this call, but swatting really is a serious crime, and anyone who is behind it could be facing criminal charges. Ellison?
Kathy Park, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Anyway, let's watch this altercation here.
To stand by me in a press conference or in...
This is Jake Lang, I guess. Yeah, this is Jake Lang, who is the leader of the Justice for Austin Metcalf movement. Not the dad, mind you. Some fucking random Nazi dingus over here. Ugh. I need to fix that camera. I still haven't. What the fuck? He doesn't look like a white supremacist at all. Wait, brother. Let's pull up Jake Lang. Oh, here it is. Pardon January 6th defendant organized Frisco stabbing protest. Wow, shocking. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the 22 gifted subs. The initial flyer misspelled Friezo and got the name of the local high school wrong, Wakefield, while incorrectly claiming this is where the stabbing took place. The stabbing took place at a track meet at Kuykendall Stadium. The latest version of the flyer now shows a location for the protest. The Frisco Police Department said it's aware of the scheduled protest and put out a statement on social media yesterday saying, officers will be on hand to ensure the safety of the public while allowing protesters to exercise their First Amendment rights in a peaceful manner. Oh, 25, not 22. My bad. The day after the fatal stabbing, the father, Austin Metcalf, pleaded on... Yeah, here. That was also another thing that he said, which is what... Do you guys have... do you guys have info on this? What? Oh. What's good?
To stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this.
Do you guys have any right-wing comment, like right-wing accounts that like reacted to the father shitting on him? Just send it in the chat.
Issue that is larger than Austin at this point. God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today. Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. Part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk. My son, let me finish. I gave you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you. I don't...
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more...
That's why I say the dad's kind of cool, like weirdly enough. I don't know how the fuck this happened. I've never seen a dude, I've never seen a white boy with swag like that. I'm still kind of skeptical, I'll be honest, because like he seems like he seems too good of a dude. Like it's just, I've never seen someone behave like this. Straight up. Like it is outside of the bounds of reason, you know? I think partially because I've just never seen a real Christian. You know what I mean? Maybe he is. Maybe he's just like an actual Christian, which is shocking, you know? It's usually when you say someone's a Christian in America, it means they love hamburger and fucking, I don't know, glory to the white race. It sucks, but that is what the American demonstration of Christianity is associated with, the prosperity gospel and burger. Meanwhile, dad is out here being like fucking the good Reverend John Brown, okay? He's like think about it. He has more smoke for this fucking white supremacist dipshit who's trying to create racial animosity over the story than he does for the dude who stabbed his son to death. Okay? Self-defense or not, do you understand? Like, he has shown more contempt and more anger towards this fucking asshole who's using his son, his dead son, as a way to create racial tension. He is perfectly aware of what the fuck is going on. He's perfectly cognizant of what he is trying to do, what this dickhead is trying to do, and is actively saying, I do not condone any of your behavior. I condemn it. You are in the wrong. You're fucked up. He might know his son is a dig and believe the self-defense story. Dude, shut up. Shut up. You're... Brother, you are insane, dude. No, the dad is not as autistic as you are, okay? What the fuck do you mean? The dad has a strong sense of justice and probably analyzed the situation. Like, no father would think their fucking son Unless they're like a serial rapist, murderer, pedophile or some shit. No father is gonna fucking think their teenage boy is such a dickhead that they deserve to be stabbed to death. Shut the fuck up. That's crazy.
More Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
Here, you are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn.
Dude, this guy's owning him in the marketplace of ideas. Owning the father whose son was slain. His son was killed. Owning the father whose son I'm seemingly defending to stoke racial tension in the marketplace of ideas. Sick, dude. You're really showcasing what your priorities are here. And I mean that sincerely. I mean that sincerely. He is. He's showing the rest of the world, this ain't about your son. This ain't about you, bitch. This is about doing a favor to the white race so we can fucking do a race riot once and for all. Christian empathy has such a rightfully terrible PR in this country that chatters are doing JCS style analysis on this instead of just believing the father's an actual good guy. Yeah, I haven't encountered stuff like this for since the good pastor John Brown, okay? The good reverend. So it's just I didn't know that white dudes has swag like that. And white dudes in America, white Christian dudes in America. I don't understand why you're being so cynical about this and don't believe the father's being genuine. Is your brain really rotten? Yes. No, I mean, I'm saying that it's most likely that he's a good guy. I'm just saying how shocked I am. It's not necessarily an indictment on the father itself, but more so just an indictment on the way society is. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not even fucking talking about, like, this is not an indictment on the father. I'm saying, like, I have no reason to doubt him other than how rare it is, okay? Like, so rare and so moral, so morally righteous that it shocks me. Not even because of how rare it is in society nowadays, but also on top of that, I'm saying, even if he wasn't saying like, don't make this a race issue or whatever, like, that's understandable. He doesn't want to tarnish his son's reputation. He doesn't want his son to be remembered as like stoking race riots. That's perfectly fair as well. But the fact that he has the wherewithal to cut through the emotional turmoil that he's experiencing in the aftermath of one of his sons dying so quickly and come out and make a statement like that is rare in general. It's just rare in every society, not just in our reactionary right-wing white supremacist society. It's just a rare thing to do. Calls are growing louder for Austin Metcalf's killer to remain behind bars until his trial.
In jail right now, it's because he's a young black man. If he was a white man, an Hispanic man, any other race, he'd be in jail right now. You better believe you stab someone, you're not getting out of jail. But he's let out of jail because of them. And that's the true racism. The racism of low expectations. It's okay that black people are killing so many white people. It's okay because, you know, it's normal. It's not normal, actually, to kill people. It's not normal, actually.
Blessed News Network. Damn.
They don't talk about.
Aiden Ross goes after Carmelo Anthony is freed on bail for killing Austin Metcalf. Oh, my God.
I told Austin Metcalf's dad to stop capitulating. Quit trying to say it's not about race. It is everything to do with race.
Bro, this type of shit is so crazy. Like, I expect this from, you know, Aiden Ross, but it's wild when you got a black right-wing commentator just coming out and be like, no, it's about race. It is about our race. It is about my race in particular. I should be imprisoned.
Quit trying to act like you forgive this kid and you want unity. They don't want unity with you. They want.
Bro, what do you mean they? You're black. Fuck you mean they, bro? Do you not own a mirror? What do you mean they? You are they, bro. Hello? Right-wingers are so funny, dude. Right-wingers are so funny. They just like forget basic facts about themselves sometimes. You know what I mean?
Want drama, and he decided in his mind that I want unity. It's not about race. I forgave the kid. It's unfortunate that my son died, but God is going to do. He said all this stuff.
By the way, right-wing Christians, when they meet a man who says, the Bible taught me to forgive. Right-wing Christians, when they see someone actually follow the Bible. Oh, what the fuck? Yo! Are you fucking kidding me? Yo, fuck the Bible. Race riots now. That's crazy. The Bible says we gotta kill all black people except for me because I'm one of the good ones. What the fuck do you mean? Turn the other cheek, more like turn it around so you can wind up for a harder punch. Cock it real back. Cock it back real hard. Yeah, this is so good. Good thing Jesus doesn't break the law. Good thing Jesus doesn't break the law, famously. Famously. Bro, do you like I'm not exactly that well read on the Bible. This is like one of the most basic parts about Jesus' story. It's the most famous part about Jesus' story is that he did break the law. Also, this is hilariously close to Easter, isn't it? Like, isn't Easter tomorrow? When is Easter? I don't even know. Is Easter tomorrow? That's how little I know about Christianity, okay? Like, this motherfucker 3 days before Easter is like, good thing Jesus don't break the law. So what happens on Sunday? You're gonna be shocked. Let me tell you, you're gonna be real shocked when you go to church. Oh man, guys, these guys are fucking hilarious, dude. Yeah, I've been seeing the memes about this. Yeah, he should have just obeyed the law. Break the law, go to jail. Not exactly rocket science. The Bible says follow the law, by the way. I love this image. Blue lives matter. What do Christians think? Like, white supremacist Christians think like Jesus was put on a cross because he was white. That's right. It was actually those black Romans. Romans, everybody knows, are Italian, and Italians are black. Jesus, on the other hand, was white, and they put him on a cross because he was white. Them dang Romans. He was obeying the law. He was the first DEI crucifixion. That's why I wear this cross. Yeah. Them Italian Jews, they did that to Jesus. It was the Jews and the Italians. Black people and Jewish people, that's what they did to him because he was white and they were jealous of his white skin. What is this? This guy is so funny. I saw this too. An apology to the parents of Austin Metcalf on behalf of the black community. Like, what is this fucking argument, dude? What is this argument? You're literally being like, no, us black folk, we are very violent, okay? You don't understand. Everything that all of my favorite commentators and all of my funders think about black people is correct. We are violent inherently. That's the truth. So I'm sorry for our violent nature. Your takes are so cooked. What? Because I don't think that all black people are fucking violent? Like what? I know. I'm cooked, man. Like I said this even when it first happened, even when the news came out initially, I said, I don't know anything about this story, but when you see a black teenager stab a white teenager on its face, right? Let's say he just walked up to him and was like, I hate white people, and then started stabbing him. And your first inclination in the story is to say, this is how all black people are like. This is exactly what they're all like. You're a fucking racist. Like, what do you mean? Like, even if it wasn't self-defense, I'm saying, like, you see someone from a minority group do a crime, okay, on its face, and you immediately go, this is how they all are. You're fucking racist. It's like the basic definition. It's crazy. Yeah, blaming an entire group of people for the actions of one person is ridiculous. And before people say, oh, Hasan, you entertain the notion that all white people are like, I'm white, dumbass. And also, it's not the fucking same, because white people are not a fucking marginalized identity or a marginalized minority. So even if we fucking crack jokes about straight people or about white people or about men or whatever the fuck, it's still not the same as making similar statements and generalizations that accompany systematic harm both historically and in contemporary society towards black people, women, queer people, okay? The reason why it's not the same is because there's no systemic harm associated with it. So you're not relitigating or rather furthering the existing systematic harms that are everywhere in contemporary society. You are not white, dude. My parents are both white. My dad would never set off to smoke till they're cooking my bland ass cuisine.
Community, I would like to apologize to the parents of Austin Metcalf for making a hero out of the young man that killed your son. I apologize that
who is doing that? They're not even, no one is, what? Like, I don't think people are making him a hero. I think people are either A, saying role reversal time, stand your ground works for black people too, or it's supposed to work for black people in a truly race blind criminal justice system. Or they're fucking saying that, or they're saying that it's a self-defense situation.
there are so few fathers around and so few male figures around to teach the Black community about emotional discipline, about what's right from wrong, about emotional regulation, about not making a hero out of a thug and a criminal. I apologize on behalf of the Black community because they are the ones that are raising money for your son's killer. They are the ones that are funding this new lavish lifestyle. that your son's killer is living.
Are you saying it's like stealing from the rich versus stealing from the poor argument? I mean, it's kind of like that, sure.
I apologize on behalf of the black community because they are.
It's crazy that like back in the day, you had a couple guys like this. And in the post-Clandis Owens world, oh my God, bro. Oh my fucking God. The 4chanification of Twitter and shit too. These guys have gone crazy. Multiple times since their son was stabbed to death that attract me, the parents of Austin Metcalf have been subjected to prank 911 calls, also known as swatting. Armed officers, often SWAT, are called to respond to a made-up claim of a violent assault at their address. The family tells me they're worried someone will get injured or killed, pleading for it to stop. Frisco police say they will charge whoever is behind it with a felony. So if your son dies, okay, if your son gets stabbed, dies at a fucking track meet in school, and you don't turn around and say, we have to do a race riot right now, Nazis will fucking SWAT your house so the cops will fucking kill you? Is that what's happening here? This is what an insane situation we have found ourselves in, dude. Absolutely psychotic set of circumstances here. Holy Toledo, I say. Incredible. Incredible stuff, man.
They're so confused about, again, what's right and what's wrong, that in some weird, twisted sense of racial solidarity, they would celebrate the young man that killed your child in cold.
Oh yeah. All right, let's get back to the other fucking Nazi that's like directly yelling at the dad, by the way. Hold on, where is it?
Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem. You've been submitted.
Hold on, hey, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
You're not going to make us back down.
If we were all of your nature,
guys, listen.
You're not going to say
what a weak man.
Do you know who you're talking to? You don't, do you?
I'm talking to a black man.
You don't. No, you're not. Okay. You sit here. You talk about Trump.
I'm talking to a black man. That's crazy.
But I am. You're not
Google my name and Trump. No. When you do that, my name is Bruce.
I agree with black males winning.
Google that.
But they're not winning right now.
What you're doing,
they're becoming degenerate to a black man.
You don't. No, you're not. Okay. You sit here. You talk about Trump.
But I am. You're not
Google my name and Trump. No. When you do that, my name is Bruce.
I agree with black males winning. Google that. But they're not winning right now.
What you're doing,
they're becoming degenerates.
What you're doing
and murder.
I agree with black males. What?
Google that.
But they're not winning.
What is he saying?
Google my name and Trump. No. When you do that, my name is Bruce.
I agree with black.
Oh yeah, black males winning. That's his pin, I guess, or something. And he said, but they're not winning right now.
No, Google that.
But they're not winning right now.
You're doing,
they're becoming degenerates.
What you're doing
and murder.
He's talking to a black dude who I think is like a black Trump supporter who started black males winning, I assume. But he's also friends, I guess, with the dad, or the intermediary between the dad of Austin Metcalf, trying to basically fucking mediate the situation. And yeah, his language is such a self-report. The otherism is heavy. Yeah, no, this guy is a straight up white supremacist. That's why he said, you're a black man. when he said, who do you see in front of you? Like, who do you think I am? He went, you're a black man. Because that's the only thing he sees. It doesn't matter if this dude is a Trump supporter. It doesn't matter if he has like an advocacy group for Trump that is that revolves around like black men supporting Donald Trump or whatever. He is just a white supremacist. That's it.
Murdering white people. You're not helping America. You're no more patriotic than I am. No way.
Where were you on January 6th? You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you? Did you stand for your country? So you think that made you patriot because you showed up there? Does that make you a patriot?
Joe Biden,
because you showed up.
All you're doing is condemning us. What's your solution?
My solution is to help people where they're weak. So we have an issue in young black males' lives across the country.
It's not say that to Jeff Metcalf.
Say that to Jeff Metcalf. We talk about it, man. Say it. At the end of the day, the man is asking. So let me ask you this: you got a father who's grieving, and your response is he's weak.
My father is celebrating my strength right now.
You have no idea. You'll never win the Senate. And what I'll do, I'll come to Florida and run for Senate and run as a Republican, and I'll kick your butt.
No, you lose, bro. You need 2 years of presidency in Florida.
Because this behavior is why we're in the situation where we are.
No.
We get these. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, at the end of the day, he's asked you what to do and what not to do.
Listen,
you have a right to do it or not do it.
You can say not about Austin Metcalf, but we're going to continue this movement.
I love somebody. You love the thought of using Austin for T-shirts, for propaganda, and to get out here and talk about
you want to shut down a white man right now.
I'll shut you down.
You're not shutting me down.
You want to shut down a white man, dude? Oh my God, this is like varying degrees of insanity. You got a right-wing reactionary black dude who is like MAGA, but not so right-wing that he's turned into this guy, where this guy is just like, you know, he's in Uncle Ruckus territory at this point, where he just straight up wrapping his arm around this fucking white supremacist and just like he's body blocking. He's using himself as a human shield. And then you have this guy who is obviously at the peak, the apex predator of fucking white nationalism. Jesus Christ.
Raising money like because I got family. I'm not raising money like put down anymore. No, bro, you stop. You came here to try to shut him down.
No, I came here to give him a message from a father. And listen, but I realized that's not his deal.
Let's be honest.
God damn. I don't want to see nothing. I don't want to say nothing, but god damn, look at this. Look at this. This man has not been anywhere but a supercut in the past fucking 20 years, okay? Your haircut does say a lot about your politics from this guy to this guy, okay? Both of them. It does.
That's not his deal.
Let's be honest, you're a black man trying to shut him down.
No, it does not. I'm saying it can. That's what happens when you refuse to go to a barber with even a little bit of melanin. Like not even like a Puerto Rican barber. You know what I mean? Ethan KKK Klein, is that you? Wait, what do you mean? This is when you're if this is what your lineup looks like, you are not going to a barber that's even like you're not even going to like a Mexican barber. You know what I mean? This is a lady named Karen that cuts your hair. I'm bald, so you calling me a Nazi? No, it's different for bald people. I got the good at Smash haircut. Okay, that's a bit much. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna disparage the Smash community to that degree. Okay, I'm not saying. I know what you mean. But that's different. That's a different classification. We're not here to attack Smash players, at least for the time being, okay? Yeah, this is his group, by the way. The black males winning. The 3 greatest historical downfall for blacks, says Brian Owens. Slavery produced generations of slave mentality, taught blacks to hate each other based on skin color or titles. Yeah, that's the worst part about slavery, is that it created a slave mentality amongst black people. Political slavery became prevalent in the 1960s under Lyndon B. Johnson when his strategy was, like, the guy that the white nationalist is yelling at wrote these words. You understand? This is the black dude in the cowboy hat. This is his group. Team black males winning. The crack cocaine epidemic destroyed black families with addiction, incarceration, death, and no trust for the addicted, leading to widespread homelessness. Yeah. But this right here also shows the unique perspective that he holds, where it's like, it was these two takes are white supremacist takes, but then the last one is like very much an anti-Reagan take. That's the reason why he's not as racist as the other dude. Anyway. But yeah, here's let's hear a brilliant take on this issue.
Politics and more shit like that, but that shit really pissed me off what's going on in the world right now, bro, with you know who, bro. Track me shit. Bro, I try to bite my tongue nowadays, bro. But like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. How do I know, bro? I have a platform for a reason, bro. I can say what the fuck I want. The fuck you mean who? He killed someone, he's out. Like, how the fuck does that work? Like, bro, he's literally like, what? like what? What do you mean stop? I'm dead serious. He's literally, he stabbed him and he's out. Like, bro, what? Like, what? No, I'm dead, bro. I'm dead, bro. I'm not joking, bro. It doesn't make any sense at all. Y'all saying shut the fuck up? I'm dead serious. No, I don't give a fuck if people mad at me, bro. I say what I want, bro. That's what string's about. If they gonna ban me for opinion, they gotta ban all the other political streamers on Twitch too. Come on, let's be real here. I'm not disrespecting anybody. I'm just being real. Self-defense. Okay, cool. So you would feel comfortable putting your kid in a school with a kid who has a fucking knife in school? Bro, y'all are.
The law is the law, motherfuckers. When a court decision, when a judge's decision doesn't go in their favor. Oh my God. Come on, bro. Like, this is a random pause, dude. Look at this chat. Holy fuck. Least racist cake user.
Are so stupid, bro. Hey.
GG Twitch. No, don't worry. He's still on Twitch.
If y'all get bullied in school, tell your teachers or tell your parents.
More of this. That's cool. That's insane.
Don't fucking try to.
He was in BAU. I don't know what that is.
Let's kill somebody, bro. Please don't kill anybody. Death is very bad. It's crazy I have to even speak on it.
He used to run a... It's true, the Trump campaign just got a new friend in the black voter outreach. Bruce Carter, the founder for Black Man for Bernie, is switching gears and launching Trump for urban communities to propel the GOP candidate into the presidency. But Carter's believe that black voters don't care about Trump's racism allegations. Are they true? Wait, are you sure this is the same guy? This is urban communities. This is a different group. This is from 2020, so. They're cherry-picking GoFundMe quotes to get mad at. The comments on Carmelo Anthony's fundraiser are truly horrifying. They make it very clear that these people don't care whether he has a valid self-defense claim or not. They see Metcalf's murder as an act of racial vengeance. And I hope we help this anonymous giver that gave $10, dude. Hasanabi Asmongold's talking smack about you right now. Oh no. A Trump supporter is talking shit about me. What will I do? I should die, I guess. How will I go on? Oh no. Oh no. What will I do? Bro, if every Trump supporter that talks shit about me, if you guys inform me anytime someone is a fucking Trump supporter talk shit about me, that's all we would have to do. Okay, that's all we would do. We would just only talk about whoever is, you know, Charlie Kirk's talking shit about you. And I assume it's like, half the time it's probably a lie too. Half the time it's like just some dude who is saying, Asmongold's talking shit about you just for me to like say something in return so we can clip it and then post it in the Asmongold subreddit and be like, Hasan is talking shit about Asmongold. You know? Banned, we are the defenders of our lineage as America. These flat whiteness immigrants from all around the world has been open enemies towards us foundational black Americans from day one, no more. I'm doing it again after seeing the need for additional protection and expenses. I'm so glad to get him released on bond. These crackers need to understand that we are not our ancestors and we will reap what they sow. And they will reap what they saw. I hope the knife made a full recovery just for Carmelo. Oh my God. I can't believe they got 3 fucking anonymous comments and then one from Jeremiah. This is reflective. Hey, remember when George Zimmerman was signing Skittle bags, dude? The fuck are we talking about? Remember? Remember when he would go around signing bags of Skittles? Admin thinks you guys are ops, when in reality his main op is cockroaches and he's losing that fight. Yeah, when he auctioned his gun that he used to kill Trayvon Martin with. Yeah, the FBA movement is so FBI coded. I know. Don't get me started, okay? FBA is Foundational Black Americans, or it was, I think the earlier iteration of it was ADOS. African descendants of slaves, and now it has an even funnier, more it has an even funnier, more nativist tone. They dropped the descendants of slavery line to just take an even more nativist tone, where it's like we're foundational black Americans. It's like Tucker Carlson saying legacy Americans, you know what I mean? It's just whatever. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, who cares? It could be organic too, by the way. It might not be feds. It could just be organic, because that's just the state of affairs nowadays. You know what I mean? People are so fucking directionless that and so personally blinded by hyper individualism and white nationalism and American exceptionalism. ADOS and FBA are different. Same idea, but the creators are of the terms are at odds. Oh, my bad. I didn't know that they were. Yeah, it's most likely organic. It's like when Zoomers were talking about how MLK wanted to fuck white women a couple of years ago on TikTok. Like straight up, black teenagers on TikTok posting about how MLK was problematic and hated black women or some shit. Like doing fucking doing FBI blackmail lines, you know, half a century after all of this was litigated. Oh. You should have stayed at Coachella. No.
The Kremlin choreography.
I mean, they said that about Frederick Douglass too, for the record.
Was in full swing. There was a televised meeting with his military chief, a battlefield update on his force's progress, and then an apparently spontaneous decision from Vladimir.
Wait, FBA is Tariq Nasheed's thing, but Tariq Nasheed was initially in ADOS as well. Did he just like branch off and do FBA instead? Because I'm pretty sure Tariq Nasheed was initially with ADOS as well. I guess they must have had some infighting. Because I remember Tariq Nasheed talking about ADOS quite a bit. That's how I found out about ADOS. Kind of surprised you went to Coachella, to be honest. Why? Wait, what the fuck does George Zimmer have to do with anything? I'm dumb as hell. Why are you surprised I went to Coachella? Frederick Douglass should have stayed at Coachella? Yeah, he should have. Isn't it true that MLK cheated on Coretta Scott? Obviously, the contributions he has for humanity far exceed his shortcomings, but I thought that part was true. Exactly, that's the point. It doesn't fucking matter. It's irrelevant. I don't even know if he actually did or not, but I don't give a shit.
Vladimir Putin to cease fire over Easter.
I order that all military actions be stopped for this period. We assume that the Ukrainian side will follow our example. At the same time, our troops must be ready to repel possible violations of the truce and provocations from the enemy.
But the only...
Oh my god, the FBA folks don't think the transatlantic slave trade happened is so wild? Oh my god. That's why they don't do ADOS. That's why... Because ADOS recognizes that slavery happened, whereas the FBA folks don't. Oh my lord! Wait, no. How did? No, really? FBA do acknowledge slavery. Chatter is lying. They think we were always here, like we're the original Native Americans. Some people in the chat are saying FBA. I think it's because ADOS also includes descendants of slaves from other countries, whereas FBA specifically about black Americans. They don't believe that. They think black people called Moors were here, but they don't deny slavery. Oh. Some do, some don't. There is no consensus on it. Some believe in the slave trade, some don't. That makes more sense. Can we start talking about weird white people groups again? I'm sorry. All right, we won't. We've opened the door. We have opened the door to too much. We've opened the door into black people's business a little too much. This is a awfully Caucasian group. sometimes I show you things like this, but you know, we got to close that door. Okay, the FBI foundational Black Americans are the proud descendants of the black men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history, American slavery. Okay, so they do recognize it. Maybe it's a bit like we were here already, but then also slavery happened as well.
Many provocations have come from Russia. Farms in Ukraine's Odessa region,
Yeah, let's get back to Vladimir Putin instead, who opened up the oldest vault, as you guys know, famously, and then showed the world the proof that Jesus Christ was black. That's real, that he did do that.
Latest victims of Moscow's 3-year war. So why announce a ceasefire now? Answer: American patience is wearing thin.
If for some reason one of the two parties makes it very difficult, we're just going to say you're foolish, you're fools, you're horrible people, and we're going to just take a pass. But hopefully we won't have to do that.
Vladimir Putin's trying to cast himself as the peacemaker here, to keep the White House on side so that relations with Washington continue to thaw. But what he's proposed is nothing like what Donald Trump first asked for or what Ukraine agreed to, which was a ceasefire for 30 days.
Jesus was black. That's something everyone needs to wrap their head around and get used to accepting. I agree. I think so too.
This is for 30 hours. And there's skepticism it'll have any real impact on the battlefield.
If there's going to be a genuine effort by the Trump administration to end this war, it's going to take a focused diplomatic approach, concentration, and patience.
Went to the sold-out Denver kneecap show and got everyone complimenting my keffiyeh. Dude was in a Palestine balaclava and wrapped in the flag. Never seen that many white people that radical and made me so hyped to be Irish. Thanks for streaming it too. White boy's cool for once in my life. Nah, Irish folk are the coolest white people, definitionally. Nothing touches it. God damn, dude, they were so sick. They were so dope.
Those aren't notable traits of Mr. Trump.
Ukraine was also dismissive, with President Zelensky proposing to extend the ceasefire beyond Easter. That is what will reveal Russia's true intentions, he wrote, because 30 hours is enough to make headlines.
You know who would have also laughed at Jesus' black comment? Asmongold. At the end of the day, y'all got one thing in common simply because you both white. Yes, you're right. I was being Caucasian. No, I just know the truth. Jesus Christ was Chinese. That's right. I simply can't hide it any longer. Yeah, he was Asian. Actually, I'm willing to entertain that he was Blasian. A Yakubian would say that. Instead of the ignorant Caucasian laugh, drop knowledge, Mr. Asmon clone. Wait, are you fucking serious? What are you saying? Are you being for real right now, dude? I don't give a fuck what Jesus looked like, okay? Sure, he's black. Who cares? I don't fucking care. I don't know why you think this is like a major point of contention. Yes, I am just like Asmongold. I mean, yeah, Jesus wasn't white. We all know that. But I don't know if he was black. I think he was, as a topic at the moment, fool, I'm discussing it. I think he's probably North African. You know, somewhere in the MENA region. he was a brown dude, for sure. But then again, I genuinely don't fucking care. That's why I laughed. I was like, sure, okay, he was black. Much better than an ignorant Caucasian laugh. Okay, shut up, bitch. Oh, fuck.
But not for genuine confidence-building measures. 30 days could give peace a chance. Some things have changed here this Easter after a mass prisoner swap. 246 captives released by each side. That feels a lot more meaningful than Moscow's latest maneuver. Ivor Bennett, Sky News, Vladimir region in Russia.
This morning, Iran and the United States are sitting down for a new round of talks on Iran's nuclear program. ABC's Marcus Moore is joining us now from Rome, where those meetings are taking place. Marcus, good morning.
Whit, good morning. These talks are a continuation of the negotiations that took place last week in Oman. Officials indicated that those talks went well, and today's meeting here in Rome. Omani officials serving as mediators in the indirect talks led by U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Vice President Vance is also here in Italy, but not taking part in the meeting. As you know, the Trump administration is working to...
Yeah, it's because he's not taking part of the meeting because he's too busy becoming the tariff czar now, which is awesome.
Curb Iran's nuclear program. The UN says the country has accelerated its uranium enrichment closer to a level that would allow Iran to develop a nuclear weapon. And the U.S. and Israel say that cannot be allowed to happen. President Trump has threatened military action if a deal isn't reached by the end of a 2-month deadline he set back in March. So this meeting will be important. And I think one issue to watch for under any new deal is whether Iran is permitted to continue its nuclear program or called to dismantle it altogether, which would likely be a non-starter on Iran's part. And amidst all of this, you have Israel waiting in the wings and ready to attack Iran's nuclear sites as it sees an imminent threat. So a lot is at stake, Whit, and there's every sense that time is ticking for these sides to reach a deal to avert another breakout of violence in the Middle East.
Yes, definitely something to watch closely there. And Marcus, as you noted, Vice President Vance is also there in Rome. What more are you learning about his plans?
Yeah, the Vice President arrived here yesterday. He attended an Easter Good Friday service with his family. He's met with cardinals and other clergy. He also toured the Apostolic Palace. The Vice President is expected to leave for India tomorrow. And meanwhile, Holy Week masses are set to continue. And we'll watch for what appearances Pope Francis makes. After his long hospital stay from pneumonia just weeks ago, the faithful have gathered here in large numbers, hoping to receive a blessing from the Pope on Easter Sunday.
Yes, we see those large crowds there at the Vatican. Marcus Moore for us, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Tim Dillon's new idea, war tourism. The Pope denied meeting him. Yeah, the Pope sent his second in command to give him a lecture on a lecture on compassion, apparently. Pope Francis skipped the Vatican's official meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance Saturday instead of having his number 2 give the Vice President a lecture on compassion. Is it true Middle Eastern countries persuaded Hitler to persecute the Jews? Do you condemn October 7th? Dude, what are you saying? Dude, Israel Defender literally goes, do you condemn October 7th? And immediately does Holocaust revisionism. Yeah, dude. Really entertain what you are suggesting here. How is this seen as anything but defending Adolf Hitler's anti-Semitism? That he was seemingly not anti-Semitic from the jump, but instead was persuaded by the Grand Mufti of Palestine at the time, which was a British guy anyway. It was like a British appointed position to begin with. Guy goes from Asmongold's talking smack about you to, do you condemn October 7th? Is it true Middle Eastern countries persuaded Hitler to persecute the Jews? Yeah, they tricked them. It's weird. They tricked them with mind control. Arabs have mind control powers, and they fucking tricked them into writing Mein Kampf too. Even before they fucking met him. Also, ironic because this statement is revisionist, is Holocaust revisionism, and very famously was also uttered by Benjamin Netanyahu, as a matter of fact. Benjamin Netanyahu fucking said this too.
Hopefully they do this peace. Fun. This peace in the Middle East, hopefully.
One thing I will say about Tim Dillon is that, funny guy aside, I do think it's kind of crazy that he just like all the statements he's made about like pedophile elites and whatever, they all go by the wayside when it comes down to like interviewing people like Steve Bannon or I think he literally had like Kevin Spacey do his intro for his Netflix comedy special. It's like maybe you don't really care about that kind of thing. I don't know.
They keep talking about all this, you know, these deals they're all making. Hopefully that the Hamas and the Israel, whatever it is, they get, you know, because...
Well, that's one thing that Trump said. If I get in there, 24 hours, the war's over.
That's a tough one. 24 is tough.
That's obviously...
But hopefully they figure it out, because it is, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
The human toll is unreal.
Unreal.
And, you know, it's crazy.
Some lady just died. She was the protagonist in some documentary, and she just got blown up.
There is an argument to be made that level of devastation and death is worse than you talking to someone on your podcast.
Allegedly.
There is an argument to be made. It's probably not a good one.
The amount
but there
of damage
is an
you
argument.
can do with just talking.
There is an argument to be made that, you know, starvation and stuff like that and people dying is worse than a podcast.
But wait a minute.
I wouldn't make it.
Wait a minute before you say that. Have you been there?
Right, that's a good point.
Have you haven't been?
By the way, how is he in all these wars? Can I just go to wars? By the way, how are you allowed to just go to wars? Is that the way
you should at least
can you just
have the
go
courtesy of going?
Can I just go to wars, or do I have to come back and say what people want me to say about the wars? Can I go to the wars and have my own opinions, or do I have to have the opinions?
Not if you want to go back.
That's right. That's right. It's very interesting, this war tourism. How do I get on this war tourism?
Yeah.
I'd like to go to the Ukraine. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go to all this war tourism.
Do you have any awards that they can melt down and make bullets out of?
Joe, think about this. Do I seem like a guy that has a lot of awards?
Didn't you get one of those YouTube plaques when you hit 100,000?
I don't even know where they send it. I don't know where. I don't know.
He's talking about Sean Penn, I think. Right? Isn't that what he did? Sean Penn gave Zelensky his Oscar or something, dude. Liberals were going wild in the Douglas Murray. No, but Sean Penn did that too, no?
Where they're sending those YouTube plaques.
We've got a few of those.
But I like this idea of war tourism. I like the idea of going to a war and then coming back having a very black and white view.
Yes, I've been there.
I get it, and I know, and interesting. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. I love that.
You feel better than the other people.
Well, of course, there's a lot of people. It gets very murky. Most people I know that have been to war have a very murky, complex.
Yeah, they're dunking on Douglas Murray. I got it because of the Douglas Murray Dave Smith debacle. By the way, I've never seen more of a fucking industry plant, like straightforwardly. It's just a part of the Hasbara mechanism that like Israel has propped up Douglas Murray as the Anglo-Saxon defender of Israel in the Western world. It is so fucking obvious. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what you say. You can call me whatever the fuck you want and be like, oh, this is anti-Semitic. Like, get the fuck out of here. Why is Donald Trump promoting Douglas Murray's book, dude? Like, really? Really? Douglas Murray writes a book. It's everywhere. All of a sudden, he's on Joe Rogan defending Israel, and virtually every single pro-Israeli account in unison is pushing Douglas Murray. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the absolute fuck out of here. This is literally Israel was like, finally, a guy that is not going to make people anti-Semitic by just simply looking at them. Okay, we like not even anti-Zionist at that point, like anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Straight up. Like finally, it's not, because they were like, for the longest time we had fucking Rabbi Shmuley, Michael Rappaport, Amy Schumer, and fucking Alan Dershowitz. Finally we got someone who at least like is one a Christian nationalist, and he's buttoned up with a British accent, so we can just really push him and he'll be able to penetrate the consciousness of these dumb fucking Westerners. Nope. Nope, not even a little bit. It is not working. Okay.
Complex view of things. But it is good to go to a war and then come back and be as sure as you were before you came.
You don't have to go for very long.
No, you go for an hour.
Couple hours.
It's a lunch.
Yeah.
It's lunch on
Put
the
on
front
a
line.
flak jacket that says press.
Tea on the front lines, and then you come back and you have all the talk. Yeah.
And if you're on the right side, you probably don't get shot.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, there doesn't seem to be a ton of danger for a lot of these people going to these wars. They seem fine.
If you cross that line and you have a bucket of food with you, they might light you up.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go. I'll go to any war and I'll anything you want. So if you want to pay for me to go to a war, I will come back and I go, I saw the Houthis. They're terrifying. They are terrifying. Any war you want. And by the way, any country, if China wants me to, you know, I'm doing it. I'm doing
Moscow?
I would love to go to Moscow. And I said to my friend, Anna Hashan from the Red Scare podcast, I said, should I go to Russia? She goes, you're spiritually Russian, and the maybe you won't leave. She says the oligarch lifestyle might be for you.
I can see
the
you
sweat
eating caviar, with
the
flip-flops.
smoked fish. She goes, it might, smoking a cigarette on a yacht. She goes, it might be for you. Listening to people's moral justifications for all kinds of things. You know, going, well,
I see. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What happened to those? All those yachts that got confiscated?
I don't know. It's a
Who
great
gets
question.
those?
I bet it's some high-level version of like a police auto auction, right?
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm thinking. Exactly. Like if
Maybe
the cops,
those are the ones you sail to the war. I don't know.
Yeah. When they raid drug dealers' houses and they get those Maseratis, that you could buy that Maserati online.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what those yachts are. It's a great question. What happens to those yachts?
Yeah,
those
because
very luxurious yachts. That was the first problem I had. Obviously, it's a tragedy, the whole Ukraine war, but I thought, frankly, going around and taking these oligarchs' boats, I was against that.
What's weird?
You work hard for a boat like that.
Also,
I don't know. I mean, there's a line between war tourism and doing brave journalism, and I get to dictate what that line is. It's entirely dependent on whether I like your positions or not. Okay, that's it. I'm being radically honest here. All right. If you're doing good work, then you're a brave, bold journalist putting yourself directly in the line of fire. If you're fucking annoying, then you're doing war porn, war tourism. That's it. You're gonna lose your mind at this Bill Maher new rules just so you're mentally prepared. The not working class new rule? No. Oh no, Bilbo Baggins. Can we please skip this smug dog fart? No, I only did a 2-hour stream yesterday, which is why I have to punish myself here. I have to atone for my sins of you know, doing things off camera, going to a festival and the like. You got to earn it today, yeah.
And finally, new rule now that the Trump administration has decided that America will pay any price and bear any burden to bring back factory jobs. They have to answer one question. Who's going to take them? Who exactly is supposed to do all this monotonous, low-paying labor? Immigrants? They're all deported. It'll probably be robots if we're not using them all for sex slaves. But I'll tell you who's definitely not doing it. Gen Z.
Dude, you're this, but at like 70 years old. Like, what is your output? You know what I mean? What, you don't do any work. Are you working in a factory? Have you ever worked in a factory? Like, the fuck's this guy talking about? He did the same new rule 12 years ago about our age group 100%. Oh yeah, I mean, he did it about millennials. Brother, I have an aerospace engineering degree and I'm Gen Z. This guy can suck my ass. You know the crowd is paid, right? Not sure if you covered that in the past, just so there's no illusion that anyone there is actually laughing at this honestly. He is more aligned with the working class than you ever will be. True. Who amongst the working class doesn't love a smarmy, entitled, elitist, liberal dipshit who's just smug, arrogant, and fucking annoying, mean-spirited, also oblivious to the realities?
The very people who would have to be most invested if this plan is going to work. Is this who we really think Gen Z is? A generation of manly men who make things with their hands, who get up early and go out to the plant in their hard hats with their lunch pails and come home dirty? Gruff men in news.
It's all aesthetics, bro. I swear to God, it's all fucking aesthetics. For every American, it is not actually about like what it means to work and earn a wage. It is entirely about what it looks like. Are your clothes getting dirty? Is it backbreaking labor? Only then is it real. This is from your sub. This is from a chatter who literally went. There's a picture in the comments of the political talk show advertisement where you can sign up from a company called Standing Room Only. How come Hasan doesn't mention Bill Maher's live audience is paid to be there? I'm listening to Hasan watch the real-time segment with Steve Bannon. He's commenting on the audience, politics, and the cheers, but doesn't mention that they're all paid minimum wage with a 4-hour guarantee. They have an audience clap, laugh coordinator, just like a sitcom. In LA, you can get paid for all sorts of game shows and talk shows. I did American Ninja Warrior once, tapes from midnight to 5 a.m. Oh, there it is. Political talk show. Superfans, dress in business professional attire, solid colorful attire. Please leave cell phones and all electronics in the car. No cell phone allowed on set. The show is a 4-hour minimum pay for working the show. I've been to tapings. The reason why I don't think it's always paid is because some tapings are not paid. The ones I've been to were voluntary. But I can totally see why Bill Maher would have to pay for the crowd. Like, a lot of their shows that have real fandoms don't have to fucking pay. Daily Show, not paid. Pretty sure SNL is not paid. I suspect that John Oliver's probably not paid either. Some of them might even sell tickets to be able to attend. I went to a Bill Maher taping in 2011. I was not paid at all. Yeah, I think probably back then he had that's what I mean. Like, there's probably a time where it wasn't paid, but if you can't draw organic crowds, then you have to pay for it. And it's better that way anyway, because nobody's gonna fucking laugh at Bill Maher's shitty ass jokes. So when you're fucking paid, you're more likely to do the bidding of the laughter coordinator.
Boy Caps working overtime at the steel factory. Seriously, these kids can't handle a gig at the Cheesecake Factory.
Like, I think at this point, the organic fandom of Bill Maher is probably also so old that they're not gonna go. They're not gonna actually attend, you know what I mean?
They're quiet quitting office jobs. If you walk into a department store and ask them for something, they act like you barged into their apartment and woke them up. I'm sorry, but Generation Nepo Baby aren't exactly the sinewy, leather-skinned workmen of yesteryear. They're doughy.
Whoa, what's happening? Wait, what? Are you bored? Hold on.
Gamers who need
the one time I fucking watch Bill Maher, this asshole comes in and sits down to watch.
Emotional support animal to ride in a plane. Can you imagine what they'll need on their lap to operate a crane? I mean, look at the prerequisites. A shift on the factory floor requires focus, eye contact, social skills. How would they survive working elbow to elbow with people who don't share their beliefs on everything? If you're on an assembly line, if one person drops the ball, Lucy has to eat all the chocolate.
Dude, what's really interesting is that this almost feels like my commentary, but with a bizarro framework attached to it. Like, you know how I've talked about during the tariffs and the onshoring conversation that has taken place over this last month, I've routinely mentioned that we have an underemployment problem with like 23% of people working in like gig economy jobs and not making enough money, right? And the fact that we already have jobs is just like mostly in the service sector now, or white collar jobs in general. And that while I'm on board with a manufacturing revolution in this country and onshoring, the idea that like that is magically going to fix wages is stupid. And it's interesting that Bill Maher doesn't recognize that those other jobs that currently exist, the people that serve him, right? The people that serve his coffee, or the people that pick up his fucking Uber Eats delivery or whatever, like those are people who are working real jobs. It's not necessarily that those jobs don't exist, it's that those jobs pay very little. They're not paying enough to earn a living. Now, of course, I don't expect Bill Maher to have a decent perspective on this, because he is an out-of-touch asshole who has been a multi-millionaire, probably 100 millionaire at this point, throughout his very long career of being a famous television personality, that he has no way of comprehending what the average person's existence looks like. And he's too arrogant to care. He's too arrogant to see beyond what his beyond his immediate vicinity. Now, what's interesting here, like I said, is that he part owned a baseball team at one point. Jesus Christ, he's so rich. Oh God, I hate that. So, of course, he went and hung out with Donald Trump. He's a 140 millionaire. Ugh. Okay, so the point I'm making is, if you think that people are fantasizing about like blue collar work, backbreaking work in general, you've probably never encountered someone who does that sort of thing. Many chatters have parents that have worked in blue collar work, and they understand how awful it is on the body. And long ago, the dream for blue collar workers was so that their next of kin don't have to work in the fucking factory floor, even though the job paid well, decently well, and had good benefits. people do not fantasize, or people do not yearn for backbreaking labor. What they yearn for is good wages and good benefits, a way to live on a single salary. That's what people want. People want the cost of living to come down. People want their money to go a longer way than it does currently. The reason why manufacturing and onshoring is good is because manufacturing, at least still in the United States of America, has been resilient to the anti-unionization efforts, given that the assembly line is still a perfect mode of production that is perfectly susceptible to the forces of unionization. That's it. And that's precisely the reason why these are some of the best jobs that are readily available to this day, union jobs in general. But it's not necessarily what you do in the factory that is the reason why people want it. It's because they fantasize about the cost of living and being able to take care of your family on a single wage that people fantasize about. That's it. If you wanted to actually fix the problems that America is facing right now, you would work to fix those problems within the existing confines of labor in this country. You could very well do that, except no one wants to do that. They want to fantasize about manufacturing jobs somehow coming back, which, you know, you will never be able to do that without rapid industrialization, and you can't do that without a command economy, especially at this point, and America has no appetite for such things. And even then, let's say if we were to magically bring back factories and they materialized out of thin air overnight, and we magically trained the entire labor force to be able to work in these high precision manufacturing jobs, there is no guarantee that these are going to be good paying jobs. After all, when you look at the Amazon distribution facilities, they are fairly close to the same structure that exists within manufacturing jobs. You're constantly in a fucking slammed facility next to other like-minded, or next to other individuals who recognize how backbreaking the labor is. And yet Amazon has designed this incredibly sophisticated process to ensure that there is never unionization that takes place inside of their distribution facilities, to much success, as a matter of fact, with one notable exception. So, no, the fuck they aren't, Lamau. Wait, what? See, this is a great example. I work a white-collar job and have for over a decade. If manufacturing jobs offered a livable wage, good benefits, and they brought back pensions, I would absolutely jump on board. Except if you were given the opportunity to get the same wages and the same benefits, like good benefits, good wages, and a livable wage in your white-collar job, as opposed to the blue-collar job, you would stay in your white-collar job. As a matter of fact, many blue-collar workers would jump ship to do white-collar jobs if they had the same benefits. That's my point. Why the fuck wouldn't you want to work in an air-conditioned office? That's it. Manual labor is difficult. It's backbreaking. The reason why people fantasize about manual labor is because, one, it's been a very long time since they've ever truly encountered a backbreaking menial labor job. And two, is because they fantasize about the 60s when those jobs would allow a single parent in a two-parent household to be able to take care of the entire family and create a social safety net and a semblance of upward social mobility for their next generation. Ex-IATSA carpenter here, a bit of a different situation, but I took like a 30K pay cut to have work from home job that back in marketing. Yeah.
And when someone falls into the liquid plaster vat, he'll die.
Marat's butler says, would you say that it's an insecurity around masculinity causing the romanticizing of manufacturing jobs? Sure, that plays a role in it. Your butler's in the chat.
because it'll just be everybody videotaping it. You know, there's a lot of talk these days about the working class and how the Democrats lost the election by abandoning them, which on a policy basis is ridiculous. But culturally, it's working for Republicans, who are seen by many as bringing back a time when men were men and worked real jobs, and their wives stayed home making tuna casseroles and hot daughters. Trump and his MAGA crowd has this testosterone-drenched delusion that America will only return to its glory days when men, real men, burly, brawny, manly men go back to work in red brick factories and have cigarettes for lunch on top of skyscrapers. Okay, but it's 2025, and being masculine is a hate crime now. And Gen Z, they don't care who's for the working class because a lot of them, let's not paint with a broad brush, not all, but a lot of them don't want to work. They want to know who's for the not working class. Did you know that America has 7 million men in the prime of their life who are neither working nor looking for work, which is more than 4 times what it was back in the day, no cap. Thank you. There's even a word for it now, NILF. It stands for not in labor force, which people think this is synonymous with unemployed. It isn't. Unemployed people are looking for work. NILFs are not. They're what we used to call deadbeats.
The term is neat. But like I said, it is crazy to me that, like, it's Bill Maher making these arguments. It's like, dude, you don't do shit. Like, I don't do shit, but even I do more shit than he does. You know what I mean? At least I, like, go outside, go to protests, put my money where my mouth is. You know what I mean? This motherfucker just, like, sits around and has a $140 million net worth, and all he does is just be smarmy and annoying. And because he was there during the heyday of HBO, he just still gets to collect a $10 million, $30 million paycheck a year, despite the fact that virtually nobody watches this dumbass show except for us. I guess, okay, I take it back. 500,000 views, not so bad. You know, real time with Bill Maher. Also, speaking of fucking 500,000 views in one day, look at that. That shit went crazy, dude. That shit went crazy mode. The conservative awakening has begun. It's wild. Yeah, this is my actual YouTube channel. Yeah, go watch my videos, bro. You don't even know what my actual YouTube channel looks like? Okay, dude.
People whose great skill in life is somehow getting by, either on disability, wink, wink, or money from their parents, or whatever Scott Disick does. Listen to this. Half of American parents with adult children provide them regularly with financial assistance, spending almost $1,500 per adult child per month. Wow. Turns out Gen Z was blowing up our 401ks long before Trump got a hold of it. So, I know the Trump crowd imagines a gleaming new factory created by high tariffs and thinks if you build it, they will come. They won't. They're playing Minecraft. They don't. Yeah. They're not saying can do. They say can't even. And if you don't believe me, check out this ridiculous video from an influencer who goes by the name Bacteria Baby. That went viral a couple of years ago when the idea of returning to a military draft had been floated.
Why is everybody saying Gen Z is gonna get drafted? Like, no the fuck we're not. And you know why I know that? Because we're just gonna say no. Like, how are they gonna actually force us to get up and go to war? And we're also like really mentally ill. I have like 6 of these.
You've heard the adage about how America has 2 kinds of people, the white-collar types who shower before work and the working class who shower after work. Okay, but this kid doesn't shower at all. Because he doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I mean, this sucks. It's not that bad. It sucks, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I don't really give a shit. It's just an old man fucking complaining, you know? Like, who cares? Whatever. Yeah. Remember the lady? Patty Morin? The sociopath that the White House was parading around, who was the mother of a American who was slain by an undocumented migrant, and she basically has been getting paraded around to keep Kilmar Brega Garcia in El Salvador, despite the fact that Kilmar Brega Garcia is a whole ass different individual than the person that killed her daughter. Yeah. Remember when I told you she's a fucking scumbag and a monstrous piece of shit? Well, there's more to that story. Okay? I said she was a scumbag, monstrous piece of shit because she was using a horrible thing that happened to her daughter to basically fucking do white nativist immigration policy. She was like, yeah, my daughter was killed by an undocumented migrant, so we should, you know, deport every migrant in general to this concentration camp, as though every other undocumented migrant somehow is responsible for this the actions of this one individual. Okay? And yeah, there was a chatter who mentioned the whole family's fucked up. Well, it turns out there's a lot going on with this family. Turns out she's being fucking sued by her murdered daughter's children because she stole all the money. Rachel Morin allegedly stole all the money from the fundraising proceeds from her own fucking family, dude. Rachel Morin's children allege their grandmother and aunt are keeping fundraising proceeds from them, lawsuit claims. Let's take a look.
As the Banner reports, that lawsuit alleges that Morin's 5 children have not received any of the proceeds from crowdfunding efforts started by family members. It also says Morin's mother, Patty, and sister have kept the money.
Yeah, conservatives are bad people. They're just bad. They're just fucking bad people, dude.
For themselves. The lawsuit also names one of Morin's daughters, who is a legal adult, as her next of kin, an executor of Morin's estate. A law firm representing Patty Morin says those funds have been placed in a trust fund for the children. And the
awful. Now, the other thing that I want to mention here, of course, is that, I mean, she's an awful piece of shit already, even before this, okay? But what I find particularly funny about this story is that this story, this news report from CBS, is from a year ago. Okay? It's from a year ago, which means that the White House didn't even do basic background checks on the person that they're parading around to make this fucking insane argument. And I think it's because they just don't give a shit. Because even if you bring this up and go, this person is a fucking psycho, they don't care. Nobody cares anymore. No one cares about like people being bad. No one cares at all. It's really fucked up. That's why I was talking about the content cop and saying how like this is a very different internet. It's a very different internet than what it used to look like in the original content cop era. Nowadays, I think, especially on the right, or especially when you get that reactionary bug in you, in your mind, you not only entertain your favorite people being bad, you actually rally around that kind of behavior. Like, reactionary commentary in general has always been on the wrong side of history. But at least in the past, right-wingers would try to ascribe a positive association to their worldview, a morality to why they were doing what they were doing or what they were advocating for. I'll give you an example. Perhaps one of the best examples of this is around abortion. The reason why the abortion conversation is fought on the boundaries of pro-life versus pro-choice is because right-wingers very deliberately, in an expert move, marketed their position not as anti-choice and stopping women from having bodily autonomy, but instead around defending life. There's a reason for that, because they wanted to market their controlling, domineering attitude in a somewhat moral or morally righteous way. Right-wingers don't do that anymore. If the abortion conversation had started now, I know for a fucking fact that it would not be fought as a pro-life movement. They would call it pro-control movement. The Nick Fuenteses of the world already give the game away when they say your body, my choice. Right-wingers nowadays went from yelling about liberals virtue signaling to actively vice signaling. It is all just vengeance. It is all revenge, a revenge fantasy that they've built in their minds. I'm serious. This kind of stuff is a clear indication of that. Saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs, and then when someone corrects them, going, you just don't care, you don't know, it's not, you're just oblivious, or yeah, I have to tell stories so that people pay attention to what I have to say, or the only difference between an undocumented Haitian and a documented Haitian is just documentation, and that's the reason why I call all of them illegal aliens, because I want to take their documentation away. Like that, all of that is straightforwardly vice signaling, doing pain to vulnerable populations, doing pain to marginalized groups. They run with that now. Does that make sense? It's no longer about even trying to present dishonestly, mind you, but present like a marketable, morally righteous position for them. It's all vengeance. It seems to me like this is a reaction to the left claiming the moral high ground, virtue signaling so hard the last couple of years. The right just out of spite went in the opposite direction, claiming the moral low ground to counter that culture. No, the reality of the matter is they've always been this way. They're just not marketing anymore because I think they're winning so much that they don't even see the reason to. And winning on the front of like Twitter and whatnot, that has caused them to think that their positions are actually very popular. This is something that I've said quite a bit. The internet has become more and more reactionary. It's become more reactionary consistently. And it got especially worse after the Twitter Twitter purchase from Elon Musk. And will admit that I didn't think that it would get this bad. I knew that Twitter would be bad, but I thought it would just be trapped in Twitter. Not realizing that if one platform actively, one of the major platforms, even if it's not the most popular one, actively becomes a neo-Nazi shithole, that actually breaches containment and has a secondary impact all around on other platforms as well. Because whatever's making waves on Twitter ends up making itself on even Twitch, making news even on Twitch, making news on YouTube, making news on TikTok. So I think that this echo chamberification and 4chanification of Twitter and all the other subsequent platforms also becoming more and more right-wing, benefiting from the permission structure created on Twitter for neo-Nazi sentiment, I think that is causing right-wingers to think that they are winning on the propaganda front, that like the everyday Americans are becoming infinitely more right-wing. And to a certain degree they are, because not because of Twitter, but because of like Joe Rogan. Because something pops off on Twitter, Joe Rogan sees that, he talks about it, all of a sudden that is in front of millions of Americans who love Joe Rogan, right? It's like when you realize just how large the nation of Asmin really is. It's just decades of gamer brain rot now mainstream. Yeah. The reality of the matter, however, is that the political movement associated with this kind of vice signaling is still, in my opinion, unfashionable to the average person. Like, normies are not as brain rotted as we think they are, judging by what the internet looks like. This isn't to say that normies haven't become more reactionary over the past couple of years, especially in the past decade. They certainly have. But by and large, what pops off on Twitter right now in the real world is still considered repulsive. An example of this is Elon Musk's ridiculous behavior in Wisconsin and how that led to the defeat in Wisconsin. If you were to look at Twitter as a metric of success, if you were to only look at Twitter to judge how Elon Musk is perceived by the broader electorate, you would get a very different attitude. Your understanding of the world, if shaped by Twitter, would be completely broken. In the real world, you ask people what they think about Elon Musk, they fucking hate him. They talk about assassinating him, like openly. They talk about assassinating him on Twitter too, but by and large, Twitter is his website, and he has very selfishly turned it into a website that will give him unlimited praise. But make no mistake, Twitter still very much is not real life. Anyway, a Minnesota man was arrested and handcuffed at his workplace by ICE and thrown into detention. ICE had secretly revoked his visa without telling him and then arrested him for overstaying that visa. He wasn't even sent a notice telling him what happened. That's crazy. Fantastic stuff overall. Just unlimited cruelty, man. What the fuck are we doing? Speaking of which, I do want to talk about liberals briefly because the libs have been popping off. Here is Nicholas Decker, GMU Econ PhD student, liberal, Aspie. I post interesting papers, Michael Kermerstan. Now, make no mistake, this person is one of the most like repulsive style of annoying, smarmy, elitist liberals out there. And I will tell you exactly why I feel this way. Not because he has the globe emoji in the bio, which is a telltale sign that the person you're talking to is going to be horrible, but because I've seen some of the other things that he has advocated for on the timeline. Having said that, I will offer critical support to him in this trying time. Nicholas Decker wrote an article. When must we kill them? Evil has come to America. The present administration is engaged in barbarism. It has arbitrarily imprisoned its opponents, revoked the visas of thousands of students, imposed taxes upon us without our consent, and seeks to destroy the institutions which oppose it. Its leader has threatened those who produce unfavorable coverage and suggested their licenses be revoked. It has deprived us, in many cases, of trial by jury. It has subjected us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution. And then it goes on and go on. Now, basically the argument that he's making in this situation is, you know, when is the appropriate time? When is the time to take matters into our own hands? Now, this is very different than the liberals of my heyday. Okay, hashtag dark woke. Liberals of the past Trump tenure had a very different attitude. They would be like, oh, Antifa is bad. Punch a Nazi. Let's talk about the ethical considerations here. How dare you? This is violent. That kind of thing. And now they're becoming dark woke. But the argument, or not the argument, but the story for this dark woke soldier doesn't end there. It simply begins there. In the aftermath of this article going viral on Twitter, Nicholas Decker, of course, got a visit from Secret Service, or I believe the Department of Homeland Security. Where is it? Where is it? He's not a liberal. He's a classical liberal libertarian. Yeah. I know. You're right. I should clarify. Now, what's interesting about this is that there's a photo of it too. Secret Service came by and we had a lovely chat. Discussion touched on many points with an amicable resolution of differences. Conduct is fully legal. Here's the picture of it. Now, not only did he post this photo of it, it doesn't even end there. It doesn't even fucking end there. Also, look at this stance, dude. Oh my God, it's hilarious. Okay. It does not end there. People apparently were swatting the wrong house, so he literally posted his address. He went up and was like, no, this is my actual address. If you want to come and kill me, or if you want to swat me, swat the right address. Don't fucking harm my family or whatever. Which I thought was extra crazy. But in the aftermath of this bold, brave, radical stance, he got evicted. Which I would normally not laugh at. That is no laughing matter that this person is getting fucking swatted so hard his landlord is like, you know, we got to kick you out of here. It's bullshit, right? Except because he's a fucking libertarian and also a prolific poster as a libertarian. After he wrote this update, we very quickly found out his point of view on this sort of thing. Update, internet lunatics, my landlord has evicted me on account of your threats. In other news, does anyone have a spare room? Permanently, says Slazak. He responds, yep, permanently. She wants me to make very clear that I do not reside at that address as well. Have you actually violated your rules? On what grounds can she evict you? Endangering the peace and quiet enjoyment of the property. Now, of course, you got Ushanti, who is a very kind and tenants union organizer that immediately rushed to help. Hi, Nicholas. I'm not familiar with the laws in VA, but it seems dubious to be served with a nuisance eviction you are not at all responsible for. Have they actually filed this in court or just served you with a notice? She's trying. She's trying to help him. Let's take a look at what he has to say about tenants organizers and tenants rights lawyers in general. Oh, that's right. Dean Preston is a tenants rights lawyer. So what is it that he's done? In the long run, make people homeless. Providing a lawyer to contest eviction simply drags out the process. When renting is riskier, Those who are poorest get cut out entirely. To which he responded with, "This is correct." I respect it. I respect a libertarian who literally recognizes his place in the peasantry that still says, "My lordship demands his awesome power. Prima nocta, my lord. Have my first wife on the night of my marriage." Incredible. Incredible. This guy in Ancapistan being sold into sex slavery is like, "Well, my lordship has ordained it. After all, I have no other choice. The coercion of the markets is irrelevant in the matter. As long as I, even if I have no other option." Property rights above all else. Hell yeah. Standing on business, final boss. Yeah, it's crazy. "Deflower my wife, your lordship." "Your wish is my command." He said property rights over human rights in the process of having his rights being violated. Yeah, I love the mind of a libertarian. We must kill the president, but I mustn't wrong my landlord. Like, how? For him, he's like, the procedural and norms violations are so severe. That's the only thing he's mad at. He's mad at Trump eroding constitutional norms and procedural norms. If Trump was doing this within the boundaries of procedural norms, he'd be like, it's fine. Just like his fucking landlord. Anyway, much love to Nicholas Decker. I look forward to where he goes on this journey. I respect his commitment to his libertarian framework, where, you know, as long as the non-aggression principle is not violated, he understands the power that a contract holds, and he will quietly be evicted for literally being swatted endlessly. Anyway, unique character interactions like this make the campaign so much more memorable. I'm gonna do his quest line in New Game Plus. Your ad hominem is a nap violation. He might take me out for that. Honestly. Libertarians are so fucking insane. They're the most wild libs. Yeah. I you know, you can't help but respect it to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? Also, apparently, there was more Ethan Klein drama. Someone was talking about, notice how smooth Ethan Klein hit the real chat in the top right corner. He hit it like a little super spy. Probably none of his 40K viewers even noticed. Disgusting. Can we all stop tiptoeing around this shit? He's shown no proof that CBS even came, and you can't call CBS in California anonymously, he said. Or one of these community members says. I don't know what happened with the CPS stuff. I don't know what the actual like what the resolution is. I still think it's ridiculous to call CPS, but I don't know what has happened. He showed the document.
Like, it is not a secret. Go on.
Leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons.
Now pay attention to her
he
chat.
Doesn't have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit, and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know.
Now this is Denham's reacting to this 2 days before CPS was called, and let's just take a look at the chat.
He keeps claiming matter-of-factly that it was Denham's community, which is bullshit. He posted an edited chat of Denham's chat when her real chat is in the top right and they don't match.
Call CPS. Like, it is not a secret. Go on.
Leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him.
You can't call anonymously in the state of California and Texas. Yeah, why did he put his cam up here? Why did he go from blip to this side to up top? You can file anonymous CPS complaints in California. It's literally on the website. I don't know how the CPS process works. 7 messages out of thousands from a different video she was watching also. What? Lose viewers, lose viewers. Lol, stop thinking about your boyfriend, Ethan. Is this the new meta? Is this the new meta from the Ethan Klein has? This is like, oh, you care about him so much. Ethan is the chat is pasted together. Look how it ends randomly. Denham's debunked it. The chat didn't look like that. They made it look like it was full-on CPS messages when it was only one chatter like every 5 minutes. Yeah. I do think that it's mostly bad faith at this point. Like, everything that he's doing is bad faith. I haven't seen if he like actually reacted to the rest of the content cop or not, but I don't think that he's going to. Oh yeah, here, this is the one I was going to show. I don't think that he's going to.
For different reasons. Now pay attention to her chat. Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like.
All right, everybody, pay attention to the chat. Pay attention to the chat that is going on based upon what's on the screen here. Right? I don't know what the screen here is directly above her. Everybody, pay attention to that. You hear what Ethan said? He said, "Pay attention to this chat." This is the chat that is on, referencing what's on the screen, the real-time chat. Everybody, pay attention to it.
Covered in dog shit.
What? Ethan?
They don't even CPS, so service bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have charity, they actually need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever. Wow. So Ethan is.
He did, and he gave you an ultimatum to watch his response within the next 2 days. Wait, me? Wait, he gave me an ultimatum to watch his response to the content cop? Or what? He's gonna keep slandering me? Wait, why do I have to watch his response to iDubbbz' video? What the fuck? That's so funny. Yeah, he crashed out harder when you said nice shit at the end. I didn't say the nice shit at the end. I think the ultimatum was to Noah to remove this video or get sued. I don't think you got one. He did watch it. When he got to the end, he couldn't take a compliment and just belittled everyone that just said something nice to him. He completely missed the point of the whole content cop. His response is over 9 hours long. That's amazing. Watch Asman's response. The man is a national treasure. Yeah, I'm good on that, I think. Ethan Klein accuses IDubbbz of Holocaust denial over his opinion on Sabra hummus. Jesus Christ.
Communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left? And that sucks. That's the only option, right? Arab communities.
He said you're a Nazi because you have a Bleach sword with a swastika, but don't even watch Bleach. He flipped out about your Bleach sword, and that you don't even watch Bleach. First of all, I've read Bleach, and I didn't read the whole thing. I'm not like the biggest fan, self-admittedly. I never watched the anime, but I did get the sword at an anime convention on camera because it was fucking cool. It is pretty funny though that he spent 25 minutes talking about your Bleach sword. The crew agreed it was anti-Semitic to ask him to talk to Sam, Zach specifically. Yeah, I don't care what the fucking crew agrees to, okay? Oh. He pulled up clips of you saying you don't watch it. Yeah, it's not. What? What is the argument? He begged the crew to find him clips of you talking about Bleach, so they clips of you saying I don't watch Bleach to prove that you only got the sword because it has a swastika on it and you're a Nazi. That's awesome. He said some shit like, see Hasan, this is how you watch videos criticizing you? Wait, what? Did he watch my response to it or something? Is that why? He went on for ages about how you're a fake anime fan. You don't even like One Piece because you haven't watched it all, according to him. I did. I finished One Piece. He said you LARP as an anime watcher. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I find this kind of stuff really funny where he just like, he just lies about the dumbest shit. Like, yeah, dude, I LARP as an anime watcher. I'm not a real one. Yeah, fake glasses, not a real anime head. Like, what purpose would this serve? Why would I fucking lie about this? What is it a good thing to be a fucking anime fan? It's so stupid. The how you react is because you said he paused too much and said you react lazy basically compared to him. Yeah, no, panic pausing every 12 seconds so your audience can't decipher a single fucking coherent point that Ian is making in the content cop is exactly how you react to stuff. That's right.
And distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common...
He's also doing, like, once again, like almost a form of Holocaust denialism, which is...
Oh. They pre-watched and had a whole script.
Basically like diaspora apologia, basically saying that hummus is not Jewish food.
Oh,
he says there's no Arab distributors.
I don't think that's Holocaust denial.
No, but no, I'm correcting myself.
God, dude, he is. I guess there's an audience for anything, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure. I guess there's an audience for people who are like, I really want to hear the stupidest person talk about shit that they have no understanding over, but do it in a way where it's like convincing. Do it in a way where it's confident.
So, because I think it's close. When you deny, like,
my favorite is when he compared himself to fucking Rosa Parks. Does anyone have that clip? That I think was peak from the first day when he was watching the content cop and he was like, IDubbbz not coming to my defense as I've been fucking vomiting out pro-Israel talking points and attacking every every pro-Palestinian voice out there not coming to my defense is basically like you being a white student refusing to defend black students during the civil rights movement. Oh wait, that wasn't. Oh, that was in the content cop. Never mind. That wasn't even. Oh, that's. You're right. Another banger comparing Sam Cedar to Candace Owens.
This is literally me telling a black person, like, you need to go talk to Candace Owens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she knows.
What?
She knows everything about the race and what it's like to be black.
Sam Cedar is not a Candace Owens, so
no,
let me stick
Sam
up
Cedar
for my boy
didn't do
a little
anything
bit.
wrong.
No, of course not.
I'm saying, like,
I get the example you're making, but I just want to make that.
Okay, fair. Good point. Because I'm not saying Sam is like them, but you wouldn't send.
How about Jesse Jackson? Go talk to Jesse Jackson about this.
I don't know anything about his politics, but you be like, whatever. My point is just because you say that this person is got.
Wait, that he doesn't know who Jesse Jackson is, which is why he doesn't understand what Dan said. Is quite literally what Dan said right there. Wait, what Dan said right there is. Yeah, it is a comparative. It is a good analog, which undermines the point that he's trying to make. Yes. Yeah. If I was a white guy, and I had a black friend, and I was trying to talk to him about some issue or whatever, and he just would not. He just refused to hear me out, and I was like, "Hey, man, you should talk to our mutual friend who you respect, who." Is a you should talk to a mutual friend who you respect, who has a similar background to yourself, yeah, who isn't like a fucking reactionary charlatan. Yeah, that would be a totally decent thing to do. I mean, if I was a white guy, I am a white guy, but I meant like if in a situation.
Nothing. It's like me saying, "Hey, you're trans. Go talk to Blair White. She'll tell you everything."
No, that doesn't work. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, that does not work at all. Dan is not taking your side.
You need to know.
It's not like Ethan is not capable of talking to Hasan.
Wait. Isn't he? Because I've been waiting. I've been waiting. Yeah, Ethan literally said I'm not Jewish, and kept saying like, how can you tell a Jewish person how to feel about this? And I'm like, this is not about Judaism. If you can't separate Israel from Judaism, we can't even have this conversation. So if you don't trust me, if you can't hear my position on this, and you don't respect me, Muslim or not, what is this? He didn't come up with that himself, by the way?
And two, you wouldn't counter that by saying, well, you're saying that... So, Ethan, you claimed that Hasan is misrepresenting the positions of all Jews. Well, why don't you talk to Candace Owens about what black people think? Or, I'm sorry, why don't you talk to Sam Cedar about what Jewish people think? Like, how does that further your argument? Hello?
Bro, he loves Destiny so much. He really does. He says you still haven't watched the content nuke, so we won't talk to you. When you said you watched it, he didn't believe you. Well, I haven't watched it fully, but I'll watch it with him. I'll watch it with him. You made a joke about every time people talk about Gaza, PETA falls from the sky, basically making fun of the famine. He's so fucking disgusting. Ugh. He basically says the same thing.
Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Leaf saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews. They cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single
What a
person
dumb-
represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret.
What?
He reacts to the compilation of you saying you can't tell him how to feel because he's Jewish here.
Other Jewish people, you need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish. Again, well, I don't know what he's trying to say. Jewishness is irrelevant to Ethan, which is like
Because
a totally
it's leading up to the next thing. It's really dumb. Because then in the next one is like Jewishness is so relevant.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It was not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what.
So
that doesn't mean.
I'm actually addressing the same point twice, and he's too fucking dumb to realize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone is dumb, not Ethan. Yeah. Why? Why does he still try to do fucking political stuff, man? It's not good for your mental health. You're clearly oblivious. Like, who is fucking guiding you to do this? Who is gearing you up to be like, yes, King, you're fucking killing it. Everybody thinks you're awesome and very knowledgeable. He goes on to compare it to suggesting you talk to a pro-Israel Arab, or of which there are many, his words, not like anti-Zionist Jews, which are a fringe 1% minority, again, his words, kind of like a self-report there. I've also mentioned this before, like I've addressed this before. Even if 100% of Jews across the board were like, no, Israel represents Judaism, I still wouldn't give a shit. It's just so stupid. It's such a stupid argument. The notion that like a state says we represent religion. It's like ISIS saying fucking they represent Islam. It's the same shit. America doesn't represent Christianity. Israel doesn't represent Judaism. ISIS does not represent Islam. Neither does Saudi Arabia. It's so fucking stupid. The truth is still the truth, regardless of what people feel about it. Yeah. There's a reason why all of the people that Ethan wants me to talk to on the Arab front are fucking reactionary psychopaths versus someone like Sam Cedar, who he seemingly respects. When I say, hey, you should probably talk to Sam Cedar privately or publicly, it doesn't matter, but like, I want you to I want you to have a conversation that might like change your perspective a little bit with a person who has an experience not dissimilar to yours, a person who you respect. That's still with the assumption that deep down inside there is an empathetic person who can recognize that they might have been led astray. That's the problem. That's the issue. Ethan shared an article accusing you of sending revenge porn. Yeah, I saw. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's not even an article. It's a fucking blog post, first of all. And it's literally, I mean, that's basically fucking slander at that point, where it's me receiving unsolicited nudes in front of a journalist. It's very clearly written in the article, ironically enough. It's from a Cosmopolitan article from years ago. It's very different than revenge porn, don't you think? Me opening up a Snapchat and seeing that it's a nude is a little bit different, don't you think? Especially because I was in the process of showing said journalist fans sending me merch photos at the time. Wouldn't that be the exact situation with the article and the Kavanaugh guy? No, it's even worse than that. Because at least Ethan had a defensible position initially, because it was a respectable journalistic medium that actually covered it, even though they retracted it, and he continued presenting it as the truth, even though the article had retracted it. This is a fucking blog post that he's just like promoting. What is wrong with your fans, bro? Wait, why? What do you mean? He breaks his own brain here. Masterful plays.
Thanking me for even putting your dumbass on my fucking podcast when the whole world hated you and I didn't mind sticking my neck out for you. Oh, is that transactional? No, I expect some fucking I expect
Wait, shut up. Did he catch himself in the middle of the fucking describing a transactional relationship?
Dumbass on my fucking podcast when the whole world hated you and I didn't mind sticking my neck out for you. Oh, is that transactional? No, I expect some fucking I expect, can you not have any expectations for your friends? Like, is that crazy?
Where do you even find the article? It had like 25 comments. I mean, he's that psycho person. I've seen it before. Someone on Hostwit found out that that person has only written about defending Ethan's positions on Israel and attacking me over and over again. Yeah, real journalist, but journalist for one person only. The Cosmopolitan article narrates it as you went through those DMs and showed pics to the journalist, not to suddenly proceed to know while the phone was open kind of way. That's not true. That's quite literally not true. You do realize it's me receiving unsolicited nudes that I am not aware is nudes initially. Read the article, please. Dude, some of you guys unironically are some of you are actually stupid. I will admit. Yeah, let me give a fucking article with 25 comments more more hype, dude. This is true. Let's do that. Why spend so much time on him at this point? Ethan ain't gonna change. He's a lost cause. You've been charitable for over a year. And if he ain't gonna change himself, it's not on you. Let him rot in the bed he made and move on. I mean, there is a... well, what do you call it? There are gonna be instances where I react to shit that he's saying. One, if it's specifically about doing Hasbara. And two, when he's trying to deplatform leftists. And three, when he is directly lying about me. One of you asked to talk to him privately? Because his descent into madness is pretty obvious at this point, don't you think? Like, this is a relatively sizable content creator with a previously progressive audience that has turned over into a fucking a pro-Israel propaganda monster at this point. Like, what do you mean? Hasan, what do you call Hamas the lesser evil? Also, I don't understand why you use an analogy of Israel doing multiple October 7s when that's an act of resistance from Hamas in comparison to Israel doing a genocide. I'm framing it in a way that Americans in the Western world understand. That's why. It's also within 280 letters, so obviously it's impossible for me to give you the full scope of what I mean in that regard, because there is no comparison between Hamas and Israel, something that I have time and time again repeated, explained over and over again. Have you thought about making a detailed take about how this kind of coverage from a pseudo-centrist take is clearly defending genocide in a more meticulous way? It could clarify for a lot of people he's brainwashing. Might not be worth it, but it could put you, if you could put it all in one vid. I've thought about it. But I think Noah Samson's video was perfect for it, you know? The old clip of E at the end, the content cop, is literally him explaining word for word what he's experiencing right now with getting defensive and spiraling. I refuse to believe he doesn't see what's wrong. I think in many ways he's just too scared of hurting his own ego to admit that he realizes he's wrong. Yes. That's what it is. That is... It's narcissism. You know, it's just like he doesn't ever want to admit that he was in the wrong. So he's just gonna keep spiraling into madness. I don't see him there yet. I think he still truthfully blames you. Yeah, because he doesn't want to acknowledge responsibility. That's what it is. Yeah, it's not his own words that made his audience feel like he was at odds with them ideologically on the issue of Israel. It's actually someone else that must have geared them to feel this way. And that someone else was his former podcast co-host, which seemingly fits that like previous hate spiral that he went over anyway with his other former podcast co-host. So it's like a perfect situation where he's like, everything wrong in my life is directly because of this one guy. There was another thing. I think like Gila did more Hasbara as well, saying like babies were put in ovens on October 7 or something, like, you know. And then when people push back on it and go, that's not what happened, he will turn around and sometimes he'll acknowledge like slight mistakes. Yeah, here, this is what I was thinking of exactly.
To kill as many people they can, no matter who it is, slaughter as many people as they could until they were stopped.
The mission was explicitly...
In their reaction to the IDO's video, Gila Klein says Hamas flamed cribs with babies in them on fire, as Ethan Klein agrees. This did not happen. 0 babies were burned alive on October 7. Ethan and Gila are such fanatical, deranged, genocidal Zionists that they're still doing the 40 beheaded and burned babies in ovens.
To kill civilians.
Yeah.
You can see their war plans. They went specifically to Kibbutzim to kill the inhabitants there.
Yeah, as opposed to Israel, which accidentally bombed the entirety of the Gaza Strip.
Those are not military compounds.
They flamed cribs with babies in them on fire. So like,
come on, what do we...
That didn't happen. Yeah, If people like this were so assured of their moral clarity of their political positions, they wouldn't feel the need to make up whole cloth something like the bad guys burned babies alive in their cribs. Yeah, I say it, and constantly try to deplatform people who are critical of Israel. Also, you know who fucking lights babies' cribs on fire? Israel. What do you think happens to a baby's crib when Israel brings the entire building down? Explodes an entire fucking building. Like, what are we talking about, dude? You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about babies being burned on fire. You just care about defending Israel. That's it. That's why I said what I said the other day, where I was like, listen, here's the reality. And there's so much more I could say about this, but in the short confines of 280 words, like 280 letters. Is it words? No, it's letters, right? Fuck, I don't know. I'm so tired. Where is it? I said after seeing the another harrowing account where Deadline wrote about a Palestinian artist and photojournalist who was the protagonist of a documentary due to the premiere in Cannes in May, has been killed in an Israeli airstrike. Alongside her family, Fatima Hasuna died with 9 members of her family in a direct strike on their home in Gaza City on Wednesday. Hasuna, who had gained international recognition for her photojournalism capturing the impact of the Gaza Strip's civilian population of Israel's military campaign, appears in French-Iranian director Sepideh Farsi's Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. Hasuna was killed 24 hours after the documentary was announced as having been selected for parallel Cannes section acid, running from May 14th to the 23rd alongside the main festival. Yeah. They 100,000%, and I'm saying this with complete certainty, as Israel has done this time and time again, they knew, one, that they could get away with it, and they knew that this would become another major blow to Israel and its desperate attempts to do Hasbara in the Western world, just like no other land. They did not want her getting out of the Gaza Strip. They did not want people making pleas to get her out of the Gaza Strip so she could be a person that speaks on the atrocities directly. So they fucking killed her and her family. Okay? So I said this. I said Israel's a far greater evil than Hamas. Israel is a far greater. Have you been to Coachella? What, are you joking? Israel's a far greater terrorist group than Hamas ever could be. They've done 2 October 7s against the entire Palestinian population every single week for the past 16 months as a belligerent occupier backed by the most powerful country on earth. And the reality of the matter is that if you don't recognize that, then you don't think Palestinians are human. It's that simple. I don't think Ethan Klein thinks Palestinians are human. And he will do the good Palestinian, like white supremacists say some black people are the good ones. He thinks some Palestinians, as long as he can propagandize them in the direction of whatever Israel wants to do, then those are the good Palestinians. If they die, they're collateral damage regardless. You don't care. You don't care about the humanity of these people. You don't care about their lives. You don't care about their futures that were robbed, that were taken from them by this apartheid regime that is doing a genocide. That's it. There is no way to look at this. If your moral compass was twisted in the aftermath of October 7, when you saw all of those Israeli people get fucking shot, okay, and killed, and it fucked you up, and then you watched as October 7 happened to the entirety of the Palestinian population over and over again, thousands of October 7s at this point, by a state that is a belligerent occupier, that has a superior firepower, that has an air force, that has complete control over the strip because it's a belligerent occupier of the strip, that has the population registry. Black on white violence is far more common in the reverse. The media purposely hides it. Black on white violence is far more. Hasan is racist against white people. Yes. I am. You got me. I'm a self-hating white guy. You understand? If you care about the humanity of those who were slain on October 7, then you should be up in arms every day. This should never leave these kinds of atrocities should never leave your heart, your soul. You should always, you'd be going crazy over it. Ethan said he didn't know Cracker was bad when he did the tier list with you. He now thinks it's bad. Okay, I think you guys are making shit up at this point. That is the most delusional thing I've ever heard, bro. Come on, stop. God. What? Here's the C word blip.
Twitch was banning people for saying cracker, which we all agreed was like goofy.
Well, actually, during that episode, I learned what it meant, and then I thought, oh man, that is actually really, really bad. It means like a slave driver cracking their whip.
Okay. What? I feel like no, he didn't get a firmware update. He's just out of context, has to be cut off mid-sentence. Yeah. I want to hear what Dan has to say about that. It's 14 seconds. It's not long enough for me to make a statement on this, but Dan said something, but it got buttoned. I mean, the thing is, there's a point where this happens. There's a point where this happens where
Hasan Piker has lost all of his marbles. The marbles are gone, people.
What the fuck?
Hard hitting, man. Hard hitting calls, questioning his mental capacity.
Okay, done. Saved.
You like the marbles, or you?
Yeah.
You do, I don't like the marbles. Hasan Piker has fully gone he has full on dementia. He has full on late stage Parkinson's.
What? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I don't care. I mean, who cares? Whatever. This is. Stop sending me. I don't know what's he saying, doing. See, this is the type of shit I don't give a fuck about. Show me if he has takes that are relevant to him defending Israel. That's fine. Like, that's what I want to hear. I don't give a fuck about him like workshopping stream titles or whatever. Do you understand? Did you see the button they forgot to delete? Hosmer related?
Healthcare.
Extra footage available on Spotify before Eaton hit the button while watching the content cop reveals Olivia also spoke up only be silenced alongside AB and Ethan, and Gila deny the apartheid in
Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is? Did you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th? Not even once. We never co-signed what they did.
No, you guys do consistently defend the intensity of it, or routinely say that Israel doesn't target civilians, things like that. And when they do, they actually do it by mistake, or because it's still Hamas's fault, because Hamas is doing human shields. I mean, it's not particularly complex. Like, it's just it's very basic stuff. It's just constantly making it seem as though it's actually Hamas that is the primary responsible party for the genocide of the Palestinians, and not the fucking belligerent occupying apartheid state that is doing the genocide. That's it. It's ridiculous. It's pretty basic defense of Israel. I don't know why now they're making it seem as though That's not what they're doing.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
What?
That you're like that you're talking about how nice Israel is, but
Israel proper is different from Gaza.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Millions
right now, say
Muslims in Israel.
I guess that's where the.
Yeah, this is so AB and yeah, they buttoned here, and it I guess for Spotify caught more of it or something. Is that what it is? There's also a lot of inequities for the Palestinian citizens of Israel in general, but that's not even what we're talking about. Like, my take on this basically was this is some zone of interest shit, you know? Like, you don't understand. Israel proper is beautiful. My lived experience in Israel. This is what I saw. Yeah, I said, bro, really said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Wrong.
Essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that
So
Ethan...
is Ian going to explain that point or why
No,
you're wrong?
it's no. He says I'm doing Israeli propaganda, and you just shared me sharing an opinion about the phrase "from the river to the sea."
He brought your tweet up and called to move the danger zone. The danger zone? Dog, you're doing Nazi propaganda for a Nazi state. That is not the danger zone. Get out of your own fucking head, okay? Oh no. What are you gonna do? Cry more? What are you gonna do? Actively call to deplatform me again? Is that what you're gonna do? Oh my god. Are you gonna slander me again? Shit, dude. No, he didn't know the movie title. Oh, he thought it was... Shut up. Shut up.
Crazy. That's crazy.
has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it.
You claimed you and Ian used Zionism as a cover to be anti-Semitic? Dude, this is literally like when people will be like, oh, you are secretly transphobic or some shit. It's like, dog, do you know how beneficial it is for a grifter's career to be transphobic? Right now, it's anti-Semitism is hot. Anti-Semitism is literally hotter than anti-Zionism, okay? If you think Israel is unfashionable, holy fuck, dude. The reality of the matter is I fight actively against anti-Semitism because I'm terrified of the prospect of the only game in town against Israel being anti-Semites. Okay? It's so fucked up. Him not understanding your tweet.
Hasan this morning, I also want to give a shout out, called me a Auschwitz Nazi guard. He's clearly on his good faith bent here. In this clip, talk about how I'm talking about my lived experience in Israel proper. Everybody knows that the use of the word proper is the correct usage to refer to the borders, the established borders of Israel. And I explicitly am talking about my experience.
You know what's really funny is that the person who made this Oscar-winning movie, he said the same shit. So this take here is not necessarily unique. The entire point of the movie is about the banality of the day-to-day existence in the backdrop of the Holocaust taking place.
Living in Tel Aviv, which I say explicitly in this clip.
Also, Rudolf Hess goes back to, Berlin. Where did he go? He went back to Berlin, right? By the end of the movie. Don't worry. he shows his experience in Germany proper as well. If you don't consider Auschwitz to be a part of the original German lands.
And Hasan says, bro, really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And once again, I want to emphasize that that is actually totally unproblematic and the correct way. Unless his point is that there's no such thing as Israel proper.
I do think that's his point.
So then we're talking about something completely else. You know what I mean? But anyway, this is a still from a movie called The Danger Zone.
Zone of Interest.
The Zone of Interest about a Nazi family who's in charge of Auschwitz, living outside the concentration camp and raising their family casually there, which, as you know, is what I did living in Tel Aviv. And by the way, Hasan, let's not forget that we were friends. Did you not? You didn't know that I was living in Tel Aviv, aka outside a concentration camp?
I just
Frogan,
realized.
all you guys, Denims, who used to be huge fans of the show.
Well, first of all, I had no fucking, I don't know what his experiences in Israel were. I didn't even know he was technically an Israeli citizen until like literally a couple months ago when people were yelling at me. So that's number one. I didn't watch his old vlogs where he was apparently saying fucking heinous shit about Israel. Ironically enough, many people who are former fans of his knew all about his takes, his original takes on fucking Israel. Okay, I was not like I was beyond Vape Nation or whatever. I was not like a major. He now claims he was born in Israel. Okay, shut up. He did not fucking say that. I feel like you guys just like sneak in some dumb fuck bullshit in here, and then I read it. Yes, he did. Anyway, yeah, he probably fucking misspoke, okay? Just like the Danger Zone thing. He misspoke, and you guys brought it in here, and I misunderstood. Stop. Every fucking little thing he says is not like... There's a difference between him being like, I was actually born in Israel, and repeating that as like a person experiencing like a psychotic break or something, okay? And genuinely thinking he was born in Israel in the way that you're presenting it versus him misspeaking. Do you understand? That shit pisses me off. Tel Aviv is closer to Gaza than Berlin to Poland, but proximities to war crimes are not the issue here. He ignores the war crimes. Yeah. What he fails to comprehend here is that this is the literal fucking backdrop of a Holocaust. Okay? When you are defending the multifaceted, multicultural nature of Israel in the backdrop of a fucking modern day Holocaust happening, yeah, you're doing the exact same thing. Imagine if this wasn't made by a Jewish director who is the descendant of Holocaust victims and Holocaust survivors alike, and instead it was made by a German guy, okay, and he was showing how wonderful Nazi Germany was. Like, imagine if that was the point. That would be akin to what you are doing. You understand? Coughed us on the diddler biker. Okay, buddy. Yeah. I love how the new meta is like unironically posting shit within the context and still having the dumbest fucking idiots be like, oh, you were creeped out by Diddy shit way before people even knew that he was a fucking pedophile? You must have loved Diddy. Yeah, I know, buddy. Yeah. Good luck. They about to take that so out of context? Yeah. Anyone old enough in the 90s knew this about Diddy? No. No, dude. What the fuck? First of all, I was in Turkey in the 90s. I didn't know shit. I didn't know shit until all of this stuff came out.
You're gonna call me a Nazi fucking concentration guard for living in Tel Aviv?
I hope you get PTSD.
I sure wasn't hiding it, but okay. I see you're being good faith here today, Hasan.
Dude, does this man think that like I have smoke for anyone who has ever spent time inside of Israel? Does he not understand that I have fans who live in Israel right now? Like, I have Jewish fans who live in Israel right at this moment. I interview people who are in the fucking Israeli Knesset. I talk to journalists. I actively, like, I have no issue with people living in Israel. I live in America. The entire difference here is, it would be, first of all, if Ethan was smart enough, he would constantly hammer on the point. Ironically, he's too stupid to make this point. He'd be like, we live in America. What the fuck are you talking about? We live in a settler colony that did a genocide and completed it, okay? I understand that reality. I live within that reality. I also understand how that fundamental principle, the fundamental truth about American inception plays a formative role in the American consciousness, which is why when I talk to people in the Western world, people living in the heart of empire, I try to get them to comprehend the wrongdoings of the past. It's not to like badger them over the head with it. All right? Of course, it would be insanely hypocritical for me to be like, oh, dude, you fucking were born in Israel and have only known Israel. Well, fuck you. You're a fucking piece of shit. That's not my take. I understand that there are people, even in Israel, a country that is incredibly fascist, that are still trying to do their very best to fight against the fascist genocide being perpetrated. Okay? My problem with Ethan is not that he lived in Israel. My problem with Ethan is that he keeps fucking defending Israel with this mealy-mouthed, liberal Zionist, squishy bullshit, while simultaneously claiming to be a pro-Palestinian fucking advocate. That's the problem here. If he had not said anything about Israel and did not constantly fucking yell at its detractors, I wouldn't give a shit. I would never talk about him. He can fucking chirp about any number of different goddamn things. The point is, you're trying to defend the multifaceted, multicultural nature of Israel in the backdrop of a fucking Holocaust, dude. The modern day Holocaust. Get the fuck out of here. He tried to make that point here.
Actually have peace, you know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go.
Ethan said when he's done talking to Sam, he needs you to talk to Mossad, the son of Hamas. I like that he wants me to talk to a literal Mossad operative, by the way. Like he's gonna talk to someone who he's ostensibly on the same side of, someone he respects, someone that he likes. So for that, for you know, me demanding that he do that, I have to talk to a fucking literal Mossad agent. An animal, dude. A bloodthirsty animal. Yeah, what a great trade. Sure, I'll do it. I'll fucking debate his bitch ass. If he talks to Sam Cedar publicly and atones for all of the fucking ridiculous propaganda that he's done, yeah, I'll talk to him. He said he wants to debate Anissa. Oh, God, he's such a fucking... Oh. I I don't know what Anis's level of interest is in this, but I'm sorry. I've been fucking asking for him to talk to me about this for how many months now? He is so fucking scared, dude. He is so goddamn scared of anyone that he perceives, falsely or correctly, that he couldn't fucking dominate. And I think Anisa would dominate him, for the record. But he probably thinks in his mind he could actually, you know, look better in that conversation. No talking to someone who would be endlessly charitable to him like Sam. No talking to any number of different people that he's slandered over the years. Yeah, fucking talk to Matt Lieb. Talk to Bad Empanada. Destroy Bad Empanada in the marketplace of ideas. Why won't you do that? He's called out your wife, dude, right? He's done horrible things. You should talk to Bad Empanada and fucking destroy him. You can do it, big man. Remember how you defeated Just Girly Things or Just Pearly Things or whatever the fuck?
Oh, like, sure. It sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that...
What is he saying here?
He's saying that American imperialism and colonizing the entire manifest destiny body mass of U.S. is cool. It's fine because enough time has passed. And he doesn't actually have to interface with any hard decisions like, am I living on where a tribe used to live, and should I just give them all my properties and money?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, it's like this whole argument of colonialism is just so fucking rich.
You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go, like, sure. It sounds like America to me.
Like you took like 3 words that I said from a larger conversation and like just left it at that.
That wasn't even what he was saying. He was saying that Jews are safe in the United States of America, evidenced by Ethan living a wonderful and very comfortable life in the United States of America, and he has every right to live a comfortable life in the United States of America as a Jewish American, or anywhere he wants to, really. So what happened? Did he watch like Destiny's reaction to the fucking content cop and then tried to do a shitty version of it? He sounds like Destiny's orbiters. They're coming here and try to argue and use the similar the similar talking points and the same speech patterns. Like, buddy. Anyway, you had said they have parts written down. Jesus Christ!
It's bananas. It's disgusting. It's disgusting, is what it is. It's pathetic.
All right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is
okay. If Israel doesn't represent all Jews, and they've never said that they represent all Jews, then, great. I can shit on Israel all day, every day, and you can't fucking call me anti-Semitic, I guess, for that reason, right? Except you want to have your cake and eat it too, When it doesn't suit the purpose, you're like, oh, Israel never actually said that. They just accidentally arrived at the Star of David on the flag, and also rewrite the Constitution, and also, actively say it all the time, as a matter of fact. Like every fucking, not every, but virtually every goddamn member of the Knesset has said it in one way, shape, or form. XUZ essentially called you anti-Semitic? Yeah, well, he's fucking brain dead, dude. What are you talking about? He's a goddamn vegetable. Like, oh man, I can't believe that. Yeah. It's the only safe place for Jews. Israel's the only safe place for Jews. If Israel doesn't exist, then the Holocaust will happen immediately.
Is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, it's he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Have you explained anything in this video?
You're
like,
so wrong.
I doubt you even understand half the things.
You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You shouldn't even be entering this conversation as a leftist. You should be listening and learning, sir. Sit down.
Yeah, dude. Fucking bodies in spaces. One of the grossest fucking freakazoid ways of behaving is like the tendency that right-wingers, okay, across the board try to do a bodies in spaces argument whenever they're fucking talking about whatever kind of reactionary nonsense that they want to defend. Every time I hear a goddamn fucking white Christian man be like, excuse me, my rights are being tarnished here. Oh, I can't believe it. My rights. You're attacking my rights. Yeah. Okay. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh, man. Dude, this is one of the funniest things. Like, I am unconditionally against reactionary politics. Okay? That's it. Israel is a reactionary country. And its politics are incredibly reactionary. They're fascist. Okay? That's it. You can't fucking standpoint theory your way into defending a fascist country. Like, just as you can't standpoint theory your way into talking about how Christian rights are being taken away when gay people are kissing on the streets or whatever, you can't just be like, oh, I'm oppressed. Why won't you hear from me? Why won't you hear from my personal perspective? That's why this should have been wrapped up literally 2 weeks after October 7th, when we had that fucking discussion on my channel, where I was like, dude, what you're saying right now is like a white guy saying all lives matter to a black dude saying black lives matter. That's it. Don't you care about this? I thought you were on board with the Black Lives Matter movement. I thought you were progressive. And I think there's only two ways you can go about it. Either you start recognizing that perhaps this is the case, perhaps that like defending Israel from the perspective of like the interests of like what you perceive is wrong towards Jewish people. Like, you have to hear a Jewish American person's perspective on how they feel when a person who is pro-Palestine says from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free. Oh, that scares me. My feelings are more important than your emancipatory slogans. Like, is no different than when a fucking white fascist Republican guy turns around and says, oh, when you say Black Lives Matter, that scares me because I feel like you're saying you want to kill all white people. It's literally 1-to-1. You want to know why it's 1-to-1? Because these are both reactionary, fascist adjacent, or directly fascist positions. That's it. The only difference in this regard is that in the Western world, understandably, Jews have been marginalized historically, and anti-Semitism is still very much a problem. So, of course, when someone uses standpoint theory from the perspective of being a Jewish person, it gets a little bit more mileage in progressive circles than a white guy being like, well, it feels like we're attacking Christians and Christianity, or we're attacking white people. Okay? Okay, there's no way he can't get this comparison. Well, he certainly didn't get it, because I had this conversation with him on November, in the beginning of the month of November, or a couple weeks after October 7th. This is the last conversation that I had with him where I gave this exact fucking argument to him. It's so crazy. Anyway, you explained it over and over to him, and he said you can't speak for Jewish people. Exactly. It's ridiculous. So, you know, it is what it is. I just don't think he's ever going to fucking learn. I think Ian was so nice, like far too nice, thinking that this was salvageable, you know, thinking that maybe if Ethan watched this video, he would snap back to reality. Nope. Nope, not even a little bit. What is this? It seems like Ethan.
Anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide.
Oh, wow.
Part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Ela grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that...
This is, dude, you don't have oh God. You do not have the intellectual faculties to be able to have a coherent conversation on this because you don't know the history, despite the fact that many of your critics have time and time again tried to describe to you that Hezbollah was a militant force that was born out of Israel's unjustifiable occupation of Lebanon. Okay, that's number one. And number two, Hezbollah has only grown in popularity as a direct consequence of Israel's further incursion into Lebanon time and time again, and they have successfully purged Israel from its borders in the past. And last but not least, the only reason why a dumb fuck asshole can do this annoying, idiotic fucking propaganda that they are too stupid to even recognize is fucking propaganda is because of Western chauvinism, where other dumb fuck people think, well, this actually corresponds to my previous biases, so I'm just going to go along with what he's saying here. He must know what he's talking about. It's just ahistorical garbage. It's ridiculous. There is no way that he has not accidentally encountered the truth about what he is saying here, because he's talked about this time and time again. Bad Empanada covered it in the fucking response to the context nuke. Many other people have brought this up. This and a number of different idiotic things.
That ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant fuck? How dare you attempt to lecture me on this conflict? You just learned about this like...
Okay, I don't know when Ian learned about this conflict, but you still haven't learned anything about this conflict. What do you mean, how dare you attempt to lecture me? Okay. Talk to someone who does know about this conflict a lot more than you, okay? For a lot longer than you have known about anything, really, because you still fucking haven't learned anything. You employ Lebanese people. Why don't you talk to them?
Like 2 weeks ago, clearly, and you're just deferring to Hasan as an expert.
If Ethan is an expert on the subject matter and he denies my knowledge on this issue, then let's talk it out. Let's fucking talk it out. Except Ethan, you're too big of a fucking coward to have that conversation because you're fucking worried. You're worried that your intellectual bankruptcy will be in full fucking display if you were to ever sit down man to man and have a conversation instead of crying behind Instagram stories that go away after 24 fucking hours. No pushback whatsoever for me. I need to stay in my fucking hug box. That's it. Yeah, wake up, Ethan. Wake the fuck up. I'm here. If I'm so oblivious to the things I speak of, then you should make such light work of me as you did with the likes of Ollie London, the intellectual giants of the right, the Ollie Londons of the world, and the fucking just girly things of the world, you know? You destroyed them, remember? He will agree with you that it's genocide and Israel does all these horrible things and piss off his wife. That's what he's scared of. No, I don't think that he's gonna fucking admit that. I don't even think it's about pissing off his wife. I think it's about retaining some kind of weird sense that he's right all along. He says Sam Cedar never wanted to have this conversation, was dragged into this. That's also a lie. I talked to Sam many months ago, and he was totally open to talking to Ethan about this. Like back when I thought he wasn't a fucking monster with respect to defending Israel over and over again and doing Hasbara over and over again. The saddest part about it is that it's just ego. It's just narcissism for him. It's not even about fucking defending Israel. I don't even think it's about like defending his wife or anything. I think it's just straightforwardly his ego. It is so fucking bruised because his audience did not find him to be the beacon of intellectualism that he presented himself as after a sequence of successful debates, dunking on the absolute dumbest right-wingers of all time, finding himself to be this intellectual giant, and then all of a sudden being at odds with someone like myself who arguably is not very intelligent. I'm not the smartest guy, but I'm definitely more knowledgeable on this issue and many other issues directly related to politics than Ethan is. And it's just like he couldn't handle it. It's not even about fucking Israel, in my opinion. I think it's just like more narcissistic than that, which is so crazy. And in the process, he has become the person that he used to dunk on with regular frequency. Like, he literally became the person that would normally be in the crosshairs of someone like him. It's wild, dude.
It's mind-bendingly dumb. Bro, please call in and debate me on Israel-Palestine. let's see who knows more about the conflict, you dumb fuck.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome.
Holy shit, dude.
Familiar with the propaganda and
dude, what? Wait, I don't get it. I don't. Why won't he debate me then? I don't understand. He wants Ian to debate him. He cuts off before he says, actually, never mind. Why? Why actually never mind? Dude, he can't even debate Ian? I thought Ian was so stupid. He didn't know anything. This is the moment that proves that you're saying what you're saying.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up. A feeling of almost infallibility, that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way. That's how he ends it. That's how he ends the fucking video.
Do a show with Alex Jones. You guys have the same energy. All right versus all left. It would be epic showdown. No facts, no relevance, just conspiracies and propaganda. Extreme centrism is such a fucking brain disease, dude. Yeah, yes. My analysis backed up by fucking Holocaust historians, genocide scholars, contemporary historians of Israeli history. All of that is identical to Alex Jones talking about fucking pedophilic lizard monsters. Does that make you feel good? That your ideology is so fucking repulsive? This weird, no politics, apolitical, fly by the wire, on the mercy of fucking reactionary fascist monsters style zealotry that you demonstrate towards neoliberalism Does that ever shock you that people are so fucking repulsed by this that they would rather have a right-wing demon like Donald Trump in office than your favorite candidate? Because that's what fucking happened. It's exactly this kind of dumb fuck attitude where it's like, I don't get it. Extremes on both sides, am I right? Yeah, I'm so fucking extreme that I want you to have goddamn healthcare and America to stop destroying the fucking planet. What an extreme position. It's exactly the same as saying Sandy Hook didn't fucking happen. I'm brilliant, by the way. And watch, he's going to turn around and go, huh, did I trigger you? Oh my God. Yeah, wow, so insane to deport a gang member. Yes, as well as Iran, Iraq, every other Middle Eastern country. Yes, every other Middle Eastern country. You guys and your followers are basically the same as Alex Jones, Lamau. Oh. I voted for Trump and Dem governor in Indianapolis. Oh my God. Oh, he's not even a fucking... If you guys stop focusing on identity politics, okay, never mind. He's a Trump supporter. He's not, he's just... He's the center right. He's not even a fucking liberal. Okay, but Alex Jones has literally called what Israel's doing a genocide. To him calling it a genocide, unironically made my libtard dad wake up and see that Israel's doing a genocide. That's crazy. That he had to hear it from Alex Jones. He also claimed you loved and voted for Jill Stein. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. If you guys stop focusing on identity politics in Palestine, the left might actually have a chance. Blue-collar workers, union folk, and middle-class America don't really give a shit about Palestine. No offense to your show, but it's just Palestine, Israel, yap, yap, yap. Nobody in America really gives a about that. Not trying to be mean, but honest. Also, the fascist Nazi bullshit is why Trump got elected. Everyone you don't agree with is Hitler. That makes the average person steer away. Yeah, everyone you don't agree with Hitler, which is why I voted for fucking Adolf Hitler, which is why nobody cares about Israel, Palestine, by the way, except for the fucking Adolf Hitler candidate that I voted for that is so up the asshole of the neo-Nazi government of Israel that he's currently undermining the Constitution that you're supposed to love and want to preserve, eroding free speech protections. Did you know that? Are you aware of anything? No, because you're a dumb fuck Trump supporter. You called everybody a Nazi, so I wanted to show you by voting for the fucking neo-Nazi that wanted to do mass deportations of 20 million people who started the process by fucking shipping them off to a goddamn slave labor colony in El Salvador and is undermining the Supreme Court of the United States as we speak and actively dismantling due process and the First Amendment. Two fundamental aspects of liberalism that are defensible. Some of the only defensible positions that liberals have ever come up with, and Donald Trump is trying to take that away because he's a fascist fucking piece of shit, and he certainly doesn't give a fuck about you, dumb fuck, because you're stupid enough to hyper focus on the identity politics of it all. Oh, the left got too identity politics focused. That's why I voted for the other side of identity politics. What the fuck do you think Trump is doing when he talks about preserving America? That's also identity politics, you fucking moron. He's able to couch it by redirecting the anger and animosity towards people that you've never met, that you are fucking terrified of. That's it. All the while you get rug pulled. Your future is gone. You're never gonna fucking retire. He's gonna melt you so that Mark Zuckerberg can drink you a Soylent one day, okay? But hey, guess what? You will have owned the fucking libs. Yeah, go to Walmart and ask people. Never said I agree with that. This is great. I got you to crash out. Yes, dude, you did. By demonstrating how fucking stupid you are, you caused me to lose even a little bit more faith that I had in the American population. Congratulations. I'm crashing out because of how fucking dumb you are. Because previously I thought someone couldn't be this stupid. And now you've shown me that, as a matter of fact, you are stupid. So stupid that I didn't even think that it was fathomable to be this stupid. So congratulations. Oh, I shit and pissed in my pants, and now look at you. You're smelling the shit and piss. Lol. You got me, dude. It's peak loser shit to be like, yeah, dude, I fucking got him. I said some incredibly stupid things. The depth of your projection is groundbreaking. Really? Go ahead. Explain to me what my projection is. Is Donald Trump not currently nuking global trade because he's fucking bored? Is he not molesting your money? Is he not ruining your future? Are you going to be able to retire at a reasonable age, Chatter? Or do you have a home? Are you going to be able to purchase a home at any point? Do you think things are getting better? No, they're not. But you're too afraid to fucking recognize that reality because you thought, hey, he threw some fucking red meat your way. He said, trans people, they're out of sports. Yeah, thank God he eliminated the 40 trans athletes that were participating in fucking collegiate level athletics. Thank God. Any day now, your rent is coming down, baby. Any day now. I'm passing through. The point I made is enough to justify not engaging. No, you can't engage with this because you have no point. Because you know I'm fucking right deep down inside. That's the problem. And because you have no argument, you just go, no, I was just being a cool guy. I was just passing through. No, you're fucking coping with the reality. The quicker you wake up to this reality, the better it will be for you, okay? It's awesome. I love Trump supporters. I love having Trump supporters pass by in here to be like, projection. Especially right now when we're facing down the barrel of stagflation and potentially another Great Depression. The greatest depression of all time. Better than one we've had before. They're saying it's the greatest depression. Believe me. Okay? And you're going to fucking die in the process, but it doesn't matter. And if you don't die in the fucking Great Depression, maybe you'll die when you go and invade Iran at the behest of Israel. That'll be sick. We'll protect our interests in the region, though. We'll be defending our free speech. Except we don't even have free speech anymore once Trump gets a hold of all of that and fucking ruins that too, as he is desperately trying to do at this very moment. But you're too fucking stupid to realize that. When I see stuff like this, it reminds me why I say, like, we kind of do deserve Donald Trump, okay? Dumb fuck Americans not sure who to vote for. Omega lol. So Trump bad because COVID. Not even American. Oh, brother. Not even an American. Keep proving my point, little guy. Yeah, you're the big guy here. 42, 420. Big guy who is watching from the outside and going, nah, Trump is good, actually. I hope he fucking tariffs your country extra hard, dipshit. Anyway, did this dipshit respond at all or no? Damn, my 2 minutes of nah, bro. We have one shot Iran. We won't pull a Putin. Bro, look at what happened in 2018. Yes, if I'm so stupid, then 50+% of America is stupid. First of all, 50%. You want to know why you're stupid? Because you think more than 50% of Americans voted for Donald Trump. Automatically, you're stupid for that point. Because 50+% of Americans did not vote for Donald Trump. You're talking about people that did go out and vote. That's not 50% of Americans. Okay? That's number one. It's at most 30 to 31% of Americans. Now, you're stupid enough to think that that is probably not even 30% of Americans. It's probably a little bit lower than that. But it doesn't matter. Okay? Because I do think that there is a lot of stupidity in the United States of America. Yes, there's a lot of stupidity everywhere. I'm fucking stupid. We're all stupid. And we're getting collectively dumber by the day. Partially as a consequence of capitalism and the erosion of any sort of educational opportunity, paywalling higher education to begin with, okay? Those are all bad reasons. Those are all the reasons why we are dumber than our counterparts elsewhere, okay? Everywhere else they are more intelligent than we are across the board, partially because we don't give a fuck about education. We underfund education. We undermine public education, which is still, you know, the most effective way of educating the masses, okay? Our literacy rate is 76%. You're like, oh, do you think Americans are... I can't believe you said majority of Americans are stupid. Yes, we are. And it's not even our fault. It's the fault of the dumb fucks that control this country. Whether Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. They are all responsible for this. And you're over here still sitting in your own fucking filth thinking we are actually amazing. He's American Lamar. He's trolling. He lives in Cali. He runs a weed co-op in San Diego. Anyway, let me clarify. So you think 75 million Americans are stupid? Oh, yeah. I think the number is much higher than that. Do you think I'm going to feel ashamed for saying if you voted for Donald Trump, you're stupid? Yes. Unless, look, it's pretty basic. It's a very basic premise that I used to repeat all the time, and I think Sam Cedar brought this up as well on his Jubilee video. Unless you are a billionaire or a Christian nationalist or a white supremacist of sorts, Donald Trump is not giving you anything. So yes, if you voted for Donald Trump and you're not a part of these three categories, you are stupid. Because at least those three people, those three subgroups, they're getting something out of this process. You aren't. The reality of the matter is those three subgroups are going to get fucked over in the long run as well. But at least in the interim, they're getting something, you know? You're not. You're getting nothing. So yes, if you're not a part of those three groups that I brought forward, then yeah, you voted against your best interest. Not to say that the Democrats would be great for you either. They're fucking awful too. But at least they're not as awful as the Republicans are on some issues. On others, they are just as awful. Let's be fucking real. Like the continuation of genocide in Gaza, which, by the way, regardless of whether or not you're an American and think that, oh, that's just happening over there, your tax dollars are still funding and facilitating that. Every single fucking bomb that you and I are paying for with our tax dollars could have been spent on a brick that goes to build a school. It could have been spent on roads to pave. It could have been spent on hardening and bettering our infrastructure across the board. So when you sit around in this fucking filth of late-stage capitalist dystopia in the United States of America, remember, it's because we're constantly doing bad shit over there. You can just say, it doesn't matter. Oh my God, we have to keep being a dominant military. We have to do that. We have to dominate the whole fucking planet. What good is all of that imperialism if the bounty doesn't even return to you? It does not. You don't even get a fucking fraction of the crumbs of all the bloodshed that you cause around, that we all are responsible for around the planet. And you sit there in your own fucking filth and you go, nah, we're still number one, baby. We're not number two. We're not even number 10. We're number one at the highest rate of obesity, with the exception, I think, like, other countries are beating us on that front now because, God forbid, I mean, we've exported a whole bunch of our awful fucking food over there too. We used to be number one in the highest prisoner rate per capita. Now El Salvador, our concentration camp country, is beating us on that front. Okay. We are such a poisonous, parasitic force on the fucking planet that we're ruining countries that are close to us too. Yeah, we're number one on the number of people who believe angels are real. We're like number 47 on health, educational outcomes, number 35 on healthcare outcomes, and we spend the most money on both of those things. But hey, guess what? That means our GDP is actually fucking expansive. Does your life get better? Has it gotten better in the past decade? Do you feel like you are in the position that you thought you would be destined to be in? No. And it's not because of fucking trans people and Guatemalans, okay? Ironically enough, the only reason why it is because of trans people and Guatemalans is because your dumb fuck ass thinks that politicians that say it's because of trans people and Guatemalans are the right politicians that you should vote for, who then lie to you about that and keep robbing you fucking blind. That's it. And now we're losing free speech and due fucking process. Fantastic. Hey, you're honest, respect. My point is, I think you could have a real movement if you didn't preach identity politics and identity conservatism equals Nazi. We aren't all like that, bro. I actually agree with a lot of what you have to say. Dog, I don't preach identity politics. I shit on identity politics. And I tell you that Republicans do identity politics all the fucking time. It just doesn't, you don't understand that they're doing it because you're a part of the in-group and their identity. That's it. That's my point. The entire rant that I just went on that you seemingly agree with is unironically me saying Republicans are duping you with identity politics. Every time a Republican says, you know who the real villains are? The 40 trans athletes in the NCAA. That's identity politics. You just happen to agree with it, dumbass. You are letting these fucking demons rob you blind because you get excited at the thought of dominating a group of people that never did anything wrong to you, but you have assumed that they're just evil definitionally, or too weird, or too gross, or somehow ruining the fabric of society. They're not. They're just living. They're just existing. That's it. Do you think there's just a set of people that say dumber and dumber shit because you highlight it? No, I think that we're just getting dumber and dumber every day that passes by. Unfortunately, that's what I think. Anyway, it seems like you are susceptible to change though, but that comes from within. So you're going to have to reconsider your positions. Trump has actually been anti-war. Oh my God, dude. Buddy, you are really not doing a good job defending the notion that like Trump supporters are actually smart. How has Trump been anti-war, man? What the fuck are you talking about? He literally said we need to ethnically cleanse Gaza. He said that the only solution out of this is to literally do forcible ethnic displacement in the Gaza Strip, which is, again, Nazi shit, okay? That is just straightforwardly Nazi shit. Donald Trump has also talked about fucking forcibly annexing Greenland, forcibly annexing Canada, forcibly annexing the Panama Canal, bombing Yemen, even though every other goddamn president has done that too, but bombing Yemen somehow harder than the previous administration. And why is he bombing Yemen, by the way? Because Yemen wants to punish Israel financially by implementing a blockade on the Red Sea because Israel is doing a genocide in Gaza, also with our money. With our bombs again. Look at that. So instead of telling Israel to cut it the fuck out, which you could do with one goddamn phone call, he's so fucking cucked because he got $100 million from Miriam Adelson that he's going, you know what? Another $16 billion to Israel. And also, let's spend another $10 billion bombing the poorest country on the planet, Yemen. Do you feel like this is a good idea? Now you got journalists and think tank writers fantasizing about the prospect of doing a military ground invasion in Yemen. We can't stop the Yemeni population by bombing them into oblivion and destroying their ports as we did last night. Okay, so what we must do instead is maybe send troops there so we can send another fucking faction of cornbread Iowan men and women to go and fucking get their dicks and asses blown off by IEDs for no reason other than the fact that we just couldn't tell Israel to stop doing a genocide. Do you feel like that's a good future for you? Do you feel like we're living in a better world in the post 9/11 universe after 20 plus years of fucking doing war on terror that was $7 trillion at cost? Tens of millions of people displaced from their homes. More terror cells propping up left and right. In the ashes that we leave every fucking region. Do you feel like this was good? Do you feel like this was successful? Do you feel like we achieved anything? Well, we did. It's just you didn't and I didn't achieve anything, but Halliburton surely made a fuck ton of money. Defense contractors made a fuck ton of money. It was great. Wars are not meant to be won after all. It's about continuing the military domination so that you can constantly recycle new weapons, spend more money on R&D. Donald Trump is anti-war, he says. Okay, he is more anti-war than any Democrat in my lifetime. That's a fact. No, he has not. No, he is not more anti-war than any Democrat in your lifetime. If Joe Biden hadn't continued the fucking genocide in Israel, as Donald Trump is also continuing, by the way, and vociferously defending, Joe Biden would have been literally less of a warmonger than Donald Trump and any other fucking president. He pulled out of Afghanistan. He demonstrated the moral courage to do that. We, of course, forgot about it because the last year of his dumbass gerontocracy was spent mutilating and murdering children in Gaza. So Obama, Biden, etc. didn't continue militarily domination in the military-industrial complex. No, they did. But your metric is wrong, is what I'm saying. These are all warmongering assholes. They're monsters. They are all war criminals. That is true. I agree with that. Obama, Biden, and Donald Trump. But if you are saying that Donald Trump is better, that Donald Trump is better overall than fucking Biden, for example, without the last year of the Biden administration, you're wrong. And considering that Israel is still continuing its genocide under the Trump administration, as it did under the Biden administration, that's not even a part of the conversation at this point. What you mean to say is that Donald Trump, at the very least, lied about being anti-war. The Democrats didn't. All right. You look tired. I am tired. I woke up early. I didn't get to sleep a lot last night, obviously, because I was having gay sex with Will Neff. So that's all for me today, folks. I'm going to go spend time with my family. I love you all. And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some fun shit tomorrow because it's Sunday. We'll do Sunday fun day shit. Don't worry. All right. Peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.